Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
For Yodohime, even with the damage reduction during the ultimate here, GG getting pressured on by the Kakaishi, but Kakaishi gets caught out, both members in the corner.
Is able to get the zip sustainability, goes for the bell, but still gets grabbed out. Eagle times it absolutely perfectly to grab him after that iframe came through, and he is able to find the slam and subsequent kill off of the back of it, but here comes the peel.
As they try to push away from the members of Team TE. TXJ gonna go topside on top of the pillar in a very good position, is able to get the double grab, the whisk comes through, that's gonna be it for the members of J Team. They are gonna be able to get the one slash through, but the grab comes through. And just finds himself getting deleted so quickly as we now turn to Ventus. WX98 trying to buy their team some space here with the Viper Roll. They're able to get the double stun and actually lock up on Jacopi, but I do believe this is the V2 because Zhao Hui here not locked down for very long whatsoever. WX98 trying to go ahead and win this fight. It's Nunchucks versus Spear.
And as a result, they're having to invest that Temi ultimate too. TE now decide to make their move using the Wu-Chan TP to just get an extra iframe to dodge out from that zone tick as it starts to collapse on through. As the Yoda wall comes out from VVV, but JL is still waiting. They're still coming in with these kills. VVV isn't doing enough damage to really be able to chunk through all of these players until now. TE off of an absolute amazing performance, a really good pop-off game.
Today is a good day.
你在装什么啊？你谁啊？啊！
我楚大少修罗榜第一，没有资格看奖杯吗？
我小星神联赛第一泰，凭什么不能看奖杯？
陈德柱，你终于来了！我太刀之魂为人方正，凭什么不能看奖杯？ 是小德猪好啊。你们啊，看门都不会看。谢谢啊，小德猪。新赛季，我们必将跨过这条线。
我勒个娘，也聊天。
赶紧来试试。
哎，我先来。这没啥。哎，让我试试。
哎，看见没有？我勒个娘呀！哎，看着啊！
没事。哎，让我来。哎，这种事情就不要问了，让我来问正事要紧。
乐哉院中游，周览无穷也。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系黄柳。清完必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. And I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
Hello, everybody. Oh, Debbie, it's the first time that I get to settle down for some solos action in 2023, and I am more than ready because, oh boy, do we have some surprises in store for you. Not only are we heading into week number 3 of regular weeks, not only are we potentially going to get to see a couple of new heroes come through, we've also got the debut of Master Deemo. After his performance from Worlds, he's now moved over towards Shanghai. He's going to be playing for the Team KZ, and I don't know about you, but I think this might actually offset a lot of the pacing of the top players. Because Deemo came along, and the second that he debuted on that stage on Worlds, he took down Spider, which is no easy feat.
No, it's no easy feat, and obviously seeing all of the hype on Twitter about Deemo coming over is like a little surprising, especially for myself, because I was like, wait, they picked him up? Hold on, wait a minute, slow down. Everybody slow all the way down. Let's back this up, because I would love to see a lot more of this action here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Myself and Moxie's about to get ready to lock it in for 6 games, but oh boy, am I excited to see this. Like, man, Deemo has been such a problem for some of these teams, especially when we were casting this at Worlds, which Worlds was absolutely incredible. But to see him back here on this stage we don't see him on this stage often. So I'm excited to cast my boy Deemo. It's been a while. I hope he's been well. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good time.
I mean, we don't see him on this stage at all because, like we said, he is coming in newly to the Pro League. He got picked up from his performance at Worlds. Something else that we have to talk about, Darby, though, because there is a hero that is very close to both you and I's hearts that we never really got to see do well in solos, and I'm so sad that we missed it. I was there when TE were able to take the MVP of bi-weeklies for the trios on week 2. I wasn't casting when Spider picked up an MVP as a Valda. Finally, we had Valda in the top 5 hero plays of the solos from bi-weekly week 2, and he was just going to absolute town. I'm really happy that we're getting to see a little bit more of Valda, running things like the F3, where you have those triple bubbles that you can just immediately not just use the golden focus to be able to break out from combo strings for, but also use to make sure that farriers don't get to hop into that pillar and immediately go into their mech is a really smart use of being able to control that neutral.
A whole lot of just intricate moments like actually going on, especially going back to the solos here, because like I said before, you know, it's well, first of all, Moxie, welcome back to the solos section. I know you've been really deep into the trios here, but you will be able to at least relax a little bit knowing that now it's not 3 players against 3 players. Now it's 1v1s, and the games just get a little bit more tighter. They're a lot more important than having 2 players behind you ready to fight your battles at all times. Whereas, you know, here in solos, it's a dog-eat-dog world. And I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of players here that have been an absolute issue for some of these players here. Surprisingly, Mike still hasn't really budged. Not too much.
Yeah, I
even
mean,
after what we've been through.
He has been going strong. He is out here to prove that he is still top dog in the entire world, and he came back literally week 1 and really threw Spider for a loop. Spider isn't going to be playing today, but Mike, however, is. And another player that I'm really excited to get to see play is GG Sha, because you were telling me that Sha has been a thorn in Mike's side to deal with.
An absolute issue, okay? He has been a problem for a lot of these players. Surprisingly, is not in the top qualifications from what we usually see out of GG Sha. But when I tell you, he has been almost undefeated against him and AOW's Mike. You would be surprised to be like, wait a minute, how has he been struggling? But yet when he goes up against the best players, he's been decimating almost every time. It's weird, but those points, obviously placement, you know.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. It makes sense though that some players are just very good in the micro, that 1 versus 1 style. Where it can fall apart a little bit for these players is macro decision making. We see it a lot in trios. The fact that there's been a big old shift, especially in gates of Yang, whether or not players actually want to take the fight, whether or not they're going to look to go for the soul altars. If they lose, are they going to actually go for a nearer soul altar towards the central belt so that they can run into players a lot faster and get that Yang depletion off of them as quickly as possible? Or are they going to go for my biggest pet peeve at the moment in this meta, which is traipsing all the way to the outer edges of the zone, rezzing up in the soul altar where you think you're not going to be contested, and then not having enough time, panic fighting into a full team, throwing all of your ultimates, and then even then not getting enough time to be able to pick up that soul bloom and drop the depletion off you.
Talk your stuff. Stretch your stuff. It's been tough for a lot of these players here, especially in the solos regions here. I mean, obviously, just in terms of endgame has been a little wild. And also, too, I'm going to be honest, there's been some surprises from some of these players here that we don't necessarily see. And they end up kind of popping off here in the top 8 as well. Certain players that we haven't necessarily really talked about too much, because obviously we're talking about our top players. We're talking about BBG Spider. We're talking about AOW's Mike. We're talking about, you know, Zhang Yu, who has had some very surprising plays to the point where he's back in top 5 now. And it's like, whoa, what happened here? All of a sudden now all these players are starting to wake up a little bit. Now it's really becoming the doggy dog, because you know how certain players, you know, it's a little harder to try to like grasp from some of those eliminations, and obviously some of those people have been having issues with it. But the deeper we got into these games, the more that these other players started to wake up. Now, speaking of waking up, we got somebody to show you guys really quick as we're about to get ready to lock in for our game number uno.
我说过，我会用实力来证明。
可以撼动他的位置，没有人可以撼动他夺冠的可能。
强者恒强，你们熟悉的 Spider 回来了。
在最关键的时候，我没能扛住压力，但过去的已经过去，新的一周我一定会拼尽全力。
从压线晋级到现在的周决第3，我证明了自己的实力。
过来继续三角杀，上来有火球的，侧翼在追，空中又是一脚升龙接火球，大火烹饪加收汁。
新的一周，你们会看到更强的深渊。
对方的一个状态，拉一下位置，起包钩锁球钩的已经有点远了，好准！再胖哇！
赛场上不够稳定是大忌，新的一周重新开始吧，一步一个脚印。
上一周我还是太过着急了一点了，现在所有人都已经渐入佳境了。风雨欲来。
Many of you may have heard of my name.
面飞花伤害很满，但是被震刀了。有奥义也在剪刀，想要中间烫死吗？先拉扯第一刀，第二刀有吗？短闪再闪，空中吃掉。漂亮 ，Deemo 大师 ，Go！
Master Deemo is coming for you.
Master Deemo on KZ is back here again, and he's ready to cause some problems here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT, the Pro League. This is not Worlds, ladies and gentlemen. He said he's back, and he is ready to cause some issues here on the main stage. I'm excited to see it. And then on top of that, I got to give a little bit of credit where credit is due. Wang Liang was struggling in our first few weeks here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. He was definitely one of those players that I obviously was heavily focused on, obviously because of his insane performance from last season, and even in Worlds, absolutely putting in work, but sadly just getting that dub just slipped through the cracks. Now, coming into this new season, he has been struggling to really find his groove, but as of last week, I think he found it. He was able to get his dub, he got his MVP. He was able to put up a massive amount of eliminations. And obviously as a solo, just sometimes that one game can be the spark for everything else to fall into place exactly where you need to. And I think Wang Liang might have found it.
Yeah, however, XCG are not currently going to be playing today, Davy. They are in Group A, and we have Groups B and C going head-to-head.
I just want to talk about them.
One of the players that I am really excited to talk about that is going to be playing today, because we talk about Deemo and how his performance from Worlds really put him under that spotlight to get picked up into Pro League. Another player who fell under that spotlight in terms of Worlds was T225, who has been picked up by GS. And when we're in the maps like Holoroth and we're getting to see him come in on that Takeda, this is where the guy is just an absolute beast. He has such good control of knowing when to throw out the F, but also when to use the ultimate, saving the strikes, using that extra little bit of momentum and ability to be able to always regain control and footing. And a lot of the times, in terms of things like solos and trios, we're seeing a sort of weapon identity develop for a lot of these specific heroes, right? A lot of the time, it is a focus on nunchucks for solos, just because of how versatile it can be. Dagger is also extraordinarily strong. Just look at Xin and how he will literally drop legendary weapons at other players' feet to be able to hold on to something like a blue or even a purple dagger to be able to come out on top of an entire lobby. But now we're seeing even more of a weapon meta develop when you want to have things like the hot swap to either go for like a greatsword, a spear, a staff, or the pole sword that's now coming through, so that when someone gets caught up in staggers and you want to go for that last extra little bit of damage, you can immediately swap onto the heavier weapon and capitalize on the moment that's been set up off of something a little bit lighter like the dagger or the nunchucks.
That's true. T225's versatility and a lot of his weapons count has been absolutely incredible to watch. He definitely obviously has his favorites, but if he really has to pick up any weapon and really just do work with, he absolutely can here, as we're going to look at the schedule here for the rest of March, and obviously going into April. I hope everybody's having a fantastic one as of now, as we're going to see obviously Spider getting his winner as well, and Teams TE. Obviously, we're going to have the bi-weekly finals for next weekend. And then obviously we're going to continue that schedule all the way through the end of April. So we still got a lot of work to do to really see who is going to be at the very tops here. And as we're going to show you here on May, the grand finals will be from the 18th to the 21st And then obviously immediately heading back into qualifying for next week. So, and then obviously the losers bracket will be 2 weeks prior. And my birthday will actually be on the 13th, by the way, of May. So, you know, nice little day off I'll have, you know. That'll be fantastic as we're going to get ready to lock in for our solos groups B through C. For our games 1 through 6, you know the maps, you know the locations, you know what we're doing. 1 to Holoroth, 1 to Mars, 2 on Mars, 1 Holoroth and back to Mars at our very one. You know the deal. You know what we're doing here. We've been here before. You know how the scenario goes. You know how the points is for the multiplier. You know how we do things around here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. As we're gonna get ready to put it into it. I will say one thing about T225 though. I think he's been taking a little bit of, I think he pulled a page away from GG Shaw's textbook. Because one thing I definitely can say is T225 has done an amazing job of really coming in on times when it's very important to it. I mean, close to when people are just trying to run away, getting away, you know, obviously low on HP, low on health, and just absolutely struggling. And T225, I think he's been studying GG Shaw a little bit because his timing, that man's been on point.
I mean, we are in hot swap meta. Obviously, solos and trues is always just every single time is how good is your hot swap meta? Can you hot swap over to something like a musket or a bow, identify that one of the player who you're not even fighting, maybe they'll be fighting a good like 20 yards away from you. But if you hot swap onto a ranged weapon and you can snipe out that kill, not only do you add to your scoreboard tally, but you're also doing it from a range that means that you're not putting yourself in a frontline fight. So if things do go a little bit wrong, even if you don't pick up the kill, you're not going to get third partied. You're still going to have that distance to be able to play around with. And talking about other potential metas that we could tend to see, I'm really excited because I don't know if we're going to see more Valda pop up. Because we've seen a lot of teams sort of identify what other teams are running, especially in Trues. We have a whole thing of Zipping, Takeda, and Monk being pioneered by J-Team, and other teams will try to pick it up and mold it to their own compositions and see if they can get it to work. Spider doing so well with Valda in the bi-weekly finals might actually herald a couple of these other players to step outside of their comfort zone and try and make Valda work. Obviously, there's still the same problems that Valda has always had. The fact that when you get stuck in that bubble, the second you get hit, you are immediately locked out of that CC in opposition to something like a Temi-Wisp. It does mean that Valda hasn't always found her footing in place of meta, but maybe, just maybe, they'll see what Spider's done and decide to try and run.
Sometimes Valda could be an issue when, you know, you're in the bubble and you're trying to heal, but then everybody has long range and all of a sudden it goes through the listen, bullets are, you know, can still strike through water, and that's unfortunate, but that's just the science. But it's, speaking of spot science, we got somebody from KZ that you're going to need to hear from before we get ready to lock in for game number 1.
The reason why is because I want to be able to experience the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I want to see how far I've come after competing in last year's World Championships. And I want to prove myself once more. The 3 things I want to do the most, well, first and foremost, is to win NBPL. Honestly, I haven't really thought about the rest. All I think about right now is just winning. I'm not really sure because I think both Mike and Spider are really strong players, and they can really pretty much take it anytime. Main goal is just to win and like get the most out of it and like try to improve as much as I can.
The man's got a plan. Enter Pro League, win the entire thing. Fighting words coming out from Deemo. But the 2 players that he identified as being one of the strongest, both Mike and Spider, are not, well, one of them's not going to be playing. Spider's not going to be playing. But AOW's Mike, being in Group C, is going to be in contention. So Deemo is immediately potentially going to be running into Mike, and I cannot wait to see how that matchup is going to go down.
I think Deemo is going to be another thorn in the side of AOW's Mike. I actually really hope that he is. I think that'd be fantastic to see. You know, I feel like Deemo is like, you know how I told you like Wang Lang is like like a villain.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I deem Deemo as like the Joker. I don't know why. Right now, he just gives me such a Joker-esque vibe, like the comeback the comeback kid is back, and he's ready to cause some issues. You know, like, it's one of those things where I feel like Deemo has such a strong presence, especially for what he did at Worlds, that I definitely think he can be an even bigger issue here for the Pro League. As we're gonna get ready to lock this in here, I mean, what are your hopes for Deemo for this? Obviously, I know you said you wanted to see the meta kind of get shaken up a little bit, but what do you mean by that in terms of shaking it up? What do you mean by that?
I mean pacing. I mean aggression. Like, Spider had such a kickstart of ignition to momentum that he was coming into off of Season 2 from Pro League, because he brought this like really fast-paced, aggressive playstyle to solos, and it sort of immediately shaded out that bunker phase that we had so often come through, where in mid-phase, everyone's sort of building, waiting to see until they can play into Final Zone. Spider comes along and says, no, we're not going to have a pause, we're not going to have any moment to breathe, you're going to be fighting 24/7, and because of that, I'm always going to be able to find energy momentum to kickstart into another fight. And I'm really hoping that Deemo is going to be playing off of that aggressive playstyle, because that's what he was doing in Worlds. Both he and Roy He were just consistently making sure that they were some of the most aggressive players in the lobby. And yes, Spider walked with the title, but it wasn't an easy road for him. Remember, the first couple of days when Spider was performing on Worlds, everyone around him was having to key up their aggression because of those two players. And I'm hoping that Deemo continues that confidence.
Let's hope that he does here, as we're going to get ready to lock into our hero picks here. And it looks like it's going to be some favorites here for the healers, at least currently here. Looks
Off
like
in the
this is gonna be a
distance, you
fun
can
one.
just hear Jake screaming.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's okay, though. Is that Jake? That's crazy.
I'm concerned for this one Yodo in the lobby. I am not going to lie, because not only are you going to have to chunk through a lot of sustain from the zips that are around, but the transformer that you're going to be running into is going to be the Farrier. We've talked about it in length, how worrying that Farrier is. The fact that if you run the F3, you can immediately get some, so your ultimate can be cancelled. You can immediately hop into the mech if you're running the V1, since this isn't going to be Transformers trios. They are most likely going to be running that V1, so you can have the boosters, as well as continue to keep your health bar intact while still dealing a massive amount of damage. So what a Yodo normally is able to punish against the Transformers is how immobile that monk is in terms of when he's ulted up. Farrier, mech entirely disregards all of that. So already that duel between the Yodo and the Farrier just falls consistently in the Farrier's favor.
I'm kind of surprised. Actually, I take that back. I was going to say, I'm kind of surprised that we don't actually see a single monk at all here. But obviously, coming into this, it looks like Eventide is going to be absolute party central for our game number 1 here, as it looks like we got at least 6 players landing in immediately here, from Rexy, Yukuki, Rain, OUG. We have a J team as well landing at least further out here. Looks like he's going to be landing towards Crow's Nest here. Meanwhile, Shaw and Zhang Yu is going to be in Moonlit Courtyard, as T225 is going to basically have that whole far right side to himself, that Bamboo Grove. And it looks like one of the other players nearby him as well also is going to be at least near the section of Eventide near Infamous and Emerald Cottage. So they're going to have that very wide range of area where they can at least get a decent amount of loot and immediately get started. But ladies and gentlemen, game 1 for Deemo here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Deemo a warm welcome as we're going to get ready to lock in. He's got 6 games to do it and to lock it in here, as AOW's Mike is also going to be the top contender, and obviously massive bounty on his head here, as immediately is going to find OUG's Panda Man off of the rip here. He's going to give him a little bit of a, hey, get on out of here. Immediately he's going to be able to retreat back here, as AS is going to be fighting this out. That Yodo immediately right in front of EWG Zeron here, as Zeron has those dual blades, immediately catching him here. Beautiful daggers and the F3 getting thrown out here, and obviously gets slightly stuck here. Zeron actually comes through, trying to hold on, but AS is going to drop on him. Surprisingly, the dagger just doing the most, and the absolute speed and agility here for each of these hits here. It looks like he's going to come right back towards him. Those dual blades putting in enough work, as Zeron is not going to make AS. He's going to make AS work for it. He's not going to let him go easy here, as he gets a beautiful Beautiful hit. Beautiful spiral hit right towards the dagger and immediately catches the first elimination as AS claims the first kill of our games here. It looks like AOW's Mike caught in a bad situation. Panaman actually comes through and claims the life of AOW Mike and shuts the top man down. He's going to have to go for the salty run back. Panaman.
Yeah.
What's happening?
Once that longsword starts to get going, that turf picking is absolutely brutal. And even though Mike had a purple dagger, like we said, he wasn't able to go into those combo strings, and as a result, he doesn't find the uppercut launcher that he's looking for. Deemo coming in with the gray nunchucks now had to go against OC Zhang Yu, who has the dual blades, tries to initiate in with the uppercut, but Deemo is straight on out of there. Baits out that counter, immediately tries to go on forward, gets caught in the first uppercut, and Zhang Yu is immediately going to extend with the Takeda ultimate. Catching him as he comes down with the charged up click. And Dual Blades and Takeda are just an absolute dance of death if you get stuck when the ultimate is there and online. TT25, before he saw an opportunity, they know that the Takeda ultimate is about to run through, and both he and VVV, or rather XYY, was thinking about going for that third party until they saw the Takeda actually being able to claim it. Now, however, both of them are going to be in a little bit of a sticky spot because everyone else was looking for that third-party opportunity too. TT25 does get grapple cancelled by GG Sha, but he's able to turn it around with that staff. Zip Bubble comes on through, so Sha's able to hot swap towards that bow and then immediately comes back in with the nunchucks. Looks to maybe try and find a parry, and that's only allowed TT25 to get a little bit more distance. But here's Zhang Yu. He's still been hanging around. He knows that he doesn't really have the ultimate, so he can't fully go for the engagement against these players. He was wanting to see whether or not Sha would be able to bait utility out from XYY so that he could actually look to punish, because he's running those rage soldiers. Or rather glyphs. So he's already going to have the ultimate, charge right back up already, using that pistol, getting to hot swap and just pelt a little bit of damage from afar has allowed him to build it up. He has to be a little bit worried though, as if he does go for the ultimate, both XYY and Sha can look to just try and disengage it. There goes the first hit from the dual base, doesn't find the opener. There it is! There's the uppercut into ultimate engagement, but Sha is on the zip, and as a result, he's going to be able to bubble and sustain through the damage that comes on out. And Zhang Yu isn't able to grapple cancel him down, uses the second slash, come through and gets the parry as well! Sha unfortunately isn't able to tap dodge out of throwing the blue, and Zhang Yu comes in with the last hit of the Takeda ultimate, pushing back onto Sha, but with the zip sustainability and the ultimate in play, Sha will be able to survive. Third party potential comes on out. Zhang Yu with the mythic counter is able to connect onto one of the zips, but he still hasn't been able to find the damage that he's looking for. Sha's bubble immediately going to be burst down by those blue dual blades, but he's still not been able to find the killing blow, and as a result, he's actually going to have to now try and disengage. XYY comes in with the grapple cancel onto Sha, catching him in the uppercut with those nunchucks, so he's not able to chase after the receding back of that Takeda. And we're still going. Both of these zips, sustain for sustain, bubble for bubble, ultimate for ultimate. XYY still going to be in better control, doesn't go into the focus parry, doesn't fall for the throwing out the blue. XYY still holding on, has that bubble, knows that in sustainability he's going to have the upper hand, as he's still holding on to the ultimate, which means that even with the potential third party, he can just sit back and wait for Zhang Yu, who's now fully healed back up, to come straight back into this fight. No one of these three players has gone down just yet, but surely it's only a matter of time. Sha has the bubble immediately, though. It's going to get burst by Zhang Yu, coming in with the blue focus on those dual blades, swaps over to that katana to be a little bit faster to follow up onto Sha before the ultimate can try and save that zip. And finally, we're going to see in the three players that were standing in a fight that was going on for almost a minute and a half straight, one goes down, and Zhang Yu now has to win out against XYY.
You see what I mean about like how Sha is just like that little gnat just in your ear, just like get off me, man. That's why I genuinely feel like in these fights here is XXY trying to hold on here against KZ's Deemo here. XX able to claim that elimination, but sadly not going to be able to do too much here as Deemo is going to be able to try to shut this down here. Immediately goes for the invisibility and says, see you later, bye-bye. As XXY trying to see where they are, but Deemo is gone. XXY pulled the beautiful switcheroo and is able to at least escape, keeping his life intact here. Is actually, I actually said that wrong here. XXY did not claim that elimination. Deemo actually catches that and catches his first elimination of our games. Put it towards the record books. Clip it, ladies and gentlemen. His first kill NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League season. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the big leagues here as AS gets caught inside of the corner, and Panaman is going to catch his second elimination here as he's going to push into this, immediately putting pressure onto Rexy. Rexy able to do the exact same thing here, hoping that the longsword here gets a nice little bits of hits with the defense coming in from Rexy, playing it so well, and obviously the parry is going to be even better. Massive dagger hits coming through onto Panaman as Panaman is going to try to see if he can retreat out of this and get out of here as fast as possible. Beautiful scare rush around this whole section here. Immediately goes for the disappearing act as Panaman right back inside of that hut here, and immediately Rexy knows exactly where to go. Immediately gets the dagger downs right onto him, ends up juggling him in the air. Beautiful strike down, and it looks like he also has one towards his name as well. Rexy just trying to push forward, keeping the same aggression right on the Panaman. Wants to claim his elimination here, but Panaman is not going to make it easy for Rexy. Rexy trying to hold it and get closer and closer as possible here. Oh, and goes for the disappearing act and is able to do it in the beautiful time. Rexy trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough. As it looks like we're going to head right back into a beautiful 1v1 situation against Yang Yu and T225 in the realm of Yang here. Immediately, that beautiful Mystic Slam comes through, immediately calls for his ulti here, and just like that, the Ghost comes through, trying to create the division. But just like this, T225 is completely invisible. Zhang Yu struggling to try to find him, but it still looks like he's going to be able to find him with a beautiful longsword tap right towards him here, and it looks like all he needs is a couple more hits, as it's only going to be a little bit harder, but that Takeda Slam comes from beautiful timing, sends Zhang Yu all the way on the backstretch. Unbelievable here. T225 just trying to play this as strong as possible, as smart as possible, trying not to give him some easy hits here as he's just trying to hold on. Beautiful dagger down to each side, and T225 is going to shut down Zhang Yu and get his reward inside of the realm of Yang.
Oh, that right click on the dagger is absolutely no joke. I want to talk though about weapon identity. What Zhang Yu is doing is so smart. He's using the dual blades when he wants to actually initiate in with the ultimate, throws them up into the air so that they're stuck in that stagger animation, and they'll get hit when the Takeda ultimate activates. But when he's actually in that Takeda ultimate, he swaps to the longsword. And that's because when they get barreled into by that Takeda slam, they're actually still going to be vulnerable to being hit. So when you have the longsword, you can just throw the verticals and the horizontal charged up click, the left and the right, from afar, and it's going to chase after them and be buoyed on the vulnerability that's carried through by those Takeda strikes. So you essentially get double the damage for every single time you get a hit through. That works brilliantly when you're not running up against a Matari, because as you saw, the Matari comes in with the ultimate, and immediately you can't really follow where you want to throw those Takeda ultimate strikes into, and as a result, he doesn't manage to find the openings to be able to just chomp through that health bar with those charged up clicks from the longsword, and he has to actually close up the distance, get himself into a more vulnerable position, and that's why he goes down to the dagger. Following now, we're looking at T225 coming in on that Matari with the legendary staff, playing off of the loot that he was able to pick up from the Gate of Yang. Not only that, he's going to have a million bird smite as well, so even if he loses this duel, he's still going to be able to keep all of his loot and himself in the lobby as he turns it around onto JT's action with the charged up left click from the staff, just propelling action even further away, buying himself more time for that reset to come through. He's going up against the Zip, however, and this is the problem. Even with that legendary staff, if he's not able to immediately just chain lock Xin into stagger, the bubble is going to be there to save the Zip. The bubble's on cooldown now, and this should be the moment that you can strike, but here comes Zhang Yu. There's the ultimate, there's the longsword that he's using to play off of those Takeda strikes set into motion by the Takeda ultimate, and he's looking to find this kill, but Action has actually done something really smart. He's ran the Takeda, not into himself, but into 2T25. So he's actually bought himself the time for that bubble to come back online, and this Takeda ultimate is now going to be burnt out by the time he comes back in for this fight. And Takeda ultimate is one of the biggest concerns for Zips because of the stagger potential that it has there. As Zhang Yu just swaps over towards the musket, gets even more damage and pressure onto T25, who unfortunately has to find himself healing up outside of the zone, so he is taking tick. He still has Vermilion Bird Smite, but it's going to be falling off in about a minute, and as a result, he doesn't want to find himself in too vulnerable a position if he does actually lose the buff when a third party comes through.
Absolutely playing the timing here as best as possible here. Zhang Yu getting caught, sadly, in not the greatest situation here. C225 is going to create that pressure, killing the elimination onto... Oh my goodness. Zhang Yu does get eliminated. C225 is going to be able to claim it here, but he does have the Vermilion's Bird Mite here, so he does have that extra life. available here is GG Shaw coming through to XXN. Look at the movement on each side here, trying to time it right, but it looks like Action knowing exactly where GG Shaw is going to be at a beautiful time here, is going to be able to create that pressure here, all within that side here, because is able to create the stun and gets the heal off just in the nick of time, but it's not going to be enough as Action is going to be able to claim that elimination onto Shaw. Now, here's the question. When we talk about stuns and staggering, right? You said staggering when we were talking about Takeda during that 1v1 fight in the realm of Yang. Now, the question is, when it comes to a stagger, most of the time, they're usually walking and they're kind of stumbling. How do you, what would we call it when it's in air and they're falling? How does that work? What's the title for that?
I call it crowd control, and this is exactly what we're seeing from Action. This is one of my personal favorite combo strings for the longsword. You catch them with the uppercut, and if you have something like Whirlwind, it's just absolutely brutal when you're able to follow it up and just keep them locked down in the air. There's a reason that longsword and dagger, even nunchucks to a certain extent, just have such a good reputation for being good solo weapons because of the, just like we said, staggering crowd control that you get if you actually get locked down. And because a lot of these zips are running that bubble, they're not really getting that golden focus. So if they don't have the ultimate up and that Model Defiance active, if they get hit by one of those uppercut launcher strings, then they are just going to be 100-0, pretty much. As we can have a look at where the next gates of Yang are going to be spawning. Interestingly enough, it does feel like there's going to be more of a contest towards one, and the other one is looking pretty empty at the moment. But both GS's TT25 as well as KZ's Deemo are in the area to be able to scrap over this one. TT25 not actually actively engaging it, however, as Deemo and Rain are maybe going to be scrapping head-to-head. Deemo not wanting to keep himself there either. He sees where the portal spawns and decides that he doesn't want any of it. A lot of these players have identified that there are only 9 players left in the lobby. So if you actually go into a Gate of Yang fight and you lose, the amount of players that you run into without potentially being either third or fourth partied immediately just diminishes in percentage. And no one wants to put themselves at risk of having Yang depletion and not being able to put themselves into a position where they can pick up a Soul Bloom safely enough to actually be able to drop it. However, 2 players are going to be that confident. KZ's XXY as well as Ventus's Rexy are going to be going head-to-head. TK going a little bit aerial at the moment. Rexy as well just coming in for those aerial grapples so that they don't get caught out before the fight can properly begin. Rexy just pushing in with that dagger, has Storm Stride up as well. Looks to try and lock down with the right click, isn't able to find that grab though. And as a result, XXY is able to escape. There's the uppercut into lunge. There's that zip ultimate to be able to sustain through the follow-up as Rexy is relentlessly chasing with these dagger dashes. So hard to pin down in terms of movement before he comes now in with that zip bubble. As the uppercut is attempted from XXY, he'll be able to find it this time around. Goes into an assistance launch of his own, and his juggle is far better. He's able to catch Rexy with 2 short hops, and as a result, Rexy actually loses the Mortal Defiance off of the ultimate. And once that is removed, XXY just has to keep that pressure up with the dagger, not allow him to be able to lengthen out that distance to wait for that bubble to come back onto cooldown, and he walks away with the fight win.
The timing of that coming into it, honestly, that really could have been close, even with him having all of the strikes from God come down, descending, trying to hold on here and trying to make his fight a little bit less easy. He still could have had the opportunity, though, but sadly, just not enough here, as obviously timing is of the essence, and it's obviously your best friend in a lot of these situations, and that's why TK comes through with that Mystic Might and is able to get the win from that one, though. Meanwhile, Rexy is on the worst end that you need to be in. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have to get an elimination if he's going to really see himself back in this game full-fledged and really able to put this together. But is XXY going to push forward and put him towards the running back? Is it going to be the salty one back, but it's going to be the winning running back? Should we call it a cocky run back? I would say a cocky run back here is XXY looks like he might want it, but he looks like he might not necessarily. He's going to be able to go for with the reheals here.
So he doesn't actually need to take the fight. Remember, because he won that Gate of Yang fight, he has that Mystic Might, and he actually went towards the nearest Soul Altar where he thought Rexy would go to, thinking that he'd be able to take that fight or just keep Rexy occupied before that Soul Bloom has been able to be found for this set, because this is the worst possible situation, like you said, right? Because not only do you only have 3 minutes to pick up a Soul Bloom, you're in a zip-heavy lobby, and what is Zip's reputed for? By just sustaining through every single fight. We've seen how long Zip versus Zip can go on to. Rexy doesn't have that time to be able to wait. He can't go into a fight against another Zip because he doesn't have the seconds. If he takes a fight against another Zip, he's going to lose just entering into it off of the time alone that he has left on that Yang depletion. But looking at all of these players that are left, looking at all the heroes that are left, this is the biggest concern for him. Who do you run into? Because Matari has the mobility as well as being able to use that F to just escape any follow-up of a combo string, which means that he doesn't really want to run into a Matari. He doesn't want to run into another Zip. Chances are he wants to run into a Takeda, but unfortunately for him, that Takeda has already been booted out of the lobby. He can't even really hope that he runs into a Farrier, because if you can chunk the Farrier down, she's just going to hop into a mech and immediately boost away, and he is running out of time. Deemo is the one that's actually chasing after him. It is a Matari, so he might just have to bite the bullet and hope that he's going to be able to pin Deemo down, burn out the abilities. But Deemo has both of the blink and the ultimate charged up, and you can see, even though he has a bounty on his head, he just doesn't want to take this fight at the moment. He's going to wait until he has far more intel on the area. He's just chasing Rexy as well to try and draw out other players' locations. There's the blink. He's actually running the ability where you can retrace. We can actually see that outline just there. So if he finds himself being pressured, he can immediately TP straight back into that area. As Rexy is the one coming under fire. Rexy is the one that needs to take this fight. He can't just disengage. He can't run away. The ultimate's already been invested for this. If he goes in with the right click trying to chase on punish, if two of the players try to get a little bit too close, but he still hasn't been able to find the kill. He has a minute left. He's only now got the bubble back online, and Deemo now just sees that he has even more space to be able to work with, swaps to that pistol, doesn't go for the engagement now that he knows another Zip is in the area, and he can't try and out-sustain not one but two Zips. So as a result, he is not taking this fight until he sees an opening. There's the opening. He catches them with the left click from the dual blade as they come around the rock, and he immediately leads them straight into T25, who comes in with the Matari ultimate. He thinks that he can chase us. He's using the ultimate and the uppercut to keep Rexy juggled up into the air, and as a result, he
Deemo just stole it.
He knew that T25 was looking for the engagement in the frontline melee, and as a result, all he does is bide his time, wait up on the cliff, and come in for the one shot that's needed.
That's a little disrespectful. Welcome to the big leagues, big boy. I knew you did it. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. As Deemo is going to do exactly what you do here in the Pro League. You bite your time, you wait it out, you play a little bit more patient. You see T25 just putting in absolute damage and destroying this man. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, you hesitate. Deemo comes through and steals it and says, "Ba-bing, cha-ching, shoot him, McGavin. I am here." And just like that, I am gone. Just like the meme from that one anime, but when he's like, "My job here is done," and she's like, "But you didn't do anything," and he just.
I was like, you were going to say it was the JoJo. It was like, it was me, Deemo, all along.
It's me. That also too. I was gonna make that reference like a little later.
You expected to find the kill, but it was me, Deemo.
It was me, Deemo.
Well, it's Action who's getting access to the Mormor's Blessing. He's walking away with legendary katana as well as legendary armor, and that is going to be absolutely terrifying. Zip, just normal based armor is such a hard task to actually be able to win a duel 1 versus 1 with. Once you have legendary armor to buy yourself even more time to cycle back into that bubble, it becomes even scarier. Saying that, however, Action is going to get stuck against the tree and eat one lot of Bane's Breath. The anti-ult area has at least gone away now, so that disapitation does mean that the ultimate is going to be online, but Bane's Breath still in play, so Action still going to be looking to have a better idea of their surroundings. We're down to 8 players left, as with Rexy out of the way, once again, a lot of these players are just more than content to not make that aggressive move. Rexy wouldn't have chosen to go that aggressive. Remember, he did have Yang depletion, so he did unfortunately have a ticking time clock behind him, pushing him, pressuring him, saying, okay, well, you have to take a fight, otherwise you're as good as out of the lobby anyway. These other players, they don't have that additional pressure, so it is just going to come down to that standoff of everyone sort of not wanting to put themselves in the hot seat, waiting for someone else to move out of position, and then we're going to see the convergence. Sharks in the water, quite literally, as everyone just wants to try and third party.
Love to see the timing here, obviously, as Panaman's going to hop right into this bush here and just get a little bit more still. But even with that, man, Panaman coming through with some incredible energy to start this game off. I'm very, very happy to see him really kind of switch up his comp a little bit here and really confirming some of these kills that he's been needing for a minute here in these games. Another, player Panaman that we've been cheering on for a very, very long time here. As we're looking at the list here, we have 8 players deep, 8 players alive here in this game. And Deemo is still alive in this. 2 games, 2 eliminations tied with Panaman. As T225 is in the lead with, is in second with 3rd, and obviously Xsin with 4th here. As we see 3 players here just trying to juggle around here. It looks like we had some shots coming in slightly earlier here as Ezreal's going to decide to back off here. But Deemo trying to see if he can hide a little bit of time here. Wants to try to see if he can find something here, but it looks like he ends up getting caught here. As Xsin actually ends up... Oh, no, actually, that's Yon! Yon trying to see if he can hold on strong as well here. Tries to see if maybe he can claim something. Goes down with that beautiful defense on Yon, though, and immediately pops the mayhem. But sadly, he's stuck inside of the hut. He can't go anywhere. So as of right now, he's just going to use it as a healing pod. And if anybody decides to come in there like Ezreal right now, boom! Immediate massive bullet comes through and hits him striking at the bottom. Can technically hit on top of this roof here, and it looks like it was able to do a little bit of damage here, but Yone's not going to be able to do enough here, so sadly, that will be a waste of an ult, but obviously it wouldn't be too bad of an ulti because he still used it to try to get his heals up, and immediately puts the pressure onto our golden boy here, Xsin. Immediately is going to try to retreat out of this as quick as possible here. Beautiful timing for Xsin, trying to see if he can hold it together here. Doesn't want to get eliminated towards this. He already has everything that he needs here, so fast elim here in terms of a lead would be detrimental for Xsin, as it looks like the circle's going to be closing in here for 5 seconds left as Yon trying to see if he can just hold strong together here. Gets hit by a pistol and a bow immediately, decimating him of all of his shield here as everybody's going to try to push in. It looks like T225 is going to put in that aggression right towards Yon here, and it looks like Ezreal's trying to do the very same thing. It looks like Xsin is going to be able to try to see if he can find it. Yes, he does. He finds the elimination with his pistol and immediately starts to push forward and keeps that same pressure on Ezreal. He's got his back turned all the way for the backside of this circle here. Could be very detrimental to him here, as obviously he's going to try to see if he can rotate. Look at everybody here on this left side, not a single person on the right. Like, you know, no breaks right now. You might be right. Maybe Deemo did shake it up.
Railgun's like trying to find that angle on the right, but the problem is that right side is just so open, and already we've been seeing that like these players, even if they engage in that frontline fight, they're not gonna find the kill because it's Xsin who comes in with a pistol shot that snipes away Young, who unfortunately was wearing blue armor, so was just a vulnerable target anyway. And because of that, no one really wants to put themselves onto that right side because they're opening themselves up for ranged attrition fire. Instead, it's much more likely that right side is going to be capped as a safe spot for these players to be able to retreat into and just find a temporary reset moment. As unfortunately, Deemo does go down to Railgun, who comes in with the staff lockdown. Purple staff keeps him just continuously hampered up. The positioning of the fight is also really awkward for Deemo to be able to escape from because his back is to the zone. So that immediately limits where he's going to be able to tap dodge away and out from. So if he wants to go to the sides, that's really the only avenue that he has. He can either go left, right, or into the staff. And that is not the way that you want to handle the staff. The staff is all about pushing players away from you. And the closer you get to the staff, the more those hits are going to connect, the more the space the staff is going to be able to buy for it. As we can see, Railgun just using that right side, using the fact that no one's really playing off of it to find that reset moment before looking in for a potential third party. As JJH's Rain goes aerial, they are the only remaining Farrier in this lobby, but they know that this is going to make them a significant target, so they're very much wanting to hold on to the snipe for as long as possible. As we can see, everyone around them is figuring out, okay, well, there's a zip here, and there's another zip there, and a Matari here, and all of them have means of survivability if the fight goes on too long. If we force Rain into using that ultimate a little bit too early, we're going to immediately be able to bait the ultimate, move away, and then just wait and come back in. Very similar to how we see players tease out the Monk ultimate before going back in and punishing the Monk. Monk normally has a third player to be able to cover for them. Fairy and Solus doesn't have that, so she's even going to be more vulnerable. As Rain is just taking so much damage, does have the F3, will be able to connect it once again onto a Zit that was trying to chase after them. And that has bought themselves a little bit of downtime. They're holding in the open in the middle at the moment because they have the pillar. If anyone tries to get too close, we actually saw Yon using the pillar to dropping it down on the player who was chasing after them to break a combo string and buy themselves a little bit of space. Unfortunately, like you said, they did have to use the mech inside of that room because of where they dropped the pillar down. So they didn't really get to use that mech to pressure everybody else out of that zone. And once the mech was gone, they were that moving open target. And that's why we're seeing Rain just not actually commit the mech just yet. Instead, it's much more likely that they are going to wait until the zone collapses in entirely, and it becomes a matter of sustainability. Because zip healing is brilliant in fights against other players. It's not great against zone tick, because zone tick ignores shields, and it also ignores zip healing. So as long as you hold on to that mech, you can literally just immediately refresh your health bar and win off of that alone.
Timing with this, though, is going to be very, very detrimental to some of these players here. Let's hope that he has enough time to probably pop another ulti here, as he's going to get a little bit more dangerous as Exin trying to see what he can do here, waiting for the scale rush here, trying to see for an opportunity here as he gets well up high up in the air. Ends up getting grappled by 2 players, 3 actually immediately. Just hate with the grapples, man. Immediately tries to hold on here as all 5 stacks all within this space here. The Pandemonium's going to go even crazier as Exin trying to hold on, immediately gets hit by a bow. XXY struggling towards this very end here. Cannon shots coming through, trying to see if he can ricochet it as well. Longsword, trying to see if he can fight it as well. Full strikes here. XXY coming through with a potential, with a massive one, as the immediately Rain is going to be able to drop down. Immediately catches the first elimination here, but sadly, he's the one that has low health here, so he's not going to be able to do enough here, and he's just scrambling. XXJin trying to see if he can claim another elimination here. JJH, Rain actually dies to the storm. XJin claims 2. Teacher25 claims 2 as well here. Towards the end here, those low ticks actually being very detrimental, but the question is, who ends up getting the dub? Is it going to be, it looks like it's going to be Action. It's going to be J-Team's Action with those extra kills towards the end. I knew that, so here's the thing. I knew that he was very, very close at 2225. He was right off the cuff of him, getting very, very close. So I really thought that obviously that first place is going to be the more important measure to the game, because obviously you get those extra points. So I didn't necessarily know, but obviously towards the end here, a lot of those extra kills really coming in clutch here. That could have been a massive pop-off moment for Rain. Sadly, he was already in a very tight spot where he was already dangerously low. I think if he were to pop it any more earlier than that, he might have had time to even heal as well before actually trying to engage. But sadly, he had to make a decision. He stuck to it, and it looks like he was able to at least get elimination here before, sadly, the circle takes him out.
Yeah, unfortunately for Rain, it actually played into Action's hands perfectly, even with when we saw the mech being dropped. Like, Rain was trying to bank on the zone pushing in so much that when the mech actually dropped, it would connect onto the players directly below it. And when a mech is actually dropped on players, the fairy doesn't immediately get into the mech, right? So it has that knockback. And a lot of the times we're actually seeing Farrier players drop the pillar knowing this is the patch they're playing on where it only costs 30% of rage meter, not 50%, which was amended in a later patch that we're not currently on at the moment for this exact reason. If you don't get into the mech, you still find a lot of value from it with that knockback. And he was banking on the knockback, pushing players towards the zone so they take zone tick damage and have to immediately either drop the bubble or come with the ultimate. The problem is that it pushes them into Action. And Action has the one soul jade that every single player wants when that zone is that close, Hector. Because he just gets to spam the left clicks onto every single player. And we see every single time the camera pans back to Action, he is literally in that left click animation for the longsword, not just using it to connect onto players, but using it to threaten them outside of the space. I would try to, unfortunately my arm went for surgery, so I'm just gonna have to get a little
I'll
bit
do
of
the extra for you. I'll do
way.
the extra for you.
You've got me covered. There you go. There you go.
Can we give a round of applause real quick to our man Deemo? Obviously coming into this with a decent start for his first game. I'm gonna be honest with you. He isn't a little anchovy. He's not this little guppy fish coming into this league. He's been in this game before. He knows what's going on here. So to see him get at least within that top 10, potentially that top 6, just in terms of placement, getting a couple of eliminations. Deemo, welcome to the league. We're very excited to have you. We're very happy to see you play and obviously cast throughout the rest of the season. Welcome to Shanghai and welcome to all the madness that is NARAKA BLADEPOINT. But one other person, XXY. Where'd he come from? Huh? What Where's that at? Where's been all that action for the last 2 weeks, huh? Now all of a sudden XXY decides he wants to play now. Now he made a decision. Okay. I'm very surprised to see that. XXY actually becoming a little bit of a threat to some of these players.
So again, like, it does come down to just familiarity. Like, there was a reason that Deemo was able to do so well, because he knew the ground that he was playing on, right? He knew the tempo the players would be playing into. He knew the rules as well to be able to come in with those successful third parties and hot swaps. For some of these players who are a little bit newer to the league, it takes a couple of weeks for them to really get that motion into grips. But speaking about other players, we have to talk about it. Pandaman. He had actually a really decent showing. He's normally just known for his target. He's probably one of the best targets in the world at the moment. But he was honestly really impressing on a hero that we don't typically tend to see him roll out on.
Whole lot of madness here as it's just 1 point behind, not even less than a point, 0.6. Pandaman with 2 eliminations at a 4.5, and look at this, Deemo in fourth place with 2 eliminations, a 3.6, 0.1 point behind, in front of S Railgun with a 3.5 and 1 elimination here. So obviously a lot of work to do with some of these players here, but Xjin coming out with an explosive start with a 12.6. And at T225, one of your players that you have been talking about, somebody that you said I'm going to be paying attention to. That's what you said, not me. You said you was going to pay attention to T226, and look at him. Second place, strong start for him as we're looking back at the replays here. Rexy claiming that elimination on Array with a beautiful finish from that parry and does it again to AS here. And immediately is going to be able to shut down here and stop him before he can even pop his Yorahime ulti. I mean, XSN just putting in the work here, getting these early elims here throughout the game. And even this one, this was the bigger detrimental game right here. That dagger down shutdown coming through onto Zhang Yu, which Zhang Yu was putting in work here. He was really looking good throughout those early games here. As we look at XXY here, immediately coming through with a beautiful shutdown and that parry. And XXY getting that elim with the pistol, trying to hold that together. And sadly, S-Rail patching Deemo out towards the very end. T225 landing all the way on this outstretch here, trying to see if he can time it well here, finding any patch, and look at that, was able to catch the elimination. Beautiful timing with that, and obviously at the end of that, Xjin is going to claim it, and look at that. The Z-Ping era has still continues with Xjin being the winner, his 4th MVP with 21,000 damage, 18,000 healing, and 6 eliminations with a Storm Stride, Hepta Detach, Longsword Stab, Alchemy, Flame Breath, and a Melee Resist Soul Jade, having a longsword damage of 13,698. Absolutely stacked to the max here. I mean, XXN just becoming a problem here, and obviously, like I said before, because he was playing Z-Ping, you could hear the screaming and the cries of Jake in the background that you might not hear. That's
be
him.
pretty loud too across the ocean, because like I'm in the UK. I would probably still be able to hear it because I'm like 2 cities away.
I hear it.
You can hear it, Daddy. Wow.
The man is mad.
Oh, Action's definitely going to be very happy about that. I'm still going to be singing the praises of XXY. That fight against Rexy in the Gate of Gang, there's a reason that I've missed solos, and that's because I've missed the dagger. I've missed dagger meta so much that he gets him with the uppercut, and then he goes into the full launcher combo. So he goes into the uppercut, then he hits them with 2 right clicks, short hops to be able to hit him with a 3rd, goes into the right click to keep him locked down, and then hits him with the Assassin's Lunge follow-up. It's just, it's so good. It's so good. I love dagger meta so much.
The beautiful timing, but obviously the combos from a lot of these players is absolutely phenomenal. We talk about it before, and whenever I describe people what NARAKA is, it's basically a battle royale, but it feels like you're in an anime. What it is. It's literally what it is. It feels like every fight that we talk about, just how precise and how critical these combos can be for some of these players, and how detrimental these combos can be in certain areas, especially when it's close to the end of the circle and it's biding time, or it's even early, and you have gray nunchucks and he has a blue longsword. It really can make the difference between you really losing and obviously the agility. And also the one thing that I'm learning as a NARAKA player myself, not using up all of your energy. That's another big thing that has been, you know, kind of something like being able to pace that back and forth. And I've started to pay attention to it a lot more, because there's so many times when I'm playing and I just end up getting tired and I can't move that fast, or I can't, you know, do like a quick lunge. And just like that, there's a person behind me and I'm stuck and I got to wait 2 seconds. And that 2 seconds, I'm dead. You know, so seeing that also is something that even for myself, I'm still learning. So hopefully you guys at home are learning something while watching some of the greatest players in NARAKA BLADEPOINT fight it out for a lot of money on the line here every single week. But then at the same time, obviously, trying to get to the qualifications for Worlds, which obviously that is a big bag and a big stack. But I will have to say, Deemo, 2 eliminations, top 4 first game finish. It's not bad, champ. It's not bad. You came here to make a name. You already starting to do that, obviously, for that first game. Pretty good. Gotta give it up. I gotta give it up.
I'm looking forward to seeing the hero picks as well moving forward in the day. Like, obviously there's the rule that you have to play 5 different heroes of the 6 games that we play. So we could potentially see the double up. I'm expecting the double up to still be the Zip. As we've seen, Old Faithful still works. It doesn't really matter as well. Like, Zip doesn't have that weapon identity that a lot of these other heroes do. So whenever we see Takedas, it's always longsword. Sometimes it is like coming through with something a little bit before to be able to sort of push them back when you have things like the dual blades that we were seeing from the one Takeda that we had in that lobby. I believe it was Jiang Yu who was playing that one and was doing really well at the beginning because he was able to control those fights of just getting 1 hit in. I think Spider's probably still the best player when it comes to hit confirming into full extensions with combos from either another weapon hot swap, which we've seen him do in the past with things like the staff and the spear, but also being able to use it for, I believe, when he was running Wu Chen in Worlds. I don't remember if you remember that meta, Davy, where we would have Wu Chen come through because you could use the golden focus from the app to be able to zip your way out to either combo extend or back out of combo extensions from other players, and we would have the Wu Chens running the Uno reverse card move of a version of the ultimate, rather than what we typically tend to see the V1 come through, where you use it as just a get out of jail free card, and Spider would literally just use that 1 hit confirm into just full combo strings of 100 health to 0. That's definitely something that we have to watch out for. Zip doesn't really have to worry about that, just like Zip doesn't really have to worry about scaling into that final zone. Unlike the Farriers, we saw it caught a couple of the Farriers out towards the final part of that zone, where if they didn't go for the Gate of Yang fights or they didn't go for the Morris Blessings because they didn't want to put themselves in too aggressive a position, their loot unfortunately wouldn't be enough to keep themselves safe when they did go for the ultimate, because Farrier, being a transformer, as every other transformer in the game does, your ultimate, the health that you have available and the damage that you do in the ultimate form scales with the armor and weapon that you have equipped when you activate it, so it becomes even more crucial for those players to find that good loot early.
Whole lot of aggression coming in here as we're looking at Estrel here with an average of a 1.27 thousand damage, almost 8k, with an average rating point of a 1.1 here. Struggling here in this game here, but hopefully we'll see Estrel really start to pop off here. I mean, obviously the first game is usually always the one with the jitters, and obviously this is a new one here, so we're gonna get ready to lock this in. And we see Zeron here. EWG Zeron was actually putting her toes in and dipping it with Deemo. No pun intended. Don't take that out of context. Zeron was putting in some work on Deemo here. I saw that aggression coming through here, so let's hope Zeron really starts to really pop off here in these next few games. Love to see her pop off as well coming into these games here, as we see Jung, who has an average kills of 0.5, 5k damage, and a 0.6 average ranking. It's only the first game. It's okay. It's only the first game.
He suffered. He was one of those Farriers who unfortunately, when he went for that mech, when he was in that final zone, he was rocking the blue armor. So as a result, very, very vulnerable whenever fire was turned to him, and he was also the last Farrier, so the second he goes for that mech, it's very easy to see and track down if he does actually try and hop into it. As we can have a look, it being game number 2, we don't have any downtime, we just go straight in. So for a lot of these players who play off of momentum, that can be brilliant, but if they had a rough showing on game number 1, that can also be a very big detriment. As we can have a look at the hero picks that are going to be coming out. There it is. A couple more Tarkas that we tend to see. Is going to be XXY picking that one up. The Zip's still going to be there, but oh my goodness. It's happening, Davy! It's happening!
Absolute excitement coming as we finally see our first Valda of tonight, and hopefully we'll be able to see Valda a little bit more here as we're going to get ready. And obviously, it's going to be from our Game 1 winner, Xjin. So clearly, we're going to see some decent gameplay coming in from Xjin here, locking it in. You know, it's so fantastic to be alongside somebody that also appreciates the incredibleness of the ocean waters and appreciates just appreciates a Valda player. I appreciate it so much. It's good to have you. Welcome back, Moxie, to the solo casters table. We're gonna get ready to lock this in here. Seeing some other ones too. We're seeing our first Tarka up today as well from TKXXY. So we're gonna see some fireballs hopefully in our game as well. And Esrael is gonna take the solo Yoto into this game here. Also, another thing too, he was actually a little bit nervous for the Yoto to be, you know, kind of one of the only ones in the game. And look, they actually they held their own pretty well in that first season game actually.
Yeah, but now I'm even more concerned because Yoto into Valda, we've all been that. We've all done it. We've all been both the Yoto who gets their ultimate cancelled early by the Valda, but also we've all been the Valda who cancels the Yoto.
That's very true.
Early. I will admit, when I duo queue with Rune in ranks, he runs Viper, I run Valda, and we do go out of our way to hold on to our ultimates to cancel out everyone else's that we'd run into. But speaking about places that people are going to be running into, we can have a look at where some of these players are going to be dropping. Plumed is immediately going to be seeing a lot of action, and interestingly enough, so too is Salvation Podium. I'm not a big fan of dropping Salvation Podium immediately because a lot of the time we see if you're a little bit too slow, especially in solos where you don't have a player that you can send underneath the caverns and read out the glyphs for your other two teammates to be able to hit those statues into the order, it can be potentially really punishing if you're not fast enough to solve the puzzle because you can get caught by the ballista, and that's exactly what we actually see T225 grapple towards before we move away to watch Panda Man go toe-to-toe with our one and only Valda. Action going to be caught by the grapple. Does manage to buy themselves a little bit of space by coming in with the dual blade click to keep Panda Man from being able to punish down as the counter comes on through from Action. He's great dual blades, however, and that zip bubble is going to be more than enough to allow Panda Man the disengagement as he's not going to be grapple cancelled while the bubble is up. Bubble is gone now, however, and Action holds on to the F-Free, drops them in now to see whether or not Panda Man is going to get chased. He does go into one, so he does take the soak, but this is the problem for Valda. The second you get one hit off a player, it immediately breaks them free of the CEC, so he still has to win the neutral fight. That's not a problem, however, and he will be able to walk away. Valda picks up one kill in this lobby and now looks for more as Mike now goes toe-to-toe with Juran coming through. Mike already lost that armor, is going to have to take a little bit of caution since the Takeda ultimate does come through. He does go for the purple armor, but note, the purple armor is already broken. That's why Mike had actually dropped it. It looks like, so he is going to have to find that reset moment, and he is going to do exactly that. Both of these players taking this little bit of downtime to be able to put themselves back in a position of taking this fight once again. As 5 seconds pass, shields are back up, and we reconvene it once more. Checkpoint comes through for the Matari in case they need to dash straight back, and you can see Mike has already been able to eat through that shield that has been re-healed now by Juran. Uses that checkpoint to be able to put himself back into a position of catching even more damage onto Ziran as he goes in with the grapple cancel connection, tries to go for the ultimate, but that puts himself in a position of actually being grappled and juggled for 2 hit confirms as Ziran unfortunately not able to find the extension. Mike will be able to win the fight.
AOW's Mike coming in with a strong elimination here. And obviously XXY. Actually, no, I thought he was actually going to push in, but decides actually he's going to be continuing to loot as we have our first 4 eliminations. Xin, T225, XXY, and Mike able to catch theirs as AS is going to fight this out with our 2nd place finish from our game number 1. T225 trying to find it here as he ends up getting the sword. The pole sword immediately going to get some massive hits on him as well. Immediately hits the disappearing act here. He's going to try to see if maybe he can catch him here. Very low, waiting for the switcheroo as he does. And it looks like he's going to call Takeda immediately here. He's going to try to see if he can go for it again. Oh no, misses the first grapple. That's literally all you need is just one of those hits for just to be able to do enough. And it looks like he's able to do the switcheroo here. And just like that, T225 struggling and scrambling to try to see if he can catch AS here, as AS might be able to go and just give a little bit more time. Oh, immediately goes for another disappearing act. And at this point, we're just doing a straight ring around the rosy as AS trying to do some 360 no scopes right towards T225. Looks like he actually hits one of them as well here. And it looks like we're going right back towards the rotation, right back into the rendezvous as they're both going to be able to fight this out as AS and T225 decides to go for the small reset here, which sadly, AS doesn't really have shield. Yes, they have gray, but in reality, if you have gray, you ain't got no shield. And it looks like now it's actually switched up here, as now he also has blue, and just like that, T25 is going to be able to snatch it, go back, get a new blue shield, and immediately tries to get towards the cup, ends up hitting him massively here with the spear, sends him flying, and just like that, AS is caught in a bad situation. Right on the outside, open on each section here. Did he get hit by a bow? I couldn't tell. Immediately, T225 ends up getting slaughtered here by AS here, and just like that, the pressure is on. Low, no shield on each person. T225 ends up getting a gray, which is nothing, as immediately T225 is going to be able to find it right back on each side. Beautiful hits on each side, as immediately Nunchuck is going to be able to create that progression. Meanwhile, T225 calls on the ghost. Immediately, he's going to be able to find it, and the spear is going to be the winner here for this fight. T225 is going to be able to find it, and just like that, takes the lead with 2 eliminations under his belt.
Uppercut into Decatur ultimate activation is just too OP, as action throws in that focus into the elbow. And as a result, Taka is able to gold focus through that damage. Mike, however, coming in with that third party, tries to catch him with the charged up left click, will be able to actually find that damage, as it is going to be Mike falling out of this fight at the moment, still trying to find the kill onto XXY, but XXY takes himself to the rooftops, buys himself a little bit of time, just pushing and threatening, throwing out that uppercut onto Mike, and as a result, no one actually wants to try and push onto the Taka. Elbow comes back on up, action drops in the F3 to keep that momentum and mobility limited, forcing him down towards the scaffolding, but XXY with that Tucker ultimate should now have the ability to be able to maneuver himself out of this fight for a little bit longer, no one really wanting to chase until that one is gone, since if they do try and grapple after him, XXY has already swapped the Kitana to try and threaten the Infinite, but oh no, here comes Mike, in with the staff he goes, catches onto the Taka, making sure he's not anywhere near the aerial to be able to get put into that Infinite state, as it is going to be the Matari Blink coming on through. The ultimate from Rexy trying to catch onto Mike and keep him locked in, but Mike actually throws out the blue, and Action comes in with that dash with the staff, affording him the distance to be able to come in with the parry. The F3 to make sure that Mike takes that soak, and now Mike has to actually use the ultimate to try and lock this Falder down, but Action with that staff just gets to throw out all of these focus attacks, making it that Mike can't actually try and pressure. Even though he's invisible, he can still get hit by every single one of those strikes, still get staggered down as well, so he actually has to try and retreat. As we head back over to have a look at AS, still going toe-to-toe with EWG's Zulan. Will be able to use the Matari ultimate to just keep trying to threaten this space, able to find the backstab actually onto the Takeda to be able to escape himself away from that Takeda ultimate activation slash, so he doesn't get thrown up in the air, which means that Zuan unfortunately not able to find the opening to be able to swap onto that purple weapon and continue to apply pressure through the blue shield that is available for this Matari. As Zuan with that Kitana was looking to maybe catch them into an uppercut combination, but that opportunity is unfortunately snuffed out by the Matari with that backstab, and as a result, Zuan now has to swap towards the musket, eating themselves a little bit more space, buying themselves back a little bit of shielding, but the Takeda ultimate is about to run out. In fact, there it is. They're going to cancel it early to be able to hold on to as much rage as possible, as Action, trying to hold on to that title of winning these Gate of Yang fights, has the Valda ultimate, is waiting because they're going up against the Yodo. The one Yodo that we have in the lobby is going up against the one hero that they did not want to go up against. The F3 to be able to escape out from the extension of the uppercut staff coming through from the Yodo, but throws out the blue, and as a result will lose the weapon. Swaps back to tap dodge into grabbing it, as Railgun is able to tap dodge the activation of the ultimate, just however not getting the damage from the Yodo ultimate, as Railgun is trying to eat through this Valda's health, but Action with that ultimate will be able to hold themselves safe all the while through it. F3 now comes on through to try and buy Railgun any opportunity, but Action with the dagger is just able to dash around the edge of it, and unfortunately the Yodo was not able to put themselves in the position of sitting center of the sword strike, and as a result gets battered back by the dagger and goes down.
Absolutely insane coming in, as Yon is going to be able to pop his ulti here. GG Shah. Like he might be able to actually push in here, keep that same aggression right onto Yon, as Deemo, like you said before, trying to hold on here, trying to play the smart. Oh! And Deemo comes through and snatches through. Just like that, Deemo takes the lead. 3 eliminations, 3.6, and unbelievable. What a beautiful strike to take out both players, and just like that, we're in circle 2, 10 players alive. Deemo snatches 2. says, hey, appreciate y'all work. Thank you guys for making yourselves both low. Now it's time for me to snatch these up, and I'll see you guys later. Unbelievable. I'm telling you, Deemo has taken a nice page out of GG Shaw's book. This man has been studying, this man has been learning, and clearly you can tell that it shows. His T225 immediately is going to come through. Beautiful takedown here, and he doesn't even give Zeron a chance and a moment here to try to adapt to any situation. Ends up catching her all the way towards the bottom and catches the elimination. A beautiful time. Just like that, T225 now doesn't have any shield, but S-Railgun, one of the players here that they have said is a little bit easier to catch these eliminations. The question is he going to confirm that, or is he going to deny it as T225 ends up getting caught as Deemo might be able to actually catch another elimination. It's just like... Steals an elimination. T225 does have the Vermilion's Birdmeister. He does have another life. But Deemo coming through at another beautiful time. Takes the kill, snatches it, says thank you again. Mwah! Beautiful, delicious dinner. I'll see you later. Unbelievable. I mean, we look back here at the replays here. Zeron, right before the fight that was happening here, gives AS an absolute run for their money here. Beautiful right click, trying to connect that onto it, and obviously, even with the disappearing act, not going to be enough, as it looks like Zeron was actually able to find him. It's close. Actually is able to get a little bit of a heal up here, and obviously goes back for the disappearing. Oh, wait. Do we see what we're thinking we were gonna see? Oh! Ends up catching the front flip headshot! Coming in, beautiful timing as X-Jin back into this fight here with Deemo. It looks like he's going to be able to grace right in towards it, though. X-Jin caught on the outside here. Deemo with that dagger coming through. Beautiful. And just like that, the switcheroo coming through. Oh, man, actually ends up going around, and Rexy actually ends up stealing the elimination away from Deemo with the pistol. I mean, hey, it was bound to happen. It was bound to happen. It's okay. Deemo eventually was going to get his kill stolen. It is what it is. Now we're going to go back on the downtime here, but Deemo coming through and shocking us all, shutting it down. What a finish.
Shutting down, unfortunately, the only Valda in the lobby. Action is gone. It's really smart planning as well on Deemo's end. Like, he gets the Valda low, knows that the Valda is going to take refuge likely in the purple bushes outside of the temple, not inside, because Valda can't ult inside buildings. So as a result, the Valda is going to want to hug the outside of the building so that if they get pressured either by Deemo continuing to apply that frontline pressure or a potential third party coming through, they're going to try and use the ultimate to be able to save themselves. It's the F3 that they drop, however, to try and save themselves, but unfortunately they just get tracked. Deemo is waiting them from one end, and Rexy, the one who does manage to come in with the kill, is waiting on the other end, as now we can have a look at Mike going head to head. They have a bounty on their head at the moment, so they have to be a little bit careful, as they are chasing after, it looks to be, yeah, another Matari. So both of those Matari is going to be trying to stay as mobile as possible, using these cliffs to be able to scale rush their way through, both holding on to those F abilities, as we've seen. While the checkpoint of Retrace Splash, the F3, can be so strong, it also does leave your position very much trackable, which is why we don't tend to see it in place. Something that we do tend to see cropping up, however, is ballista kills coming through. JJH playing that macro. Rain will be able to come in with the ballista shot to claim the life of one player. Action on that Valda, still going to be in the lobby for a little bit of time. Sits on the F3, has the legendary nunchucks, repeating crossbow as well for them in case they run into a Farrier. Now he sees JJH's Rain, who's abandoned that ballista, and now looks to come in for the fight, but Action gets caught in the aerial as they actually cancel out of that grapple and will take a lot of damage from the spear because of it. Is able to even the field, however, with an uppercut catch onto Rain off of those nunchucks, and as a result, both of these players going to be distancing themselves before coming back into this fight anew. This Action with the nunchucks just keeps themselves off of the table, doesn't want to get grapple cancelled, using the fence to break out from line of sight. So we can have a look at TK's XXY going head-to-head with TE's S Railgun. The Yodo going for a fight in Gate of Yang once again. Hits in with the aerial combo into the blue focus from the Katana when they land to be able to threaten that space. The long-stop toothpick attempt is there, but it's going to be blocked by the Yodo F3 As Railgun isn't able to find the hot swap moment onto the bow, Taka ultimate immediately going to be used. Railgun, knowing that they can't actually get infinited in the ultimate state, now decides to use the Yodo ultimate, but the tap dodges come through from the Taka, and Railgun has to be so careful about how they actually drop out from the ultimate, because they are going to be aerial. However, they are able to find enough damage to force the Taka away, so the infinite not going to be threatened, and now they can come in. Times it perfectly, goes in for the grapple to connect, doesn't actually get infinited, goes for the uppercut jump double onto the Taka's head to be able to go for the hot swap onto the bow and keep the damage up, but the infinite is not going to be that. The uppercut landed onto the Yodo as the Taka ultimate burned out. S Railgun doing a very good job of playing the time, first with the F3, then with the ultimate, to be able to win the long-term fight against the Taka. Because 9 times out of 10, when you take a gate fight against the Taka runs that show.
So I'm gonna be honest, my mindset is still on the double kill from Deemo. And the only thing I can think about...
living in my head rent-free.
The only thing I can think about is what we talked about earlier. You thought it was a random guy, but it was me, Deemo!
I'm gonna start calling him Mr. Steal Your Kills, because he has been doing such a good job of coming in for those third parties.
A strong start for Deemo here, as obviously me and Mox just we're cheering on our man Deemo, as XXY is gonna go through with this rotation. The Mystic Mike still holding strong here for TE, obviously fresh out of a win from the realm of Yang, as S-Rail is going to be able to go through with this rotation here. Has one elimination to their belt. It's going to have to be able to do a little bit more, but with the gold nunchucks, I believe he's going to be able to make some work happen here, as we have 6 players alive in this massive circle. 50 seconds left on the clock, but we're about to close in on circle 3 here pretty soon. But man, what a strike of events right now, as I'm watching chat go crazy with Deemo emotes. Obviously, they have been ready to see their streamer really come through and shut down NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And obviously, within their first day, he has been welcomed with open arms here, as he's catching eliminations left and right and snatching them from players here the way GG Shaw does. As immediately XXY looks like he's gonna be able to find his next culprit, and that will be Ventus's Rexy. Looks like he will be able to connect onto it as well here. Long swords on each side here. It looks like he actually has the dagger, actually, as XXY ends up getting pelted immediately from the back strike. Coming in from the... coming in from that immediately. He's able to get the shield swap, though, from the chest. That's what you were talking about earlier. Being able to get those swaps in are very good and detrimental, though, as XXY is going to be able to catch a beautiful parry. But Rexy with a really amazing reset as well, as immediately now they don't have any shield towards their name here. Looks like he's going to be able to find a scale worse, but XXY ends up backing off and finding his third shield coming in, and immediately finds a secondary player here, as we do see the ulti come through here. Immediately XXY trying to see if he can go forward with the rotation. Rexy not making it easy for him to get there. Immediately gets a jumping. Wow, absolutely insane finish coming through, as Rexy is going to be able to come through, and AOW's Mike ends up snatching the elimination, and just like that, as Railgun catches 2. He snatches both eliminations away from AOW Mike, and just like that, S-Rail is gone.
Railgun, remember, had Mystic Might. He'd won the fight against XXY, and he was tracking that player's location. He knew the soul altar that he would go to. He knew that he was engaged against Ventus's Rexy. He knew with the Yang depletion timer, he couldn't afford to run from the fight. So as long as Railgun actually just holds himself steady, we're going to see Deemo knocked out. Maybe we're going to see Deemo be able to hold in, as he is extremely low, chases after JJH's Rain. Tries to find that lockdown with the grapple, isn't able to find the moment, but finds the mid-air parry, the jump parry from Deemo, as we get to see once again. It's just such a good strike, such a good dagger strike to come through from the Farrier. And he is still going to be in this lobby, but so too is Railgun. And Railgun, with the kills that he's been able to pick up, surely is going to be looking to tie things up. Railgun sitting on 3 at the moment. Deemo on 4. These two players are about to run into each other. Mike, having been denied the kill, is now going to go after this Yodo. He knows it was stolen from him by a Yodo. He knows that it was stolen from him by this player, as Railgun will find the armor swap, purple into purple. as Mike, trying to find the opening, is able to hit in with the first initial burst of that left click from the staff, but the Yodo F3 saves the Yodo from any follow-up afterwards, and Mike, with that staff against the nunchucks, doesn't really want to take this fight because the second railgun is able to find one hit, he's immediately going to be able to confirm into a second, and as a result, Mike is actually having to lengthen that distance, goes for the pulse on hot swap to be able to land even more damage, as Railgun actually has to Yodo panic ultimate. He's able to catch one strike onto Mike, doesn't find the second or the third, as Mike with the blinks will be able to escape, and he comes straight back in, but Railgun with the Yodo ult has bought himself the time to be able to cycle back into the F3, comes in with the full meter dump threaten onto Mike, but Mike with the backstab tries to catch on to Railgun, and as a result he has to cancel it out early. Retrace is still going to be up for this Matari, but it's going to be running out now. However, Railgun knew that he had to keep Mike threatened. All he's done is set in motion the kill for Action, though, as Action is the one that comes in for the third party, and we're down to 2 players. Derby, the fight does not end as Deemo and Action. Deemo a little bit too slow in the third party this round, not able to find that kill. Already tears through all of the armor on Action's side. Hop swaps in to that dagger to just keep Action pressured. There's the F3 from the Valda to try and survive and keep Deemo from getting into that mech, and he has actually pulled Deemo away from the pillar. Hot swaps onto the musket, gets the cancel onto Deemo so the grapple doesn't actually connect onto the Valda, as he's now just going to try and push himself up onto the cliffs, bait Deemo into being a little bit too close for the nunchucks to be able to, with speed, beat out the attack that you're able to find against that staff, as Action is looking to keep catching onto Deemo, hits him with the F, doesn't manage to find the stun, however, as Deemo now takes a little bit of time, goes for the bait. He makes it look like he's going for the resealed, and as a result, he's able to catch on to Action. Tap dodges the Valder ultimate activation as well. Tap dodges the spear, and Action is forced to cancel it early. Comes in with the grapple onto the Farrier. Deemo has lost the mech, though. He doesn't have the pillar just yet. He's forcing Action back towards that zone, however, not allowing this Valder any time to reset. Deemo knows the ultimate is gone. The F3 is gone. As long as he keeps applying the pressure onto this Valda and he doesn't let them heal, he's going to win sustainability. And as a result, Action has to grapple over Deemo's head to the bow, comes in with the nunchucks, was able to find one hit. Deemo goes extremely low. Action goes aerial, drops the F3 so that Deemo's not able to catch him in an uppercut, but Deemo's bought enough space to be able to get into the mech, and Action, as a result, just has to disengage from this. He doesn't have the ultimate. He's not going to be able to use those spears to connect onto Deemo and stagger the mech out. All he's doing is using the fact that Deemo got into the mech to disengage himself from the fight and reset, and in a matter of moments, when both of these players are topped up, they're going to come at it right again, and this time it's going to be on Action's terms, because he's got the abilities, he's got the F3, he's got the Scarish off of the tree. He doesn't find the connection onto Deemo, however, and he goes into the dagger, and as a result, we see Deemo being forced back even further. He grapples away from the connection off the F3, but Action's got him in the uppercut. He catches him in 1, he catches him in 2, he's chasing after Deemo, he catches him in 3, and he goes for the hot swap into the musket, and he finds the foul.
Ladies and gentlemen, XX Jin just gave Deemo a welcome, a very warm welcome to NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Almost giving him his first dub, goes for the reset and says, that was your big mistake, buddy, as he's going to be able to run it back again and gets a double dub back-to-back already in our game number 2. Very close call for Deemo here as he ends up catching those 4 eliminations. Beautiful fight between both of these players here, absolutely dancing it out piece by piece, but man, what an incredible strong start for Deemo here. I know his heart has to be racing here on this main stage, but for a second game, getting that second place and getting 4 eliminations, oh, Deemo already feels welcome and fresh at home. You need some cookies? You want some milk? You want a drink? I can make you a drink, Deemo. What you need?
I need a heart rate monitor after that.
Yeah, hot chocolate. I need some water because I'm sweating. I'm not even playing.
Oh my goodness, Action, just such a masterclass on how to use hit confirms off of those nunchucks. Like, whenever I talk to Rune, he always says, learn how to play the nunchucks if you want to go far in NARAKA, especially in solos, just because of the hit confirmations. Nunchucks and dagger are 2 of the strongest weapons in solo meta. For that reason, that's so weird. This is nice. I feel tall. For the first time ever, I get to feel like the tallest person in the casting.
Hey. Chill out. Hold on. Let me... Chill
You have to
out.
rise like a Valda middle. Throw a couple of water spins at the camera.
Yes, because I still want vaulted alt on me. So,
Oh, the callback. Oh, the callback. I have some water here. Like if you wanna get that nice cooling effect on your face again.
That'll be closer to summer. That'll be closer to summer. I have some dares we're gonna have a very good time with here, and we're gonna do some bets sometime in the future here that's gonna have some challenges
And
for
we're gonna need a
myself
water
here.
pistol on the desk. When I cast the
Yes.
juice.
Specifically, I've got different things. We've got some whipped cream, we've got peppers, we've got all types of stuff throughout the season here. So make sure to stay tuned here because I definitely will most likely be suffering live sometime during this season and or next season. So it'll be a good time. Anyway, back at it again. Deemo though, second place, 4 eliminations, no matter the kills, no matter the points in total. Action still coming through here with a massive dub here, not giving Deemo the free kill here, but Deemo was not making it easy for Action either.
I mean, I'm just gonna keep saying it. I love the fact that Valda is becoming meta and viable.
Oh my god!
Viable in
I just
For
realized
so
Valda did
long.
win. The Valda won. You're right. I just
For
realized. the
so
Valda won.
long, we have talked about the fall-offs of Valda, the negatives of the Valda, and this is the adaptation. This is what I wanted to see from players. Not using Valda bubbles for hit confirms on players, but using it to threaten the space. Because you have a look at what Action was doing, he was using those bubbles. Whenever he would go for a grapple over Deemo's head, he would drop the F3 so that Deemo wasn't actually able to uppercut, because if he uppercutted, he would go into the Valda bubble, and what should have been an opportunity for him would very quickly turn to Action's favor. And even using the fact that you had the ultimate, you're able to just sit, not through getting kills or trying to stagger players out because of how easy it is. We saw Deemo even tap dodge the Valda ultimate activation, but that Action was literally using the Valda ultimate to face tank through Yoto ultimate damage. This is the adaptation that I wanted to see. Valda is brilliant at buying yourself space. Don't rely on the one hit confirm that the bubble affords, because a lot of the time if you go for that frontline fight, even if they've got the soaked effect, unless you're able to ping pong them perfectly from one bubble to the next if you're running that F3, it is not worth putting yourself in that forward aggressive position if you're running into something like Zip, who's going to take the hit and immediately bubble, or a Yodo who's going to take the hit and immediately F3, or the Fairy who's going to take the hit and immediately V1. Use it to buy yourself space to make sure that you have control of the fight when it resets once the bubbles are gone. And that's exactly what he did.
Well, let's talk about this trick shot here from Zeron as she catches the elimination, and that 2-piece from Deemo, shutting down 2 top players here and ends up snatching also an elimination away from T225 here. Not making it easy, as it looks like we're seeing JJ Rain actually ends up getting a little bit of some payback as well here. Gets the bow shot from S-Rain, does it again, and then snatches it away from Mike twice. Mike could have had at least like 3 or 4 eliminations here, and obviously from this reset here, beautiful find, being able to catch this momentum here. Beautiful defense, but Action able to do the nice juggle. And just like that, once you get caught into that stun and that stumble, it's almost impossible to get out of it. And Action clearly abuses that in this final moment. But look at the Valda. We haven't seen Valda be an MVP in so long, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited as we see 17,000 damage, 7,200 from healing, 5 eliminations, and his 5th MVP of tonight. His fifth MVP ever, second MVP tonight with a 7,100 damage coming in from the nunchucks, and obviously that staff being very helpful here with that 5,500 damage. The meteor, cavalry bloom, velocity untold, katana saps, poison splash, and of course that long sword sap, what he was using the majority of the game here, as Action is able to claim his 2nd MVP of tonight. This man is hot. You know, I was gonna bring up the whole thing of the first win curse, but obviously he does not care about that. He ends up claiming that, but I still have to give my credit where credit is due here for Deemo. 9.4 in his 2nd game. Obviously a top 3 finish in game number 1. Are we starting to see the dawn of another player that really is going to be a big struggle here for a lot of these players in this game? Because obviously snatching those eliminations comes at a cost, but even with Deemo, I mean, he was able to still go toe-to-toe with Action all the way to the very end. It only takes a couple of slips, and just like that, Deemo ends up winning that fight, and it goes to an entirely different feat. But the fact that he's on top of GG Shaw, AOW's Mike, Zhang Yu, etc., etc., Deemo seems to be a very healthy player we should be paying attention to.
I mean, I think other players are definitely going to have to start paying attention to him in game, especially given that, like we said, he really is just coming in for those third parties. And that is going to be something that we're going to talk about after the break. Because, Davy, we need some water. I'm sure chat needs some water. We're going to take a little bit of time to recover. We'll be right back. Don't you guys go anywhere, because I promise this action is only just heating up.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
Breathe it in, Davy. Breathe it in. We're back in NBPL, and we did it. We have a Valder MVP. We have a Valder MVP. It's been so long. It's been so long coming, and I am so happy. Like we said, every single week, every single time we see some players try the Valder out, doesn't really work that amazingly for all of the same reasons. She's so heavily lead dependent. It's really hard to be able to win duels 1 versus 1 against her because Temmie was just stronger when it comes to
yada
CC.
yada yada, all that, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and look,
Action just making it look so good. That last fight where he goes up against Deemo and they literally just play for it was something like 2.5 minutes straight of feeling each other out, baiting out those resources, knowing and understanding as well when you're at a disadvantage in the fight and when you have to start just distancing yourself, playing further away, waiting for the other person to be out of cooldowns because once they throw it in, you're going to be at an advantage. It's a seesaw. It's just a continuous seesaw between the two in terms of balance of power, and Deemo plays it perfectly. Like, he has to go into the mech when he does. He has to. That's the only way he's going to be able to force that reset moment where he's going to be able to reshield and get that Vitalia back to allow his health bar to be able to push forward. The problem is that, unfortunately, by looking for a window for himself to reset, he also allowed Action to find that window to reset because the Valda just saw the mech, immediately went, okay, cool, my job is done. I'll give it 10 seconds. I'll be over here. You stay over there, and we'll come back again once your mech is gone.
And just like that, sometimes those resets can, to be honest with you, make or break a fight. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's guaranteed that, hey, you have those eliminations, but you also have those heals. And just because you have that reset doesn't necessarily mean you have that shot. You still have to put in that same amount of work that you just did a second ago, and if not, go even harder. And sadly for Deemo, he ends up getting caught, I'm not gonna say by the infinite, but a stun. It was close to an infinite, honestly, but that stun really just kept catching him here. And obviously, once you get caught in those stuns, those resets are very, very hard. But to really see a Valda come through with the dub was just such a satisfying thing to see. Because now all of you Valda haters will have to sit down and
We've said that it can happen, but something else that you guys can do in chat is answer these questions. And I mean, even if you don't know the answer, just guess, because these cosmetics, you want to have them. You want that opportunity. The question is, how many kills did Deemo get in game number 2? Was it A2? Was it B3? Was it C4? Or was it D5? And Davy, I'm not going to come back to you because I know you. You're going to give him the answer. You're too nice to chat half of the time when it comes to this.
Nah, y'all gonna have to figure it out yourselves. I ain't gonna do nothing. I ain't gonna do absolutely nothing. I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm going to be quiet, which is something I don't do too often, which is why I'm here on the caster's table. You're gonna see that. Make sure, obviously.
The loudest quiet I've ever heard from.
Listen. I have octaves of quiet. You know what's so funny too? I've been that type of person where my energy, and when people hang out with me, when people see me, it's kind of one of those things where, oh, it's so crazy. Like he's a fun person, right? The moment I'm quiet, I'm chill, and I'm relaxed and laid back, everybody's like, hey, are you okay? I'm like, I'm fine. I'm totally fine. No, but like, you're not like you. I'm like, what's that supposed to mean? I can't relax. No, it's not that. It's just you're not.
Speaking about relax, well, look at Deemo. Like he knows he has the fans. He's playing to the camera. He's like, yep, he's signed kisses. This man, he is living the protagonist anime arc at the moment.
He's probably blasting Meek Mill in his ear, listening to some hardcore hip hop. What song do you think Deemo is listening to?
He's got Swords Out. Whenever a player pops off in NARAKA, it's always to Swords Out.
That's the real question, y'all. What song do you think that Deemo is listening to while he's getting ready to lock in for our game number 3?
You can just hear in the distance. No hesitation, no hesitation.
Match.
Do you guys have anything non-dairy?
Oh, a lot of madness coming in here, as it looks like we're going to be able to lock this in here very, very soon. And obviously, GG Shaw struggling here, still being that, absolute thorn for what we were talking about earlier. But like I said before, this is the thing that we've been noticing so far. Been doing a fantastic job, but sadly, he's not able to do enough to really lock in these eliminations the way that he wants to here. And meanwhile, all of them are being stolen by Deemo. Deemo is literally, hold on, Deemo is literally the, what do you call it? The swiper, no swiping.
Yu-Gi-Oh references in my NARAKA. Oh, I love it. But like something else that we have to address is that there has been a significant change of pacing in comparison to 2023 seasons than there was in both worlds in season 1 and 2 of 2022, because we've down from 16 teams to 14. There's 2 less players in the lobby, and as a result, when we look into like these players heading into Final Zone, it has been a very long time. I can count on my hands, I think on one hand, how many times I've seen in solos Final Zone not go to where it is like 9 players left and everyone is fighting out over positioning, but when that zone actually collapses in. But oh my goodness, Davy, has it come? Has the coming of the Valda happened in NARAKA? Has our wishes been answered? Have these players all seen that Valda is very much viable, and they've decided, because of the hero point rule, they would rather run Valda than Yoto, because that's what it's looking like to me.
It's looking like it so far here. It looks like we're going to be able to lock this in very, very soon. But I've been really excited here to finally see a little bit of some more action here. But obviously, I'm also excited to see a little bit more Tarka. I haven't really seen a whole lot of Tarkas as well within these games. So to finally be able to see a little bit of some Tarkas too, I'm also very excited to see that towards this end. This is going to be a good time.
Yeah, I mean, especially if one of these Tarkas decides to run just infinite fireball. It happened a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember who. I remember Rune just like texting me super excited, being like, someone was running infinite Blackout Tarka. It happened. It finally happened in NBPL. He was over the moon when that happened, and we can have a look at where some of these players are going to be dropping over this map. And Eventide is looking like an absolute hotbed of activity the second that this fight begins, and that means that it is going to be fast-paced, it's going to be action-heavy, and a lot of these players dropping towards Eventide so that they can maybe potentially pick up some of that good loot and head towards Secret Tunnel. Some of these players immediately wanting to drop towards Secret Tunnel, so they are going to be looking for those Fireflies to get those ultimates online as quickly as possible. A couple of Takedas, a couple of Tarkas, a lot of Valdas. In fact, I think this lobby is entirely Valda top-heavy. She might be the most played hero in this lobby at the moment. As is tradition, we're going to be following Action, who is running that Tarka, as he is the winner of the last match. He's already found himself a longsword and blue armor. Not the best loot, as Mike, also running that Tarka, is going to potentially find himself running into OC Zhang Yu, who's already picked themselves up purple armor and a purple weapon. That's going to be a purple staff coming through from them on that Takeda. Ultimate already going to be online as well. You can see those Fireflies in the bushes at the moment. He's just pocketing them so that Mike doesn't get the opportunity to be able to access them and build that ultimate online a little bit faster. As there it is. Staff hit confirm into uppercut to lock Mike down in the corner. Elbow comes out from the Tarka, so he's not able to find the follow-up damage, but he can still keep himself in this fight. Mike, against all of these walls, is going to be locked into position on that Takeda, but he turns around, hits him with the dagger, right-click, catching on to Zhang Yu, but tries to throw out the blue, and Zhang Yu comes in with the follow-up on the staff into Takeda slam, and Mike goes down within seconds. Not getting access to those Fireflies because Zhang Yu found them first meant he didn't have the ultimate bolt up to run away and disengage when Zhang Yu pulled the Takeda ultimate out, and as a result, Mike is not able to last in the fight.
Absolutely amazing gameplay footage coming in as AS actually ends up getting caught as Yoon comes through explosively through that tunnel. AS immediately going to be able to go through with that F, getting that heal immediately onto his rip here as Deemo actually ends up getting caught and destroyed from Rexy, as Deemo is going to have the fair space to be able to back off this fight. Has that great shield. Gonna try to see if he can open some more here. Sees he ends up finding a blue bow, and it looks like we're going back forward as Action on the chase here with GG Shaw. GG Shaw actually ends up popping this off and turning it around here, as it looks like it's still going to be dangerous for him, as well as Action able to hit some massive hits though with his staff, and just like that, Action claims his first elimination of game number 3. Already tying it up for Zhang Yu here. This is absolutely phenomenal here coming through to this though. The absolute shutdown is going to be absolutely incredible here. You love to see it. As it looks like T225 also in a very similar situation. Oh, what was that?
That's the Valder extreme kill animation when you're running the extreme skin.
See, nobody. See, this is why we need to see more Valda, because I never knew that even existed. Okay? I didn't even know that existed. That was so amazing. Did you see that? I thought it was Jaws for a second. I saw dun. And then all of a sudden it just stopped. And I was like, whoa, what was that? That was a shark. Oh my God, it's a shark. Bruce. This is why we should love the ocean and appreciate it more. As XXY trying to see if he can claim some eliminations onto T225 here. T225 immediately is going to be able to pop his blue shield. Gets the hits though with the staff. Beautiful hits though. Pole sword coming through. Absolutely incredible here. And it looks like he's going to be able to try to see if he can scale rush this out here towards this reset here. But it looks like, no, it's not going to be enough. As Zhang Yu actually ends up getting the grab, the takedown, and the finish as T225 sadly misses out on his opportunity to get the heals, to get the elimination. But just like that, he's going to be able to go for the shield. Zhang Yu doesn't have any shields here, so Zhang Yu really can just take his losses, get that elimination, and back off as quick as possible, because T225 is closely engaging here on Zhang Yu here. Not going to make it easy here. Trying to see if he can go for the reset here, and ends up catching him on the inside. Zhang Yu trying to hold on here, but it's not looking good as he ends up getting caught between him and a massive Tressler, and the fire is going to be able to complete the ticks, get the elimination, get the finish, and Zhang Yu is actually out of this game early with 2 eliminations. And T225 is going to claim his first.
Welcome to Tarka's staff / spear meta. If they're running the ultimate and they have it equipped, they are going to hot swap onto either the staff or the spear, and they're going to go up into the air, and then they're immediately going to hit you with the vertical. Because it's a lot easier to be able to set into motion than that katana, since you can do it literally wherever they are. The infinite relies on them being aerial or you uppercutting into it to be able to activate and go into that infinite state. If you literally just come in with the jump, especially because you can control and change your height as well as the speed when you're sitting in that Tarka ultimate, it becomes a lot harder for these players to be able to predict where they need to tap dodge away from. And once they get hit by one vertical slam, they're gonna get hit by the rest of them, especially when you get chased inside that building and there's even less room to be able to dodge out of it. As we head towards another inside building, it's going to be Temple as AS and JJH's Rain go toe-to-toe. Uppercut threaten coming out from Rain, pushing AS back, but AS holds on with a parry. Tap dodge into the bubble from the zip comes on through, as we do see a Valda third party attempted F3 to try and connect onto both of these. It looks actually like AS was the one that took that soak, and as a result they're going to try and just push away until that debuff has fallen off. Thankfully, Eventide Temple has all of these different corners and shelves that you can put yourself onto to be able to lose these players, very similar to Celestra, where a lot of players do just take chases inside to be able to drop themselves out of line of sight when another player pursues them. As Action comes in, has that staff already, has the ultimate, hasn't used it just yet, as they want to wait for all of the resources to be exhausted from the zip, is hounding Deemo down, trying to bait them into taking a fight either in courtyard, or it's going to be easier to catch them in the aerial, or in the room where it's going to be easier to lock them down and make sure that they don't get stuck in the uppercut animation. As there it is, uppercut onto Deemo, hit confirm, light 1 into light 2, but the bubble comes back online for the zip in just the right amount of time, as Action isn't able to find the kill confirmation. Bubble broken from the zip. Deemo tries to get himself through the windowsill to be able to scale rush away, but Action actually catches him as he tries to actually push himself through that still animation, and the zip goes down. Action going to be very happy because not only did he find the kill, he also did it while holding onto the ultimate. So as a result, he doesn't get to slow down. He gets to continuously chase his way onto potentially one of these gates of Yang, so that he doesn't even really need to go into the gate of Yang fight. He can just look to see whether or not a player tries to take an entrance in front of him and catch onto a player, knowing that they're going to be isolated away from a lot of people. But it does seem like he's putting himself in that forward position to make sure that he's the one that takes control of this. 3 other players, however, going to be protesting that action. Mike, Rexy, and it looks to be Panda Man all try to race through. Mike makes it through, Panda Man makes it through. Action and Rexy left behind, going to have to actually fight it out. Valda F3 catches onto Action, isn't able, however, to hit confirm into the right click, since Action had already been able to take the hit. As now the dagger looks to find the opportunity. Action just tap dodging out from the follow-up damage. Uppercut from Rexy doesn't connect onto the Tarka, and he's actually able to use that moment to catch Rexy into the 1-2 hit confirm, pushing back onto that left click charge up from the staff, trying to push Rexy to the absolute brink, as we see the blue hyper armor come through from Rexy so he can tank the light hit from Action. Catches him on the 3rd F3 to be able to push onto that Tarka once again, the soak making it that Rexy can survive a lot of these uppercut launches. As there goes the Valder ultimate. Action doesn't get hit by the wave, gets hit by the spear, however, though it is going to be the V1 that Rexy is running, so he can only hit 1 spear and then he's gone. As a result, he hasn't actually been able to find himself the reset window, and all Action has to do is just keep pressuring this Valda. He's gonna go for the ultimate, gets caught, however, by the F3. He's looking to find one last hit onto Rexy, but Rexy, by dropping the F3, has bought himself the disengagement, and he just pushes himself onto the cliff, losing sight, so that Action isn't going to be able to grapple cancel, using the rocks to block Action's line of sight onto this Valda until the F3 is going to be up and running. He still hasn't been able to heal, however. Scale rushes away from the Tarka ultimate about to burn out. Action trying to catch him above on the uppercut. Rexy drops the F3 to be able to catch on to Action and buy himself even more time, but the CC burns out, and Mike now comes in for that 3rd party.
What an insane time to be here watching here as AOW's Mike here trying to see if he can flush this out. He needs to be able to catch an elimination. He sadly here, even during this game here, has no eliminations under his belt here. Action sadly in a dangerously low position here. Low shield, half HP. Not looking good for him, as Rexy might be able to try to see if he can claim this elimination here. AOW with full HP, full scale rush on each side here. As Action and the other player is going to go on the outside of the circle here, as T225 is going to claim the elimination onto S-Rail. into the space here, trying to hold on for as long as he particularly can here. Beautiful hits on each side here with these strikes, trying to see what they can do next year as AOW's Mike finally is going to be able to claim his first elimination of this game. Trying to see if he can rotate this around and seeing maybe if possible, but looks like T225 is going to decide to go once more, do other things as Panda Man. Looks like he's also going to try to rotate this out as well. Been a very amazing game here for a lot of these players here. Deemo with 1 elimination so far, tying it up with Mike, XXY, and AS. Looks like Panda Man's tied up with XGen and T225. It looks like we're finally going to get a chance to see the era of Panda Man really start to pop off here. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see him a little bit more here as GG Shaw comes in on the inside here. Yoon, T225, Shaw, Panda Man, and AS inside this place as Panda Man's going to get a beautiful parry onto GG Shaw here, forcing Shaw to be able to pop his ulti and decides to dip out. Meanwhile, Deemo comes through at a beautiful time, hitting massive hits with the dagger, with the dual blades here, as Panda Man's going to decide to back off. GG Shaw ends up parrying another player here, unbeknownst, curious as to where, as Deemo hits a long hit of his longsword onto one of the players as well, trying to see if he can hold on as well as oh my goodness, Deemo trying to put in so much work into this, and GG Shaw's going to be able to claim the elimination onto T225. Deemo catches the second elimination, catching GG Shaw slipping as Deemo immediately is going to try to back off this, uses their shield and their heals to try to gain a little bit more ground, giving themselves more of an opportunity as they go for the chase around the building here, as AS is going to be able to catch Panda. Panda is going to try to push onwards towards them, pushes them off the side, ends up going right back towards the top. And it looks like they're just going to be running all the way around, as AS might have found a free space here to get their heals off. And it looks like they do, as they're able to pop their shields and get the full shield off. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike's trying to see if they can find elimination under their belt.
Moment of silence, by the way, for GG Shah. Unfortunately, he had Yang depletion, so he wasn't able to put himself in a distance fight. He wasn't able to just snipe a kill away. He had to be in the frontline melee so that he was within distance when a player went down of sniping out the soul bloom off of the body before another player could grab it. And unfortunately, that puts him in such a precarious position that he does go down. As Mike now goes against Avada, does get hit by that F3, as we see V1 come through from XXY, holds on to the spear for as long as possible, and actually turns around and lands it onto Mike. He's trying to catch the tail, but T225 with the musket hot swap will be able to catch the Valda before he's able to escape. And as a result, now it's going to be Mike and T225. The elbow comes on through from T225, and Mike unfortunately has to pull the punch of the blue focus and wait for that one to be up. He's still got his F and his ultimate, as we are going to see it immediately activated, catching onto T225, but T225 comes in with the ultimate too. Both of these Tarkas now going into the ultimate to avoid getting infinited, as we see T225 holding on, gets hit by that vertical lockdown from Mike, and as a result goes straight into the elbow to stop the follow-up damage. And this is what we were talking about, the double-edged sword of the reset time for both of these players. T225 has been able to heal up, but he's also lost his ultimate. Mike, however, has been able to heal up, but he's lost his ultimate as well. So rinse and repeat, deja vu. We have very much been here in this place before, but Mike is going to be starting to open up this fight a little bit differently. Swaps onto that bow to eat through the health bar before he comes into the fight. He knows at a weapon disadvantage, he's there. It's purple versus legendary. So if he loses out on the hit confirms, he is going to lose this fight in its entirety. And as a result, he has to start off by pushing through the shielding that T225 has before looking to scrap into that 1 versus 1. Runs out of stamina, however, and will not be able to keep this chase up until a little bit longer. Gets the grapple to land onto T225, who uses that blue hyper armor to be able to disengage any follow through, as we have one player currently sitting in a gate of Yang, just running around seeing whether or not he's going to get challenged. Looks to be a Tarka, couldn't read whose name it was, as everyone else just does not want to put themselves in that really precarious position. Every single time we've seen a player go into a Gate of Yang fight on this second Gate of Yang and lose the fight, they've lost the lobby placement because of it, and they haven't been able to get the Yang depletion off of their back. So no surprises that most of these players, of the 8 left, only 1 is going to actually put themselves into that position, as we can have a look at why Shah unfortunately lost that fight. He was trying to just speed out with that Tarka ultimate, as Panda Man uses an ultimate of his own to escape the infinite that he had been locked down into. Gorgeous move from Panda Man, and since Mike's ultimate has already been burnt out, Panda Man should have the upper hand. The elbow comes through from Mike, but Panda Man times the click from the katana perfectly to catch on to Mike, pushing him into the uppercut, and then immediately transitioning into the infinite. Pandaman, one of the best targets in the world, has been so known to pull off the infinites in NBPL. He was one of the first players to ever be able to make it happen on our screens, and he's pulled it off again today.
Immediately, the finish coming through all the way around here. Pandaman, 2 eliminations deep into this game. Still has time for his bounty here as T225 going to be able to rotate around as well. And it looks like AS is going to be able to send this out and retreat. Trying not to get caught up here, but look at the stacked list of weapons that he has here. Got 3 purple and 1 gold. He's got all the heals and the shields in the world, and his grapples are absolutely stacked here to the max. Only for 1 slot for his repairs. Goes to show you that the repairs aren't...
though, Darby, is that he has legendary staff and he's Taka. So like we were saying, if you're in that Taka ultimate, like it takes a lot of time to be able to set the infinite up. It also has a lot of conditions, right? You have to have them aerial and they can't be hit by anything else. Staff with the jump, vertical, click, confirm doesn't have to worry about any of those conditions. In fact, the more players around, the better, because the more players you connect onto.
Absolutely an insane finish coming through as Yoon on the other side, and obviously XXN still able to do the exact same thing. XXN still going to be able to put this one all together here as well and still be able to do more. Let's see if they can put this one together. XGen right near Pandaman here could be able to go for the strike here, but it doesn't look like they're really going to be able to fight this out. Looks like it could be some downtime here towards the final end of the circle here, but in reality, it really can be anyone's take
no
on
one
what we
wants to
can
make the
see
first
next year.
move.
Yes.
No one wants to take the first move. There are so many Takas left in this lobby. We already
somebody
saw
has to.
Right? When Pandaman went against Mike in the Gate of Yang, Pandaman wins because he sustains through Mike's ultimate without using one of his own. And that is applied even more so when we have 7 players left in this lobby and you're not in a Gate of Yang fight and third partying is rife as a strategy. None of these targets want to use their ability. None of them want to use that ultimate, because the second that players see it, they're going to disengage, they're going to wait for it to burn out, and then they're going to come in and punish because they're going to have their ultimate left. And we've already seen what happens, the position that you have to give up when you're a Taka or another player playing into a Taka who has the ultimate up. You can't grapple into them because you're going to get put into the infinite. You can't really go near them or expand your energy because you're going to get locked into that right-click confirm off of either the spear or the staff. So as a result, it's just going to be fighting for positioning. JL's AS is more than happy to keep themselves pushing onto GD's Yonka because they're not a Taka. These are 2 players who have a very good understanding of the heroes that they're playing into. If they run into a Taka, they don't take this fight. They don't stay as aggressively as we can see here right now. AS sees that it's a Taka on the roof and decides that they don't want any of it. They just use the bubble, put a little bit of pressure onto Pandaman, try and bait out some resources, maybe bait out that elbow, and then immediately back on off. Before coming in with the grapple, just doing a little bit of damage, a little bit of threat with that cannon, and immediately falling out. They can't take the 1v1 against the Taka just yet.
Absolutely insane as XGen leading this pack with 3 eliminations here towards this game, but T225 going to be the leader for this game as Pandaman is going to be able to get pushed in by AS here, but Pandaman's not going to make it easy as immediately he's going to be able to try to come through. Ends up falling down towards this very bottom though, as it looks like AS is going to try to see if he can go for the shields here, but Pandaman's not going to let him have it as he starts to catch him onto this wall. Immediately catches the F3. AS trying to see if they can keep the shield alive here, trying to see if they can figure this out as Rain able to do the exact same. Just going to be able to catch him on this middle section here. Immediately he's able to go through with the shield. Grapple's going to be able to activate that bubble here. Immediately trying to make it not that easy as Pandaman ends up finding AS again in this rotation here. Beautiful hits on each side here as he's going to try to commit to it, waiting for the parry to try to see if he can connect. Goes for the ulti, and AS sadly does get eliminated though by Pandaman. Pandaman, beautiful shutdown. 3 eliminations deep. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Panda is in this game and he is here to stay. Pandaman's been popping off here as the ulti immediately is going to be trying to come out here, and immediately Deemo, look at the switch, caught on both sides here, but is still able to get the gold shield, and now T225 is going to try to see if he can catch him on this Infinity. Immediately he's going to be able to try to back off this, gets hit by the shots, immediately going to be able to come through, and T225 ends up bullying him inside of the rock, and Deemo, sadly, is out of game number 3.
He managed to find the hot swap onto the legendary armor, but T225 with the staff tech, just too good. Gets him in the strings, gets him in the hit confirms, and it really, unfortunately, is it for Deemo. He's very good at the third partying. That is, unfortunately, a lesson that you have to learn. However, especially in this meta, going for those Morris Blessings invites conflict, invites that potential third party. And we saw him try and survive through it with that Zip ultimate. It's still not enough. It only saves you when your health bar should go below 0 once. You can't do it multiple times in one ultimate, otherwise that truly would be broken. As J-Team's Action, having found that legendary armor, will pick it up from Deemo, and T225 now is going to make himself pretty scarce. Action can hold himself, still aggressively pushing onto all of these players around him, because he was able to keep himself in that fight without investing in ultimate or the elbow. As a result, we're still going to see T225, however, hanging around. Both of these players are on the Taka, so they understand that a player moving in now is a player that's entirely new to the scenery at the moment. It's a different Zip, and both of these Takas are pretty much going to have an understanding of just pushing onto the Zip, applying that pressure, baiting the bubble as quickly as possible. You can see all of these range damages just coming onto Rain. There's the bubble, and now they can relentlessly hunt this Zip down. There's the ultimate, and that's going to make it even worse. Rain now has to try and lead these two Takas into other players, but they're not actually going to go straight for the lead, and in fact, they're going to get collapsed upon. Rain trying to just push down and then grapple up past Pandaman, still gets spotted out by the Taka, and the Zip is not out of the woods just yet. Bait comes on through. Phoenix Blast catches onto Pandaman, so that longsword is doing a lot of damage, and as a result, he is forced to give up that chase for a moment, but J-Team's Action has not. And Rain has been spotted. Oh no! The Phoenix Blast connected and pushed him so far away from the zone. But unfortunately, it's not the Phoenix Blast that puts him down. It's Yonka coming in with the musket. He's able to find the third party, and Yonka with the Zip bubble now thinks he can actually try and hold himself aggressively against this Taka. There's the Taka ultimate from Pandaman, catching back onto Yonka, knowing that the bubble and the ultimate had been invested from the Zip that he was fighting. As a result, he's going to pop the ultimate, immediately find the kill, disengage, and find that reset moment. And now that the opportunity for that potential third party has been removed, all of these players just go back to filling each other out.
Insane game here as we're down to the top 3 here. Overall, looking at this picture here for these top 3 players, who do you think is going to take it? My guess is I think we're going to see a 3P coming in from Action. I'm going to be honest.
It's a tough one to call. He has the legendary armor, yes, but he has a lot of grapples too. He's waiting on these sidelines, playing it perfectly. Like, he's looking for the third party. He doesn't even have to engage. You can see the shots coming through from him on the sidelines. T25 and Pandaman are literally just thinking about each other. T25 is thinking about coming in with those verticals and hit confirming off of the jumps into the staff. He's looking for that kill. He's looking to find it quickly. That's why he's in the ultimate. He needs to find this lockdown onto Pandaman before the kill still can come through. And Pandaman is extremely low, but T225 is also extremely low. And Pandaman is actually using the fact that T225 is also low by pushing Action off of him. However, Action with that target focus deals with 1. Pandaman is down, and now he's actually able to immediately apply that pressure back onto T225, forces him into that zone. This is going to be so much zone tick damage that T225 might just go down to zone tick alone. Action coming out of the zone, going to be caught by the left click onto that staff as T225 just using the staff focuses to keep himself out of range of the longsword coming through from Action, who's using the grapples into the horizontals to carry his momentum through and connect onto this target. Alpha comes out from T225. Alpha's already gone as Action now just chases after. Action only needs 1 more kill, and he's found the free-peat of the MVP. Grapple shot comes on through, taking T225 aerial. Action's ultimate about to burn through. He tries to find the hot swap onto the bow to find the kill, and T225, because of just that continuous chase, that continuous pressure, that Action does not allow him to find any moment of downtime to find that heal. Eventually he chases him down and finds that free peat. Action comes away a 3rd time in our 3rd match of the day with an MVP.
What is in his water? I need to know. Somebody needs to open up that bottle. You get a 3-peat back to back to back action. I don't know, like, listen, I know you've been putting in work. I know you've been grinding. I know we have seen you here in many different instances, but Action is just absolutely shutting it down, getting the finish, getting the shutdown the way that we absolutely wanted to. But oh man, is everybody paying the price for Action, taking the dub here. T225 trying to hold that for as long as he could. Same with Panaman here, who at that time almost had the lead. T25 had that lead of those 5 eliminations here, but obviously Action playing it so well, waiting for T225 and Panaman to just continue to strike each other. Gets a massive hit onto T225 and depletes his shields. They keep rotating, and they're both low. They both didn't really have the time to really be able to rotate and try to dip out for as long as possible. They didn't have the time. They didn't have the energy. They were struggling during those fights here as Action was just ticking away at their damage little by little. And obviously, T225 did not make it easy. I mean, he was maneuvering back and forth, left and right, up and down, diagonal, repeated side, 360, 180 turn, back to the 540, inside of the western, down the east, up the south, and down the west. It was like in so many different directions trying to hold on here, but sadly, Action was able to catch him, get the elimination, and his third back-to-back-to-back MVP. Could we see him? We haven't seen one player win all 6 games.
That's correct. We've seen Spider take 4.
Possible?
We've seen Spider take 4. That is, I believe, the record both in terms of solos and trios. We could see Action try and break that record again, and it would track with what we've seen from 2023 season so far. Like, the record that was set has since just been continued to be smash and smash and smash. If you've been following trios, it's been a continuous battle between TE and J-Team for who can set the most amount of points in one day. Like, one day J-Team will come along and smash a record and post a new one up, and then literally the day after, TE will be like, oh, okay, that's cool, we're gonna break it and set a new one. And then TE will come and break the record that they previously set, and then J-Team will come and break the record that TE previously set. So we could 100% be buckled in for a 5-person, even a 6-person MVP to come through from Action. And honestly, like you said, that entire last fight, when it's between Pandaman, T225, and Action, it's one off of the pistol shot that he's able to connect onto T225, because T225, like we talked about, when you're Taka versus Taka versus Taka, you wait for 2 players to be embroiled with each other. That's exactly what happened. T225 was chasing after Pandaman, relentlessly trying to find that kill before the ultimate burnt out, but the pistol shot comes through. Pandaman survives long enough, the pistol shot deters T225 from being able to hound Pandaman down, and the speed that Action is able to find the kill onto T225 immediately allows him to turn onto Pandaman, who was still recovering from all of the damage that had been done to him from the ultimate that had come out from T225 with the jumps into the vertical click confirms off of that staff. And as a result, it is a very easy cleanup. He forces T225 back, goes for the kill onto Pandaman, and then immediately relentlessly hunts that Takeda down, knowing that he's done damage enough to keep T225 from chasing after him, potentially sniping the kill onto Pandaman. He's done like 95% of the work at this point. Literally, Action just comes along and breathes onto Pandaman. The last 5% of his health just goes poof. And then immediately, all he has to do is win that fight against T225. And he knows he already has the upper hand because T225 had just used his entire ultimate to catch on to Pandaman. Action still got all of his.
Absolutely coming through towards the very end here as we look at our scoreboard for our game number 3 Action with 5 eliminations and tying with T225 with only a 1-point difference here. Meanwhile, Panaman with 8 points, 4 eliminations to his name. Deemo in top 5 yet again with a 4th place finish, 2nd elimination, and 3.8 points. Deemo just keeping that consistency alive here in these days. Have done a fantastic job so far. I'm excited to see where he goes for these next 3 games after this. But ladies and gentlemen, we're at the halfway mark here, and Action has won our entire first half by himself.
But it was close. Like, if Action hadn't actually found that pistol shot onto T225 to stop T225 from picking up Pandaman, T225 could probably have walked away with MVP. It's not likely, given that he would still have been out of an ultimate, as we can have a look at what exactly happened. My heart goes out to Mike. The fact that he dropped onto a Takeda who finds the Fireflies faster than him, not only finds the Fireflies faster than him, finds 2 Fireflies faster than him. So he denies Mike the opportunity of voting that Taka ultimate up to try and turn that fight back into his favor. So we can have a look at T225 just continuing to pressure these players into spaces where they're not able to escape. Like I said, this guy is so smart. The reason that he is so scary on Takeda transfers perfectly over to Taka, because it's the exact same game plan. Get them into a space where they're not able to disengage cleanly, and you can continue to hand them down with your ultimate, extending into more weapon attacks. And we saw it from T225, we saw it from Pandaman in the Gate of Yang fights, which truly were incredible. Pandaman versus Mike, I think, is one of my favorite Taka versus Taka fights I have ever witnessed in the entire Pro League.
Even with that, though, Action was able to dive deep into this one as best as he could. Able to get the shutdown. I mean, he does a fantastic job. When I tell you 18,000 damage, 5 eliminations, Armor Pierce, Phoenix Blast, Great Sword Sap, Erudition, Spear Storm, and Cavalry Bloom. Beautiful shutdown and finish with 8,600 damage on his staff. And his 6th MVP, his 3rd tonight. Insane.
Oh, he was the one who had Phoenix Blast. So Debbie, he was actually the one who the Phoenix Blast connected onto one player, knocked them outside of the zone. He would have come in with that kill. He would have had another kill if Yonka hadn't come for the sniper on the musket. So Action rightfully deserved 6 kills, which just goes to show how terrifying the guy is. Like, his understanding of what weapon to use in which scenario is insane. We've talked about it. We are in a hot swap meta where you use the weapon that suits you the best at the moment, and it's buying so many of these players who has that flexibility, who don't really have a specific weapon that they look to be able to win those fights. The fact that you can cycle through the staff or the spear when you're in your Taka ultimate, you have Phoenix Blast when you have the zone positioning to push those players into taking zone tick damage and force them away from fights even further away from, and then you can be running something like the dagger or the nunchucks like we were seeing in the past from him when he's in the 1 versus 1, and he's just thinking about mechanicals and hit confirms before the other player can fight back.
I mean, it's the same thing with T225, though. T225 with those 5 eliminations, tying it up with Exin. I mean, even in his realm of Yang here, I mean, T225 was putting in a lot of work, kind of dashing back and forth, and especially with that pole sword just putting in a lot of work, and the staff being one of his best friends during that game here, just putting in so much work, catching those eliminations, and in that realm of Yang here, just being able to solo alt that, going to be able to, go through all of those moments, getting the parry, getting the shutdown, getting the finish, and then obviously with the rest of those eliminations, I mean, T225 was just already in the lead for the longest time here, and just like that, at the MVP, he shuts it down, he gets those 2 eliminations, he gets that first place finish, and he takes it all the way to the top with those eliminations here, tying it up, but that 1 point difference being the playmaker in all of this. But I think we still have to talk about Deemo. 4th place, 2 eliminations, 6+ points. He hasn't really dropped the ball yet. He's still been in top 5 consistently every single game. And technically I could say top 4, but top 5 just sounds better. But he has 2 2nd place finishes and 2 4th place finishes. Coincidence?
Pretty good.
I think not.
That's pretty good for a debut as well. Like, I think my main concern for Deemo was would he be able to keep up with the tempo and pacing, because like we've seen, there's been significant shift, right? The Gates of Yang coming through, the whole deviation, players sometimes not even going for those fights because of how punishing Yang depletion is. It puts a lot of these players who play aggressively for those third-party kills into question, because they don't have those same opportunities to grief those players off of the solators if no one actually opts into the fights. And we're seeing teams and players struggle in trios, especially players and teams. GG a team who really rely in trios on being able to pick off and snipe away kills have been struggling to put points on the board in trios because they haven't been able to find those same opportunities, or because other teams are looking for the opportunities where GG used to be the only ones. And that is sort of still there in solos as well. We were seeing, 1v1s scrapping over Vermilion Birdsmite, but the second we went down to the second gates of Yang, and there were a lot less players in the lobby, they started moving away from the fights. They started going, okay, well, maybe we're just going to let you have some of those for free. And I was worried it would affect some of these players, especially in terms of the aggressive plays that Deemo has been known for, but he's been able to work through all of it.
Absolutely. Here, as we're going to get ready to push it over, we have a fantastic interview. We're going to take a short break as we're going to get ready to lock in for our second half of our games here for our solos here.
好的，那么欢迎来到本场的赛后采访。首先啊，让我们的采访嘉宾和所有的玩家朋友们先打个招呼。
大家好，我是 J-Team 的小星辰。
大家好，我是 Deemo。
欢迎二位！哇，可以看到，其实我们新来的 NBPL 的选手已经很快的融入到咱们这个大家庭了。先问一下小星辰吧，今天是怎么样做到连拿下3场比赛的天选的？
因为我被我教练拉着练腿了。
然后呢？
然后导致我的下盘非常的稳固，打得非常的稳健。
所以下盘更稳了之后，今天在场上有什么样一个特殊的一个感觉呢？
我发现我死不掉。
发现死不掉。哦，那同样的话，今天可以看到，其实，在咱们的台上还有一位大家很熟悉的我们的这个主持人亚哥。那么接下来的话，让亚哥，因为在咱们这次采访的话，也是同步其他赛区的。来，亚哥，请先翻译一下小星辰刚才这个非常特别的问题啊。
Okay, so Rendong just asked a question. It's very important. That's why you can get the higher score for like 3 times today in the game. And Xin just said because these days he just go to the gym and exercise, and now he think he is very stable now, and that's why he can get the higher score today.
好的，那么紧接着的话，我们要问一下，刚刚其实用中文打过招呼的 Kingzone 战队的 Deemo 大师。那么 Deemo 大师的话，来体验过了 NBPL 赛区的前3场比赛的感受之后，感觉如何？那么为何会加入到 NBPL 赛区呢？
So here's a question for Deemo. That's like today you just have the 3 games, and how you feeling right now, and why you came to the NBPL?
First of all, I came to the NBPL to experience NBPL, and I want to fight one of the best players in the world. And how I feel about these matches, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty confident. I think I could have almost won, but since I just came to this place, I need to get used to the play style because it's really different from where I play.
Okay, so 所以呢，我因为来到这边的很重要的一个原因就是，我觉得这边可以给我带来一个更好的环境，也更好的一个游戏体验，所以我想在这里可以证明我的实力，这就是为什么我来到了 NBPL 的原因。
哎，那么也欢迎 Deemo 的一个到来。说起证明 Deemo 的一个实力的话，我觉得今天第2场比赛最后的那个博弈啊，小星辰肯定是印象非常深刻的。当时其实战胜了对方之后才知道是 Deemo 嘛。当时你跟 Deemo 战斗下来之后，你评价一下旁边的这位新来到的这位选手吧。
我一开始我不是金甲嘛，我那个金甲被打破的时候，我就有点慌，我感觉是哪个高手。然后我就去读他习惯嘛，我就边跑边读他习惯，然后发现他很喜欢用钩子追我，我就一直反钩他嘛，反钩他。然后他追了我2次嘛，有2次都追上我了，那2次我也不敢放，有压力嘛，我就捏。然后但是我发现他特别喜欢争1.0，然后我就后面换上那个蓝甲之后。拉开之后，我就知道怎么打了。
哎，有请亚哥翻译啊。
Okay, so Dong just asked a question because in the game 2, at the end of the game, it seems like these 2 players have one-on-one fighting, and Dong just want to know how Xin's feeling at that time and how he considered at the end of the game. And Xin said at that time he had the golden armor, and after the golden armor broken, he is very nervous and he just want to escape and try to recognize who's that player and also like recognize the habit. And after that, he find that our player Master Deemo have a habit that he want to parry the weapon for 1 second, and after that he just used the blue armor. That's why he can win.
那么接下来的话，同样我们还是要抓紧时间问一下我们的这个 Deemo 大师啊。那 Deemo 大师来了之后，对于整个现在美丽的上海临港的环境啊，包括俱乐部适应的一个情况，他有没有特别喜欢吃的咱们中国的美食啊？
Okay, so here's a question for Deemo. Because came to China and came to Shanghai, and how's your feeling right now in the environment of your club? And like, do you have any Chinese food you really love?
First of all, for my club's really nice and they're really welcoming. I really appreciate them for taking me into NBPL. For the food, I haven't really tried anything, but I would like to have some recommendations if ever.
好的，所以我来到了我们的俱乐部，我觉得整个俱乐部的环境其实是非常好的，我也非常喜欢我们的俱乐部，非常感谢他们可以让我来到 NBPL。至于美食，其实我非常希望尝试一下中国美食，但是目前呢，我还没有收到太多的推荐，希望接下来也可以给我推荐一些中国美食，让我来尝试一下。
来吧，兄弟，推荐，有什么好的美食可以分享给这位新来的这位咱们 NBPL 赛区的兄弟啊？
那就。这个临港新天地那边有一个叫胡子大厨，好吃。
胡子大厨，好吃。哦，那这样的话，这边也是请亚哥翻译一下。接下来的话，小星神这边有机会也是可以带着 Deemo 一起去品味一下临港的这个胡子大厨，好吃。OK。
Okay, don't just she recommend like the restaurant in Shanghai to Deemo, and she just recommend the restaurant in Xintiandi here in Shanghai. And if he had chance, he will take Deemo to the restaurant, and its name is 胡子大厨, and we are looking forward to it. 那就是对，也希望接下来他们俩会有机会可以去。
是的，那么同样的话，我相信啊，今天赛场上我们的 Deemo 也是新来到 NBPL 的选手，通过自己的表现，已经让大家认可了在捷杯之后他来的 NBPL 赛区的一个实力。不过今天的话，同样后面我们还是可以见证一下，究竟我们的小星神在进化到终极形态之后，今天后面还可以拿下几连天选。再次感谢二位接受我们的赛后采访，稍事休息，不要走开，马上回来。
The reason why is because I want to be able to experience the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I want to see how far I've come after competing in last year's World Championships. And I want to prove myself once more. The 3 things I want to do the most, well, first and foremost, is to win NBPL. Honestly, I haven't really thought about the rest. All I think about right now is just winning. I'm not really sure because I think both Mike and Spider are really strong players, and they can really pretty much take it anytime. Main goal is just to win and like get the most out of it and like try to improve as much as I can.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get back into it as we're looking into the spring split bi-weekly 3 day 1 for our solos here. Obviously, a tough start here for some of these players here, especially player that we talk about continuously, GG Shaw, with obviously a 2.4 point start here. Obviously, not the start that he wants to do here, as he's only got a 1.2 in games 1 and 2. And obviously Zhang Yu, who put in a lot of effort in a lot of his games, not being able to do enough here. As we look at who's at the top here, and obviously, are we surprised? Xjin with 12 points each game. Each game.
Yeah.
Okay. But look this out. But check this out, though. Check this out. Look at our man Deemo with a 3.6, a 9.4, and a 3.8. 16.8 in third place for our day number 1. His day number 1. And his first 3 games already putting in an amazing points to rack himself up to a third place so far in our half. I'm excited to see how he finishes, but man, for a good start, Deemo, you putting in some work. Let's get it, baby.
See, I'm just waiting as well, because like Deemo is known for one hero, and that's his Taka. We've seen him mostly on the Matari, so I'm really interested to see what he has in store. I think he's playing to the hero point role. I think he's waiting for a lot of these Takas to use their Taka points up, because we already saw in that last zone especially, Taka versus Taka versus Taka, it's a patience game. It's a waiting game. If you want to play aggressive, you tend to be the one that makes that misstep. You tend to be the one that immediately goes into that first vulnerable spot that everyone else immediately zeroes in on. So if Deemo plays his cards right, and he waits for everyone else to be out of points that they can play Taka on, he's not going to have to play that patient game. He's not going to have to worry about getting locked into infinites against other Takas and holding his own ultimate to be able to break out of them.
As we're going to be able to break out of these games, we're going to be able to break into a beautiful limited great treasure here. All you have to do is answer this question correctly. How many games has XX has won so far? Is it 0? Is it 1? Is it 2? And is it 3? Now, guys, I'm going to be honest. If you get this question wrong, you might have to leave the stream. I'm gonna be honest. If you've been watching this whole time and you get this question wrong, you might have you go to bed. Go to sleep.
No, I mean, not even this whole time. Like, we literally just showed the leaderboard of all 3 of the last games. Like, you've been watching since the last 5 minutes. You have no excuse to get this question wrong at all. So
even these
don't miss out.
Even the first one, for sure. If you get this question wrong, you might need to take a nap. Just go to sleep. You can always check the replays later, but just go. You know, it's one of those things, but it's okay. As we're gonna be able to lock this in. So far, these games have been fantastic for you, Moxie. Obviously, you've been very excited. I've also been excited because we got a chance to see our Volta take a dub. Xjin coming through and being a playmaker for all 3 of these games. The question is, can he do it for 3 more?
That is the question. Like we said, there is a record at the moment where we have Spider sitting on being literally 4 MVPs in one day. Deemo, or rather Xjin, could potentially break that record if he's able to put another 2 MVPs on the board. If he's able to put 3 more MVPs on the board, I mean, just give him the title already. He's looking extremely strong, extremely dominant. But we sort of have to talk about what we're expecting to see.
You know what? I'll do the first beta tonight.
Oh.
I'm gonna do the first beta tonight.
Cards on the table, Davy. What's it gonna be?
I'll put the cards on the table. If he wins these next 3 games, this is a big long shot. I'm gonna be honest with you. But he's done 3, so can he do 3 more? Potentially.
Halfway there. He's halfway there.
I will eat a ghost pepper at the end of the stream.
Oh!
Right here, and suffer towards the end of the night if he ends up winning all 3 games. If he wins all 3 games, I will eat a pepper right here, right now. I'm calling.
Yeah, you're not catching me near one of them. I don't handle spice well, Davy. I do not handle spice well.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't think anyone handles ghost peppers well. That is fighting words.
Rune does. Rune eats the ones that are even hotter, and he's like, "Oh, this is delicious." And I'm like, "Sir, are you okay? Do you need a therapy session? What's going on?"
Okay, how about like you eat half and you tag Rune in for the other half?
I think he'd be game though, but he'd enjoy it. He'd enjoy it. That's the crazy thing.
I mean, I'm just enjoying the matches that we have. I don't need Ghost Peppers to bring the fire. I've got all of the fire of the NARAKA action that we've been having for the entirety of today, because we still have 3 more games to go, and I am so excited.
I know, but now there's 3 more on the line here, and that's what makes it a little bit more interesting now. Now it just gets a little bit more grittier, and I'm excited to shut this down. And let's see how well we can do here for our games, as we're going to get ready to look into this as Yoon. He's got some work cut out for him.
He's been doing decently in terms of like survival. He has been making it towards the last 5 or 7 players. The problem is that he always seems to be the most vulnerable when we go down to like the final 7 or 8, and it goes to just that stalemate of everyone waiting, whether or not it's because he's just a little bit out of position, whether or not it's because he's running on heroes that a lot of players identify as being outliers in the match. Remember, we get to see the gorgeous skins, we get to see the nameplates, we know which players that we're following when we move over to their perspectives. Other players don't. So a lot of the time, if you're in a matchup against all of these other heroes, like you run into 2 other zips, it's going to be a lot harder to track down where that zip that you were just fighting went to, as opposed to if you're running up against 2 zips and 1 Yodo, and there's only 1 Yodo left. And for me, it feels like Young, unfortunately, has been in that position every single time we've looked at him in those last 8 players surviving.
Deemo looking at it with a 9.4 here for his main character, Faria. Saying they also are ping as a 3.8 for his most picks here as well. Deemo playing it well so far here. I would love to see him get a dub though. I really would though, honestly. Deemo would actually be incredible though, but it definitely would be a lot higher here for all of these though. And it looks like we're going to see more of it as we're going to get ready to lock in for our game number 4. And here we go. Full stack team ready to go. Everybody's got a break. Everybody gets a chance to use the bathroom, get some water. While we getting ready to lock this in here, it's going to be a lot better here. Let's see how much fun we can have here in these next games. Excited to see where we can put it together. Let's go.
Right, let's see the hero picks. We've already seen that like the drift away from Yodo has left the door open for things like the Valda to come through, so you don't get punished by that 5-point hero rule. Some players have already used their Valdas. We've seen a couple of players stick to the Yodos just because of the amount of value that you find from the F3 in terms of being able to control the neutral, buy yourself reset space, buy yourself even more time to be able to sort of guard over those Morse blessings, even deny entrances to the Gate of Yangs off of it. But we've also seen a couple of players move away from the Yodos because of all of the differences that we've pointed out. Since the Yodo F3 unfortunately has gone through a couple of nerfs, and it went from 5-second duration to 3.5 seconds, which has meant that it's a lot more vulnerable than those Yodo players were perhaps wanting. But it does seem like Rain is going to be fielding that Yodo. No Valdas on the board. Lots of Farriers, lots of Zips. We've got the Deemo Taka coming through. This is what I was waiting for. This is what I was waiting for. If there is any moment that Deemo takes an MVP, it is this game. My concern is that he's running Taka into a lobby where, yes, he's going to be the only Taka, so he doesn't have to worry about getting infinited or burning out things like the elbow or the ultimate from other Takas around him. He's running it into Zips and Farriers, and they have sustain. And Taka, unfortunately, is very good at eating through health, but not so brilliant at being able to punish things like the Zips, to the point that when we saw Zip first released in solos, Taka players would run into a Zip, see that it was a Zip they were fighting, and immediately nope one out of it, because that you could have the bubble so that you were able to disengage cleanly when the Taka ultimate came through. And if you did get stuck in the infinite and you had that Zip ultimate already up and running, Mortal Defiance would kick in, and not only would you break out of the ultimate, you would be able to turn it on the Taka with the knockback that the ultimate allows you to take. His action currently going for that 4th MVP in a row. It's going to be rocking that Matari. It is going to be using the double dash variation of the F, so no F3 coming out from him. I'm a bigger fan of the double dash rather than the F3, because the F3, we can see where the Matari has left that little checkpoint, and in terms of being third partied, you'll literally just have a player see where that checkpoint is and camp the Matari to see whether or not they pop up back there.
What a strong start here, as even with all of the aggression here, Zeron still has been able to push in here, as Rain able to still see if they can find this out as well here. Let's see if they can keep that together as Rain just trying to push Zeron into this corner. Is going to be able to go for the heals, but just like that, Rain is going to be able to help Zeron lose all of that shield, but that bubble able to protect her a little while longer. But just like that, the bubble is gone, and so is she, as Rain is going to be able to catch the first elimination of tonight. Beautiful start as well, being able to get that shutdown. So let's see what they can do towards this one here. See where they can find all of the other stuff as well towards this, as Mike is going to be able to catch the beautiful parry on the T225. And just like that, T225, our second place finish from our last game here, sadly is done and gone.
Ooh, action. That's not a great start for this Matari. Double dash comes on through from him. Activates the no ult zone as well, so these players can't really hunt him down. The problem is that this means that he can't go into stealth mode. So if he wants to be able to escape, he's going to have to drop out. And that does mean that it's pretty easy to be able to see where he is because he has to come out from those buildings. Goes onto the rooftops with a nice scale rush. We'll use the staff to just threaten space away from the players counting him, but he still hasn't found that moment to be able to disengage safely, and AS catches him before he's going to be able to blink away. Comes in with the staff and secures the kill onto that Matari. No one's still going to be infect, so as a result, these players not really wanting to stick around for long if they're already at a disadvantage. AS coming in with that kill, not having to use the F ability, he is more than happy to just keep himself in this space and continue to apply even more pressure on those zips. At the end of the day, no ult zone is going to punish the zip more than the Farrier, because the zip relies on the ultimate to be able to control and regain any lost health against some of these players when you get caught in those combo strings. Farrier, as a result, doesn't really have to worry about that. You have the F3, the F1, the F2, whichever one you're using. All of them have certain values in solos. As we can see, Panda Man going to just drop that pillar, doesn't even need to get into it, just uses it to buy himself a little bit more space to be able to secure that kill. As TTG5 is waiting in the wings, he's rocking that pole sword. Cannon's going to be his secondary. Might have seen Panda Man off in the distance with the grapple that Panda Man just took. Panda Man very likely has seen him, but he has enough coins to be able to go to those shops. Railgun unfortunately getting caught in the uppercut confirmation into left click from those nunchucks, and as a result, will have to use that zip bubble a little bit early. Tries to turn onto Mike with the uppercut, doesn't find the lockdown that he's looking for. There's the zip ultimate coming into play, pushes Mike back, but Mike has a bubble of his own, and he's immediately going to keep pushing on to Railgun now that he knows both the bubble and the ultimate are gone, and he can hold on to his. Mike's ultimate now comes out, so even if Railgun finds that lockdown that he's looking for, the combo string from the dagger, Mike's going to be able to escape from it, and he goes in for those nunchucks to try and push against the dagger and hit confirm faster than the dagger is able to find it. Uppercut connects onto Mike, but the ultimate is still going to allow him to remain intact, and as a result, he gets to cycle back into the bubble, and Railgun is forced to back away. Mike hot swapping towards that pistol, purple pistol, eating through the shielding and bubble that came through from Railgun, has the nunchucks fully charged up, doesn't want to go into the blue focus at the moment, as he now uses it to threaten Railgun's space. Goes for the blue focus, doesn't throw it out fully, however, but Railgun doesn't fall for it. He doesn't get baited into throwing in the parry, and as a result, the dagger strikes are faster than Mike can deal with, and he goes down.
Amazing push towards this as Panda Man's going to try to keep this game alive. He's been kind of struggling with some of these eliminations. Gets a beautiful right-click strike onto GG Shaw here. And obviously he's going to be able to get at that one back as well. He's going to be able to go for the re-shield and the re-heal. Immediate finish here. And it looks like he's going to try to go for the retreat. GG Shaw's going to try to hit him airborne. It's not going to be able to do enough here. Beautiful find. Love to see it, though, as GG Shaw will be able to get the space to be able to do exactly what he needs to. And it looks like he's going to be able to find back towards GG Shaw. The pole sword able to do enough. Goes for the drop, but sadly the strike isn't able to do it. He falls down a little bit faster than Shaw did. As it looks like he's going to be able to go for the retreat here. Going for the repair on each of his weapons here. And GG Shaw might potentially push towards this later, but right now, it's probably not the best for it, as XXY actually ends up doing it. But no, Panda Man actually does a surprise comeback as well. Gets the finish. Gets the timing towards this, and GG Shaw able to put it all the way towards this. Tis the end. Gets the shutdown, and Panda Man trying to retreat. It looks like he wanted to be able to push in on this fight, but it looks like he might have got cold feet. Or it looks like he might have pushed him in towards a better situation here for himself here. And it looks like Panda Man putting in massive work here towards this. Almost ready to try to do the parry, though. GG Shaw waiting for the opportunity and obviously was not able to get what he needed. Trying to hold it for as long as possible here. Able to do so much more. Panda Man trying to find it, but not being able to actually do enough.
I think Panda Man as well was able to slip forward and grab that purple armor too. So Shower, unfortunately, with the blue, is just going to be a little bit more susceptible to that damage. Both of these farriers, by the way, running that F1 rather than the F3, so they have the ability to be able to hit the gold and immediately leap back. There it is. There's the follow-up, so that Shah isn't able to get hit by the pillar connection. The golden focus allows him to slide out of that stagger animation, and as a result, Panda Man's not actually able to get into the mech because Shah just immediately disengages as quickly as possible, going for the dagger, getting these dashes, these scale rushes off of these trees to make it even harder for Panda Man to be able to pin him down. Will eventually go down, but he cost Panda Man a mech. And as a result, he cost Panda Man getting to actually contest one of these gates of Yang. As J-Team's Action goes head-to-head with AOW's Mike, both of these players not content to just sit on the sidelines and give these fights over for free. Matari ultimate comes through from Action. So too does the Zip ultimate come through from Mike. Action hits him with the uppercut confirmation. The dual blades absolutely holding him in position. Mike, not seeing where the Matari was going to be coming from, gets locked down in the ultimate. And as a result, Action gets the perfect juggle opener to be able to shred through Mike, since the Zip ultimate had already come out a little bit earlier.
Beautiful shutdown here is Deemo. Back into the eyes of the dragon. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike also able... Looks like he's going to be able to rotate this, trying to see if he can find something, but oh no. AS fighting this out with S-Rail here. S-Rail not making it easy. Beautiful hits, though, from the pole. Or the staff. Excuse my language, is AS. Looks like he's going to try to hit for the bow here. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock here. AS is going to need to try to confirm a kill as quick as possible here. Nice bow shots connecting AS. Trying to see if he can find it onto AOW's Mike as Zhang Yu actually ends up getting hurt. Absolutely lit up, though, by Action. Action putting in a lot of damage before Zhang Yu. Gonna go ahead and back off this fight here as AOW's Mike is gonna be able to hit some bow shots. Zhang Yu back in a very similar situation the way that he was, and the snakes and the sharks start to sniff the blood out from the waters as immediately Zhang Yu is gonna try to see if he can retreat for as fast or as long as possible here. Ends up getting hit mid-air from AOW's Mike, but they're not gonna make it easy as he ends up finding another blue shield to go for the quick reset. Beautiful try here for Zhang Yu. And now, just like that, the chase is on towards AOW's Mike. And now it starts to become dangerous on either side as AOW's Mike claims a beautiful parry onto Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu immediately gets hit back, and both of them start to focus on that as AS ends up trading a beautiful parry. And Zhang Yu shuts him down as well. Meanwhile, they're going to be able to go back for the reset. Zhang Yu just trying to back off for as long as possible here. Now he's caught on the wrong side of the tracks as Xjin claims another elimination. And Zhang Yu is officially out of this game here. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike is going to be able to go back towards this and decide to keep that same offensive attack right towards the same player that just stole his elimination a second ago here. Xjin trying to put the same strikes right back towards AOW's Mike, not making it easy. Both nunchucks hand in hand. Both going to be able to put this together here as they're still going to be able to put this 1/4. And still, beautiful hits and strikes on each side here as he's going to be invisible. AOW's Mike is going to be able to pop the shield, trying to see if maybe they can help. Meanwhile, the connectivity of AOW's Mike with that bubble is going to be able to help him live a little bit longer. Beautiful hits on each side here, not making it easy. And as Action might actually try to see if he can commit to it, but he ends up getting caught in the midair, and AOW is going to be able to claim the elimination. But he has the Vermilion's Bird Might, and he had the opportunity, so he knew he could be able to push in. Meanwhile, AS does not have an opportunity. He needs to be able to get this kill as quick as possible. Otherwise, he will die out, and he will lose track and get eliminated out of this game here if he does not find it. And AS is not going to make it easy on him as Rexy is going to be able to pop this. Almost gets hit by the turret. You better be careful. You don't want to risk your life for that as Panda Man's going to catch an elimination onto Yoonki.
The problem, however, is that, like you said, he has the Yang depletion, and he's about to time out. He had to use that F1 to escape being hit by the cannon and being stuck in that CC animation lock. And as a result, it allowed Rexy to get into the mech and boost away. So he's still going to be under Yang depletion. Mike was in a very similar situation. Mike actually won a fight against a player, but he wasn't able to pick up the Soul Bloom in time because Action came through for the third party, and it was only by dueling Action and defeating Action that Mike was able to pick up a Soul Bloom. AS, unfortunately, hasn't been able to find one, and he might just be about to time out. 20 seconds left for him to try and find a pick, and it looks like he's just trying to go down to Yang depletion so that he doesn't allow one of these players to come in with a kill. Uses the F1 to escape the combo chain coming through from Railgun. And there it is. Mike with the longsword drop down catches AS before he can go down to Yang depletion. And Mike with the hot swap into the bow catches Railgun as he hits the ground. Okay, Mike. Sunwing's Rest is about to become the resting player of so many players if Mike has his way, because he is on absolute fire right now. And looking at how the rest of this map is going to pan out to be, he's also going to have immediate free access to a Gate of Yang. He might be contested by TK's XXY, but that's about the only player that he has to worry about. EWG's Udix run might decide to come and show themselves if they do want to take this fight. Ventus's Rexy also starting to move forward and drift towards that Gate of Yang, as we can have a look at Casey's Deemo, just waiting on that tree, knows that TT25 is around him. Whether or not TT25 has spotted Deemo out, it looks, yeah, now he's definitely going to see him. Used to be a NARAKA player until you took an arrow straight through the head as Deemo connects the bow shot onto TT25. Won't be able to go for the Gate of Yang because he got stuck holding onto the awning of the building, and immediately TT25 just slides right past into that fight and goes toe-to-toe against Mike. Feria against Zip. Neck versus sustainability. TT25 swapping to that pistol, trying to bait the bubble as quickly as possible from the Zip player. Takes a little bit of damage on entry of hitting the ground. Goes in to the dagger versus the nunchucks, trying to set up the dagger dash. Uses the F1 to back away from the follow-up. Actually uses the mech to catch on to Mike, forcing that bubble and ultimate to come through from the Zip. And TT25 just dashes past the Zip into the mech, knowing that the ultimate isn't going to be there to save Mike, that he can't really use the bubble either. Cannon shot connects onto Mike. Cannon shot connects onto Mike a second time. The pillar, unfortunately, not wide enough to protect you from the spread that comes through from the AoE splash damage of that mech, and you saw the face. Mike, unfortunately, gonna be knocked out of the Gate of Yang fight and put into the same situation that he was in after the first Gate of Yang fight that he took in this fight. Zip versus Feria all comes down to resource management, and TT25 was absolutely on top of when the Zip used first the bubble, then the ultimate. Perfect placement, perfect timing, throwing the pillar down, baiting the ultimate to come through from the Zip, then going into the mech once it's run out.
Even with that one as well, T225 going to be able to go for the separation here. Playing this well here is Xgen, just looking at the beautiful fireworks here of the Bane's Breath here, looking at a beautiful show. Gonna be able to go for a nice, chill, relaxed moment here before we get into the craziness. 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock. Still a lot more to be had here, so it's gonna be a fun time.
Smart play from Mike. He picks up that bounty. So now at least he knows where one player is. He has the Yang depletion. He needs to win a fight fast. And by going for the bounty, he knows a player's location and can try and take it before a third party comes on through. As Mike, with that bubble, pushes back onto J-Team's Action. This is the fight that matters, Darby. If Mike takes this, he's going to take MVP away from Action. If Action wins this, he knocks Mike out of the lobby. And that is the one player that he's concerned about. Pandaman's still sitting on 4 kills, but Mike is matching on 4 kills at the moment. And the lockdown does come through. He leaves Mike vulnerable. He leads the Taka right to him as Deemo with another third party catches onto Mike Lina with the dual braids and knocks him out of the lobby.
Absolutely insane. Coming into this Deemo, catching a second elimination of this game here. Could be absolutely insane here as Zeron, oh, almost gets hit by all the poison smoke. Good time for Zeron here. Gonna be able to go through with that one though. And obviously the rotation here, but Deemo I mean, Deemo has just been playing the games of his life so far. Absolutely insane.
He's playing very smart. He's just waiting for these players. He knew that Gate of Yang had just gone through. He knew that players had lost Gate of Yang as well, which is why he's just tracking to see where those soul altars are, where those players are going to be taking aggressive positions, and he just waits for the third party to come through. Either he catches on to the person who lost that fight, because they're so desperate they just have to continue to take it, and just sit and eat the third party, hoping that they're going to be able to slip through and grab a soul bloom, or he's going to be able to snatch a soul bloom from a player who'd been able to down someone else and deny them the ability of dropping that Yang depletion as well, and unfortunately Mike does pay the cost for it. There's 7 players left alive in the lobby. Still all to play for. Panda Man, we haven't really got to see him in full swing, but he is still sitting on 4 kills. And that is currently the lead of the lobby at the moment. Deemo starting to push his way up there as well. 2 kills to his name. The only Tarka as well, remember. The unfortunate news for the Deemo at the moment is that this lobby, this zone, not brilliant for Tarka placement. In terms of using the ultimates, there's a little bit too much grind and too many floors for these players to be able to scurry away from the target to be able to really set into that infinite until the zone fully collapses in and pushes them in towards this target's location. So as a result, Deemo just doesn't want to get pinned down. He's going to get, however, a bounty put onto his head. Whether he likes it or not, Action is going to know his position, and it's going to make it a lot harder for Deemo to play smart and play to survive into Final Zone, where he can come in with the ultimate and catch on to all of these players around him.
Absolutely insane coming into this as Rexy gonna be able to try to go through with the rotation, get some free drop here. Still gonna be able to put this one down here too as Zeron. Still gonna be able to put this one around here. Zeron just all the way around here. Sadly, doesn't have any eliminations to their name, but getting those placement points are still going to be helpful to her, though. But she's going to need to make something magic happen here. If you're in her position right now, what is something that Zeron needs to do besides getting a kill?
I mean, you have to be careful that you just don't get locked down. You know you've got a bounty on your head. That's why she's being really slippery, not staying in one specific location. Really smart, because if you do get pinned down by that person who put the bounty on your head, everyone else is going to come out of the woodwork and look to third party. And you can see all of these players, they are just playing for position at the moment. They're playing out of sight. Panda Man is as high as you can get on this map, just sitting right on top of these structures, making it really hard for players to be able to look up and see where he is. He's not going for the Morris Blessing. We saw what happened in the last game. When you're that outlying player that goes for the Blessing, Action with the Matari is going to use one of those blinks, one of the dashes from the F to be able to instantly push onto that box, open it up, grab the legendary armor. He doesn't stay long enough to pick up the Greatsword, but that's okay, because Greatsword and Solos meta, unfortunately and rather ironically, not that great. Rexy, however, is going to take it so that he can deny one of these farriers around him access to a legendary weapon, because remember, farrier ultimate damage scales with the weapon that you pick up. Oh, he's just gonna... Rexy? Are you pulling a thing? Are you going to bait players into potentially picking up a legendary weapon? They're not magpies. They're not going to see the shiny and think, aha, weapon for me. What is he doing?
Even with all of this,
maybe I take the nunchucks. Actually, you know what? I'm feeling the greatsword. Nah, actually, I'm gonna go in the nunchucks. He tried it. He left it out in the open, saw that players weren't rising for the bait, grappled over, grabbed it up, hit it behind the rocks, making it harder for players to be able to go down and grab it, especially because the zone is going to collapse onto that space in a matter of moments. All of these farriers, by the way, left in this lobby, a lot of them running legendary weapons. So it really is going to be all to play for in terms of getting that damage up, as we can see the cannons come through. There's the greatsword. Now it is out of the zone, so no one's going to be able to go grab it. As Exran just waiting for her bounty to run off. Unfortunately, only has a blue dagger at the moment. Not the greatest loadout. She would definitely want something like that legendary greatsword. But this place has just been absolutely picked clean. And my concern for her, well, she is on the zip, so she has a little bit more leeway of movement around this, which is why she's a little bit more out in the open, scouting for positions that she could potentially nose her way into grabbing, because she has things like the bubble, so if players try and chase after her, she can stop the grapples from cancelling her movement entirely. It's still leaving her a little bit more vulnerable, as we can see that these players are scrapping over spaces. The cannons are out, TTG5 catches onto XXY, wanting to just out them from this building, and it chases them down low where Deemo has been waiting. The Taka not playing on the verticals, playing on the cliff faces, knowing eventually that those players sitting up on the high ground are going to get pressured by others around them, and eventually they're going to be forced to drop down to where he is, and he can catch on to them as they fall. They're already going to be aerial, so if he sees one player isolated falling down, he's just going to go straight into the infinite and keep him right up there.
Even with that, though, still playing it smart here, even within this time frame, knowing that they only need 2 eliminations, so it's not like you really have to pop off insanely here. Getting 2 eliminations will immediately get you back up into the top spot, but as for somebody like Rexy's down very, very low. The same thing with Zeron. Zeron's in last place. So getting those 2 eliminations and equaling, or even 4, is going to be an explosive start for them, but they're going to need to do it multiple times in these next few games here, if not do more, to even see themselves in a higher place here. As some of these players here have been eliminated a little bit early here. So if Zeron even gets 2 eliminations, she could immediately jump up into at least 11th, maybe even 10th place here if she plays her cards right here, because those placement points are going to be heavy. Meanwhile, Rexy all the way in this ends up getting hit, though, and is all the way around. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be going airborne onto each other here. Ends up getting hit as Rexy's going to try to juggle this. This is so funny. They're both just hitting each other mid-air. Yeah. They're having a Matrix fight. I feel like I'm watching.
It's even funnier because when the grapple connects, they're not doing it to cancel each other out. They're doing it to gain even more height, to usurp the position of that high ground structure, so they can keep themselves out of sight and just hold on to all of these resources. But I mean, talking about out of sight, Deemo's just waiting. We've seen this guy be so patient. He waits for his moment. He is just coiled, ready to strike, wants these other players to play themselves out of MVP, as Exeron, unfortunately, does get hit by the fire arrows from a bow shot from afar, and doesn't use the bubble. Now has to use a little bit of time and grapples, scare rushing up onto the edges of that platform. Still being hounded down, however, she is not getting any safe space to be able to look for that reset moment. The second that she stands still, every single player in the area just hounds her down with a little bit of poke pressure from those ranged weapons, as Rexy is still fighting for control of that high ground. Exuran has been able to find a reset moment. Unfortunately, did force her into using that bubble, and she's still taking that tick damage until it's going to burn on out. We'll be able to dodge past the extra cannon shots that follow her, as TT5 is looking for the lock-on onto the zip, knows that the bubble has been invested, wants to push on forward, uses that F1 to just put even more pressure, then immediately disengage, hop chops to the cannon, chunks even more health off of the zip, who, remember, is extremely vulnerable at the moment. She is going to be running very quickly out of resources because she doesn't really have the weaponry either to be able to use to threaten these other players away from her. If it was purple, maybe, but blue is going to be doing very little into these barriers who, even if they get pressured, have the mech to be able to fall back onto. As Deemo is still just waiting, hasn't decided to make his move, has repositioned off of the low ground onto the high ground, so he's going to be able to take a lot of just out of the way positions. His action is patrolling the lower edges. This is why the Taka actually moved. He doesn't have the means of surviving like a zip, of using sustainability if he gets pressured by the toxic rooms that litter the floors of Sunwing's Rest, which is why we see verticality be prized over everything when these zones collapse into this specific space. Even action with the bow, he doesn't want to actually touch the ground. He just wants to just go down with that bow, sit on top of those bones, be able to be out of AoE of the splash damages that comes through and activates that debuff. As Zuran now with the ultimate tries to find herself in position, but she's absolutely shredded in terms of health, but has to dash into the zone. The fire tick debuff is already on her, so she's at least not going to take that debuff damage, as we're still going to see the scraps come through. Everyone decides to make their move now, all except for one player. Where's Deemo? Deemo isn't on the low ground, he's still on the high ground. He's still waiting to make his move. He needs 2 more kills to be able to vie and contest, and Pandaman can't pick up a single one more if he wants to be able to come out on top in terms of MVP. First Farrier mech comes on through, it's going to be Rexy going into that cannon form, is able to connect onto the opposing Farrier. The tap dodge not going to be in time to dodge out from the second, and we're going to see the grapple start to come through from everyone else around him. Rexy's mech is just being used so that he can hit those boosters and keep himself on the space, going over to the burst damage, using the boosters, getting himself onto the high ground. He's found Deemo's positioning out. Oh no, this is the worst thing to happen to the Taka. 2 cannon shots connect onto Deemo, forcing him onto the low ground, and he is out in the open. He falls into the waiting hands of Pandaman, and Deemo is gone.
That's absolutely shocking. Sometimes, like I said, it can be just that switch, just like that, and Rexy ends up getting destroyed as Pandaman is going to be able to shut him down. Xin on the outside here. It looks like he ends up getting hit by some type of poison, at least from what I can see from the inside here. Pandaman actually is going to be able to rotate from the outside here, ends up getting hit. T225 has that cannon, and it looks like he's going to get pressured as T225 ends up getting pushed out immediately. The ulti comes out. T225 is going to be absolutely dangerous. Same with Pandaman. But where is Xin? Xin's going to be wildly up top, trying to hold on for as long as possible. It's going to make it harder for everyone else here, and it's not a good look for him as he's going to try to see if he can get out of this contention. T225, Pandaman all within the space as Pandaman's going to be able to get the elimination away from him. Does Pandaman actually do it, or is T25 going to be able to hold it for the dub? And it looks like it is going to be T25 that, wait, is it? Yeah, it is going to be Pandaman. Pandaman, we haven't seen Pandaman get a dub yet for our season, ladies and gentlemen. He is back, and he finally gets the dub that he deserves as it shines blue for our OUGs, Pandaman. Let's go, baby.
It's so ironic as well that Pandaman, one of I think our most iconic Taka players from 2022, shuts down Deemo's window. Like you said, it is just those moments of absolute tragedy, the likes that like Greek playwrights couldn't have written a better tragedy than poor old Deemo's fall from grace. He is playing that final zone perfectly. He's waiting for everyone to exhaust themselves from the mechs. He's waiting for the toxic shrooms to bite through the health bars. He's holding on to the ultimate. He's got the upper hand. And then Pandaman deciding that he wants to, Rexy deciding that he wants to go for those mech boosts. Finds Deemo on the high ground, hits him with 2 cannon shots off of the mech, punts him down to the low ground, and unfortunately, like Icarus, he flew a little bit too close to the sun, a little bit too close to Pandaman, because he literally just lands in Pandaman's lap when he is a sliver of health. Pandaman only needs to turn around and deal like 1-2 light confirm attacks into just dispatching Deemo entirely. And from there, Pandaman just gets to move from player to player to player. He doesn't even need to use the ultimate to be able to confirm that kill either. So he goes from 4 kills off leading the lobby into a further 5. Then he catches on to Xin, who unfortunately isn't able to find the elimination. He's on the Matari. He gets pressured by 2 Farrier mechs, has to go aerial to keep himself out of line of sight, gets pushed into taking so much zone tick damage, doesn't have the blinks either to be able to dash back towards where the zone is safely, because even if he does, he's going straight into Pandaman. And as a result, Pandaman is able to walk that final zone and walk away with MVP. And as a result, you're safe, Davy. You're not going to have to go under the fires of the Ghost Pepper, as Xin is denied a 4th MVP of the day.
I'm going to be honest. I was actually really hoping we would at least see, like, I ain't going to lie. I was hoping he would at least get these next 2 wins and then maybe lose the last one. That way there's that, oh, I actually lived to see the day. But it's okay. We still have plenty more of those where they come from throughout the rest of the season, so it's okay. But still, he still ends up getting a top 3 finish no matter what here. In terms of placements and those eliminations here. So still, that consistency is very, very strong. But for OUG's Pandaman, he needed that. Okay, he absolutely needed that. Okay, he's had a decent run so far. He's been getting these eliminations. Sadly, has not gotten the top 3 yet. And obviously, just like that, his top 3 is no more, as he ends up getting a #1 top space with 7 eliminations, 14.2 game points, 10.4 for T225. And AOW's Mike is back in the top 3 after he's been struggling to get back into that top space here. But check this out. Look at Xin with those 5 points in #4. And Deemo with a 4.3 and 2 eliminations. Look at that. even when they're still not in that space, they're both still in top 5. Even with points, sometimes all you need is 5 points. Sometimes all you need is 10. A couple of points can still be incredibly helpful in these situations. And obviously, look where we're at.
For Deemo, it's so unfortunate where that zone shapes up to be. Like, he plays the waiting game in terms of being able to pick Taka perfectly. Like we said, he waits until everyone else is out of the option of choosing Taka. If it'd been anywhere else in a final zone, if it'd been out in the open, if there'd been just like a couple more trees, maybe he would have found more success. But it turns out to be Sunwings, and that's just tragedy for the Taka, because you see in terms of his position, like, he has to play out of the fights, he has to play for that final zone to collapse in onto him, and if he doesn't find the survivability into that final zone, he's not walking with MVP. Pandaman, however, plays the entirety of that game perfectly. This is what we were talking about. Like, you see in the replays, a lot of the times when Pandaman drops that pillar, he doesn't get into the mech immediately. He just uses it to sow chaos into the coordination of the person that he's up against. TTG5's Mike. Oh, the face cam having this fight as well is just, it's so perfect. We've all been there. We've all tried to use those pillars when we're losing a Gate of Yang fight to find ourselves a little bit of time to go into the Vitalias and the reshields. And then a Farrier mech just comes along and goes, you know what? I'm a bend it like Beckham. I'm a curve that's cannon shot all the way around and still connects onto your face.
Absolutely a beautiful shutdown here as we see the Farrier get back into her. Matt, I can't wait until somebody gets the skin. I can't wait. But Panda Man, we haven't seen him yet. His first MVP, and a well-deserved one, with a Skyforce soft step, katana step, and 3 melee resist soul jades, helping him get 11,000 healing, 17,000 damage, and 7 eliminations to his name. Panda Man, it's about time. Welcome back to being an MVP and a #1 winner here for our game number 4. We're excited to see you back here, man. You absolutely deserve it.
Pandaman, I'm so happy for him. Like, he had a really rough year. Last year, he came so close to qualifying to Worlds. He was like a couple of points away. So to start off the year and just immediately find that MVP, find that confidence to be able to take those fights, is going to do a lot for this player. As I'm sure, like, a lot of us casters have a soft spot for him. So to get to see him have that success is really good to see. And speaking about success, we do have to talk about it. Deemo has been performing. People were worried, people were concerned. Would he be able to stand up to the aggression, the tempo, the pacing, the hero picks coming through as well? He has been more than capable of being able to hold his own. And like we said, this is his first day. To be able to acclimatize to the competition this quickly, Deemo is going to go far. He was most concerned about running into Mike, most concerned about running into Spider. Mike has been no problem for this guy. When he's run into Mike, he's been able to win those fights. So even more confidence to him.
You know, I'm excited to see it. And you know, I'm so ready for the next moves. You love to see how these games have been so far. And I'm excited because we still have 2 more games to lock in here. And obviously, with this high expectancy, there still has been so much with these games. I have been entirely impressed by Deemo. I mean, I knew Deemo was a good player. I think we all knew Deemo was a great player. But coming into this first day, obviously you'd assume there'd be jitters, there'd be a little bit of some nervousness, there'd be maybe some hesitancy in terms of how to play. But no, this man came in like he's been playing since season 1. He came into this like he knew what he was doing. Now, obviously, he was a Worlds winner, so technically he did play up against the best of the best. So he does have some experience. But coming into this as an NBPL regular, somebody we're going to be seeing on a regular basis now for the next couple of months, obviously going into the next season. It's still impressive to see as a solo player coming in on our first day. And if this is how his first day is going to be, I can only imagine how well he's going to be later on once we get closer to Repshaw and closer once we get to our grand finals for our solos here. But still a lot more to cover in the next couple of weeks here up until that point. But for now, it's impressive to see where Deemo is. Also, another player too, that's also been like, you know, surprisingly in the opposite direction. GG Shah. Yeah, I don't know exactly what's happening. I don't know like where that type of thing is going, but I'm just like, I'm shocked to see where GG Shah is currently. I definitely thought I'd see a better performance out of him, especially knowing, like I said, when he first came into this, he put a thorn in AOW's Mike's side, consistently just poke. And obviously he's still poking at people, but he's just not exchanging that for eliminations.
Yeah, I think the problem for GG Cha is that he's the one that's going to these fights 1 versus 1. And a lot of the time we're seeing that these players, they will not go for the 1v1s. They will wait for other players around them to take the 1v1s. And that's when we see the green light. That's when we literally see every single player in like a 200-mile radius immediately peek their heads out. It's like meerkats. The response is like, oh, fight, kill steal. Like, that's the problem for GG Cha. Whenever we follow along with him, he's not in that position to third party. He's in the position to be third party. And it is costing him.
Absolutely insane here as we're going to get ready. I mean, look at the stage. Look at how the setting has been so far. They've done a fantastic job with this. As looking at AS here with an average kill of 0.8, average damage of 7,100. Some of these lower tier players, they're going to need to get aggressive here if they're going to need to see themselves in that top. But obviously, it's going to be a lot harder now. But they have a shot. They have a chance. I'm just curious in terms of why they're just struggling here to try to catch those eliminations.
I'm curious to see what heroes we're going to see. I can't remember if Deemo played the same hero twice already, or if he can still potentially lock in another Taka game. Because like I said, I was expecting his best game to be his Taka game. I think his best game would have been the Taka game if unfortunately Rexy hadn't pushed him off of that high ground. Xyran unfortunately not having a brilliant game as well, unfortunately finds a lot of fights very early against some very strong players. Like, she's gone up against Mike early on doors, she's gone up against TT25 early on as well, and as a result that hasn't really allowed her to find those spots to be able to loot. Like when we were following her along in the last game and she was on that zip, her loot was very much behind everyone else because she didn't have the opportunity to be able to find it because she was in fights for so long against those really strong players. And as a zip, even if you don't walk away from a fight dead, you can still lose a fight long term for the series because of how long that fight takes. It eats into the downtime that you have to be able to rifle through your surroundings. And as a result, she was still in something like blue armor and blue weapon, and players immediately spotted that discrepancy out and hunted her down as a result.
Man, a whole lot of momentum as we're looking at GG Cha, one of the players we were just talking about earlier here, who's just been struggling with these games here with an average elimination of a 1.5. Man. Let's see. Come on, Cha. I need you to put in some work here. I need you to be able to really pop off here the way I really want to see you do it, the way you've been wanting to so far here. And obviously, it's still going to be a lot harder here as we're going to be able to put this one together, poke it out. It's been a good time so far, though.
Yeah, talking about popping off, it's action. Oh, I love as well, just like the keyboard tilt. I don't know how you like game, Darby. Do you have your keyboard
I don't tilt.
Do you have it tilted?
I don't have it tilted. I have it kind of straight, but mind you, I have a very spacious desk, so I don't really have to tilt it. So it's kind of one of those things where it's just like, nah, I don't really need to do that, but I have thought about it.
Whenever I see like these players that pop up, it always feels like they're going for the tilt keyboard approach. So maybe I need to try it in my lobbies. But we're going to have a look at this lobby and how it's shaping up to be in a matter of moments. Which heroes are we going to see? Has anyone got Taka points left over? Yes, they do. AS from JL is going to be locking that one in. Yodo coming out from Rexy. Pantherman also going to be fielding that Yodo. Deemo's going to be opting for the Farrier. Okay. And it does seem like we're going to have one Takeda as well. XXY from TK is going to be building that one up. It's going to be Holler off as well. This is what we tend to see Takeda have a lot of value. It's not one of the nighttime maps, however, so there's going to be a little bit less Fireflies around, which does mean that those ultimates are going to be online a little bit less. And this punishes all of these players, all of these heroes in different ways. Obviously, the Pharaoh, if you don't have your mech online, you don't really want to take a fight until it's there, so you don't have that safety tool to be able to just buckle your way out of a fight if it starts to go wrong. The Yodo, likewise, wants to use that ultimate to create a lot of space. If her health starts to fall low, you use the freebie, the golden focus, and that first slash a lot of the time to just push players away from you, and then the second slash is used to disengage. Thus, we can have a look at where the engagements on this map are going to come down to. JL's AS immediately going to be going for Salvation Podium, joined alongside him by another player. Couldn't quite catch who it was. Yushan is going to be seeing some early activity as well. Speaking about needing ultimates online as quickly as possible, if there is a lack of Fireflies, Yushan is absolutely the way to go, because you can immediately portal through and find yourself in that room where there is a guaranteed Firefly cage, which guarantees you immediate ult build up all the way from 0 to 100%, no matter what glyphs you're running.
Looks like it's still going to be a whole lot of running for some of these players here as Panaman, our main leader here, right in front of GD's Yoon inside of this game here. Let's see if they're going to be able to catch the fight immediately. Looks like they do. Oh, might potentially connect it. Tries to go for the right click and misses that one, but it looks like Panaman's not going to miss his strike, says GG Shaw. Ends up catching the first elimination onto Zerod, as Yoon is going to be able to hit the beautiful parry right onto Panaman here. Yoon's going to make it a lot harder here as Panaman ends up getting struck right into a corner. Ends up getting hit on each side here. Beautiful right click trying to connect it. Ends up getting right click, but the parry is going to be able to get the shutdown, and Yon is going to be able to shut down Panaman in our first minute of the game.
Yeah, Pantaman unfortunately thinks that the F3 keeps Yonke locked in that room. He throws it out expecting that it's going to buy himself at least 3.5 seconds. That's why he's, when we cut back to him, just looting through those troves, trying to find something that allows him to get a reset moment. But the scale rush from Yonke is absolutely perfect. It entirely avoids every single bit of that Yodo F3, and as a result, he's able to catch onto Pantaman, who is entirely unaware of how quickly he's going to be leapt upon. As we head over towards Plume, TT25 with that longsword does have the F available if they do feel pressured enough to drop it. They're going to lead them into a room as well so that you can try and trap them between a door frame so that the F3 entirely blocks your passage so that you can look to find that full disengagement. As Rain comes forward with the dual blades, hasn't found the engagement that they're looking for, charges up the scale rush, decides not to throw it towards TT25 though, as Deemo has come in for the third party. There's the F3. And Deemo, now that he's baited it out, is immediately going to disengage. Leads right back into positioning himself onto that high ground, waiting for the opportunity to snipe this kill onto TT5. As Rain chases back in, longsword charged up click, catches him twice as he comes up from the staircase, once into the stagger animation, once into the restand animation, and TT25 off of that has been able to buy himself safe passage outside of that building to be able to scale rush off of the wall into the open. Still not out of the woods just yet, however, as he is being hounded down now by Rain with the dual blades, who tap dodges and stops TT25 from being able to disengage cleanly. F3 comes back online, but TT25 isn't in the middle of it when the bow shot comes through, and as a result, it does connect. As we can see, Rain taking a lot of damage, uppercutted into the longsword lockdown as TT25 isn't able to find the kill as Deemo cheekily slides in with the pistol once again and snipes it out from the Yodo's fingers. Comes now back with the F1 to be able to chase away from TT25, pushes him into using the parry and catches him in the 1-2 into uppercut confirmation. Deemo tap dodges, but TT25 holds the Yodo slower than what he's expecting, and as a result, he actually has to get into the mech to stay standing, as the ultimate could have kept him just locked into frame. As Mike now doesn't go for the mech, knows there's a Yoda around, saw the ultimate come through, saw the F3 already burn out, goes in with the zip bubble, charges up the scale rush, doesn't connect, needs to find the kill quickly, as Deemo from that upper ground is still looking for the third party. This time not onto the Yoda, but onto the zip, because he knows resource management from Mike is gone.
Gone like most of the gum the moment I opened it up in high school. Meanwhile, Deemo still going to try to see if he can find an elimination here between AOW's Mike here. AOW is going to keep the same pressure. Deemo's going to go for the switch. Immediately hits him with the Reza. Goes for the parry. Gets the shutdown. Back at it with the dagger. Going to try to see if he can close in this gap here as another player comes through on the other side. Goes for the backflip explosion. Meanwhile, T225 is going to try to see if maybe he could pick one. Decides to pick Deemo. Might not be the best choice of action as Deemo has been on fire. One elimination to his name here, as it's such a massive tie between Shaw, Zhang Yu, Yoon, Rexy, the Railgun, Mike, Deemo, and Xjin. absolutely insane here. AO Mike is going to be able to find him up top here. Immediately goes through with the backflip. Meanwhile, Deemo is going to try to see if he can run this out as he does get the strike right onto AOW's Mike. Deemo doesn't really want to fight this particularly here, but he ends up getting caught in a bad corner, ends up getting parried, and AOW's Mike is going to be able to come through and keep the aggression and gets the shutdown onto... Wow. Gets the shutdown right here on the Deemo here. Deemo's going to go for the force reset. Meanwhile, T225 is going to be able to get parried by AOW's Mike. That F3 is going to help him here as he's going to try to see if he can go for the shield, but he obviously doesn't have enough time here. AOW's Mike is going to try to take advantage of it, but those dual blades actually able to do enough work here as it looks like he's going to try to hit him with it, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here. Oh, ends up hitting him once from through the wall. Beautiful find here as AOW's Mike's going to decide to relax into this, and it looks like he's going to go right back into that corner and ends up catching him and says, hello there, big buddy. How are you? Ends up hitting him with the longsword, catches him on the inside. T225 caught in a bad situation here, trying to see if he can hold it together, but it's not going to be enough. The bell and the bubble's going to be able to hold him a little bit longer. The beautiful parry, but puts him inside of his F3, so it's making it harder for him to get the hit, but he still gets the up tail strike. And the smile's coming in from T225 as T225 says, all right, buddy. All right, I'll give you that. And oh no, just like that, Zeron is also eliminated too from Xjin. Xjin catching his second elimination.
Rexy now has the bounty on their head. Takes a little bit of fire from GG Shao. GG Shao doing a little bit better in this game. Already sitting on 1 kill off screen, picked up from them. Has a purple cannon, purple armor as well. If they want to go for that mech, they are going to be able to hot swap towards that ranged weapon and have the purple to their name, but they don't want to use the ultimate just yet as Gates of Yang start to spawn across the map, and we can see that these are going to be contested. We tend to see a shift towards the second aspect of Gates of Yang when it's Mystic Might. The Million Birds Might, a lot more sought after by all of these players. The ability to play as aggressive as you want so that you can pick up as many kills as possible without putting yourself into a position of biting off too much more than you can chew and being kicked out of the lobby early is just so satisfying for these players to be able to take into that final zone and affords them to be able to play a little bit more hesitantly, a little bit more passively towards that mid stage. As we can see, Rexy drops in the F3 and it's perfectly placed. The Gate of Yang gift wrapped to Rexy and left on his doorstep, allowing him to enter into that portal and put himself into potentially taking a fight. AOW's Mike and Railgun now going to be going head to head. Longsword comes out for both of them. Railgun does eat the horizontal but uses the F1 to be able to get out of being locked into stagger, but Mike catches them with the grapple into the uppercut. Lockdown! Mike pushes them into such a clean extension. The pillar, however, comes through and Mike isn't able to find the kill confirmation. The Farrier makes it into the mech. Railgun, an absolute sliver of health, has to just dance around, builds up enough charge to go into the cannon phase, will be able to get a little bit of heal off of it as a result, is able to bounce onto Mike once again and pepper Mike with the primary fire from the mech, but the mech runs out. The F1 is going to be back if Railgun does get pressured, holds down on the right click before letting it go, has to try and break the zip bubble from afar, and that's exactly what Railgun is going to do, but Mike now with that zip ultimate can put himself into just pushing Railgun to the absolute brink. With the sustain that's up for this zip, he can literally just afford to kill this Farrier on Clank, and he goes for the scale rush, catches him with the power, he forces out the blue, and Mike walks away the winner. Oh my goodness, that light confirm into grapple upcut, into grapple, into grapple, into grapple is just, it's so clean.
Absolute shutdown and the cleanliness. We love to see how amazing it is. Hey, check and make sure you see those codes. If you want to be able to get in on the game, I should just take a screenshot, take it with your phone, take it on the computer. You can have a chance of playing NARAKA BLADEPOINT. You might be able to get something nice from those codes as well here, as Rain is going to be trying to see if maybe he can find something as well. And immediately AOW's Mike's going to try to take advantage of it here, trying to see if he can get the hits from the JJH's Rain. And just like that, ends up taking the parry and then gets swooped up by Zhang Yu, deciding to cause some issues here. Rain's not looking good here as he's caught between two amazing players, and he looks like he's going to be able to back off, but Zhang Yu is going to actually snatch the elimination away from AOW's Mike, pops the bubble, and decides to go for somewhat of a reset here. Meanwhile, another player is going to be around the bin as Yoon is going to be able to try to do it. Did you notice how AS was trying to rotate, sees Mike, and AS hits Mike like, hey, get out of my way. And he just ends up keep going. AS just trying to be crowd control here, telling people to move out the way. I'm trying to survive here. I don't know exactly what you think this is, but I am trying to live, ladies and gentlemen. But obviously, Xjin actually claiming elimination onto Mike, and Xgen is out of this game. And Mike looks like his terror is actually just about to get started in this game 5.
Ooh, that Stagger lockdown. Railgun rocking the F1 is able to use it to escape that last slash coming through from the Yoda ult. Now can come back in with the dagger, dances around about TD5, not being locked down, drops the mech pillar to try and find that stun connection, but so too does TD5 drop the F3, so they're able to negate through the stun connection, knowing that it was going to be coming through, hits them with the charged up left click from the dual blades, and tries to throw it out again, but this time Railgun is expecting it, throws in the parry, does not get baited into throwing it too early, times it absolutely perfectly on the frame, connects the parry onto TD5, finds the follow-up damage off of the blue dagger, and wins the duel. Railgun has honestly been another player that's been significantly impressing in terms of these 1v1 duels.
See if we're going to be able to put all of this together here. Literally gets the strike. You love it to see it all within this space. See if they can put this together here as AOW's Mike. He's going to be able to go through with the shield. Trying to see if he can find it between Zhang Yu here. Zhang Yu's get those 2 eliminations here, but AOW's Mike has finally found their stride, has finally found their perseverance, and right now, AOW's Mike is on fire as he ends up catching the juggle on the inside here, and Mike is able to get a clean elimination. AS just helps him with the alley-oop, says appreciate you, and let me go ahead and take you out of this game too. You don't look like you need to be here as well here. You have been discontinued as AS trying to see if he can cancel his cancellation with this card. He's sick of this. Is sick of the call here as he looks like he might be able to push forward towards this though, but it looks like he might be able to still fight this out. Both of them still gonna be able to push in, pushes him out on the inside, and it just like that, AS puts the pressure on AOW's Mike and says, listen, I don't want your car's extended warranty. I got my own. Go ahead and take that to someone else that don't got it.
It's really good turnarounds as well for AS in terms of positioning. Literally. He sees the zone coming in, turns his back to be able to face away from it, and catches Mike, not just in the uppercut, but in the uppercut into zone tick as well. Mike is still going to be in the lobby, since he was still running under that Vermilion Bird Smite, so he is still going to be around. He will be able to respawn, but that is still a really good kill for JL's AS, given that he was a target running into a zip, and he didn't have to use the ultimate either to be able to confirm that. As now we can have a look at the second Gates of Yang. Once again, keeping with tradition, 1 is going to be scrapped over, 1 is going to be given for free, and 1 is going to entirely be ignored as AOW's Mike actually starts making his way to contest the other one. GG Shab, bounty over their head, not really going to be able to disengage, wants to have control of this space, pushes back onto Yonka, tap dodges past the blink strike from the katana, using the F1, knowing that they're going to be able to escape that punishing follow-up, drops the pillar, just keeping this Matari away. Has been able to use the pillar and hug themselves on it, so if the Matari tries to chase after them, they're immediately going to be able to hop into the mech, and as a result, they've chased the Matari, even with the Matari's ultimate still active, away from the Farrier. Problem is, the Matari repositioned to get entrance to the Gate of Yang, and the Farrier being so close still to that mech, unfortunately doesn't get the opportunity to make it in.
Absolutely insane here, but let's see what we can do here as Deemo is going to be able to put the pressure on as he ends up getting hit from the skies above, as XXY is going to be able to get the shutdown, but the reset coming in from Deemo coming in really well here, goes for the back out, ends up getting the pillar, immediately going to be able to come through with that. Immediately XXY is going to be able to keep the pressure on. Deemo is going to be able to hop right into his mech, starts getting them absolute shot sprays, he turns into the Terminator. XXY trying to see if he can stay behind the wall here, getting hit just very minimal on each side here, ends up going for the re-heal, gets the finish. The question is, what's Deemo going to do? Is going to be able to go through with it. The question is he going to be able to hit the shot? Directed! Hits him twice! Hits him! Oh, almost hits him for a third time here. Actually surprised he wasn't able to, though. Goes for the heal reset here, trying to hold on for as long as possible, trying to catch him in each side of this pillar, trying to struggle here, and that's exactly what you do here. You just try to get out of the way of it, and immediately XXY is going to be able to come through with this massive opportunity for him, though. Nice backflip on each side here, trying to see if they can put some massive explosions right in front of him. XXY trying to carry it around. Beautiful hit, trying to send him back. That longsword ended up doing some amazing work as the Takeda's able to do a whole lot, but the dagger's going to do way more. As XXY is going to be able to get the shutdown and the finish. And just like that, the solo player, XXY, is going to go and get his rewards.
I'm going to say it again. Takeda ultimate and uppercut. such a strong combination, no matter what weapon that you're using. It is absolutely devastating. It's really unfortunate as well that the Furrier had to use that mech so early on, because you could see like he was using the primary, he was trying to connect as much damage as possible onto the Takeda when they were behind the pillar, but he didn't have enough rage bolt to be able to go into the cannons. So as a result, he doesn't get to do the splash damage through the pillars to land on that Takeda and keep him pressured out, and he has to use the boosters very, very early on as well. As Deemo now out of the Gate of Yang finds himself going against Mike, losing that Gate of Yang fight. He immediately has his ultimate back online, so he's in the best possible position to be able to take this fight. The problem is he gets into that mech when his health is just an absolute sliver, and he is just looking to disengage and use that mech to buy himself the space to be able to do so. Both boosters going to be used. He's going to be running out of mech form in a matter of moments, and he has painted a target on his back. He isn't even able to land that last connecting cannon shot onto Mike to force him out. Has been able to buy himself the time to hit the F1, but here comes the third party potential. JL's AS in position with the bow. Mike comes in with the zip bubble, but it's XXY from TK who slides in and picks up the kill. Deemo, such a good player at stealing kills away from other players, has unfortunately found himself being stolen away by another player entirely. He is going to be knocked out of the lobby, and unfortunately for him, he loses out on another chance of picking up an MVP on the first day, on his first debut showing in the Pro League, as Mike once again looks to set himself up to take pole position in MVP. Really wants to be able to keep this momentum that he's been able to pick up, but JL's AS is doing such a good job of hounding down the steps. He knows that when a zip takes a fight against another zip, they're going to sustain long enough for that third party potential to come through from this Taka. All he has to do is wait for Mike to get another player low enough, push onto that zip, knowing that the bubble's likely already been invested, and just threaten his position to push Mike away and allow himself to usurp that position and find these third parties. And he's trying to do it again.
S-Rail trying to put it all together here. Let's see if they can put forth this one amount of effort here, as AOW's Mike's going to be able to find it on each side here. It's going to have to be careful. Tries to see if they... How do you miss that? How do you miss that? Clear point blank shot here, as immediately AOW's Mike's going to keep the aggression on the S-Rail immediately. Not going to give him much of a chance here really to go through it with it, but oh man, the dagger actually put in a lot of work, as AOW's Mike's going to go for the shield and of course the bubble. The bubble able to do a lot here. The question is, do they have enough? Oh my goodness, they whiff! S-Rail gun whiffs the opportunity though to stop the heals, and just like that, the bow shot's going to try to see if maybe they can connect. Is able to connect one, keeps the push right towards S-Rail. S-Rail able to go through with the backflip, but at the insane finish, oh my goodness, AOW's Mike is going absolutely insane, as Rexy gonna try to see if maybe they could stop the reign of terror here, but it's not gonna be enough here. It's 5 players alive in this fight, in this game. Rexy trying to hold it all the way towards this one. Meanwhile, the F3 comes through. The ulti coming through from AS. Meanwhile, the ulti is gonna come through from Yoda Ime here, forcing AS to back off as much as possible here. And it looks like he's going to stop the reset, but he ends up getting grappled immediately by AOW's Mike here. Rexy trying to see if he can keep this alive here, trying not to get caught in a bad third party. Both on each side here. Low shields, full HP from Rexy, as AOW's Mike is going to be able to shred the last bit of heals coming in from each side here, as they're both going to be able to focus and prioritize the elimination of Rexy. Dangerously low. In reality, doesn't really have a shield here, but ends up doing a massive amount of work with the dagger. The dagger is one of the fastest weapons you can use in this game here. If you have the agility, if you have the movement, the dagger is going to be your absolute best friend alongside the nunchucks. As it looks like we're going to be able to shut her down right into this one here. Rexy trying to see if they can find it as well here. Trying to dance around it, playing the best of their ability here. Ends up catching AS in the air. Somebody ends up catching him with a bow shot. And it looks like he's going to try to go for the charge strike, trying to see if he can hold on, not to get hit by anything realistically here, as Rexy ends up getting caught by AOW's Mike. AOW wants this elimination. I don't know what it is, but AO has beef with Rexy. Has absolute beef with him, though, as Rexy's going to force the ulti here, and he says, listen, you have been pissing me off for the last time here, as he ends up going to rotate around the rock here, goes for the grapple and tries to see if he could push towards Rexy, being an absolute thorn, but then decides not to here, as it looks like we're gonna go right back towards this one, though. Hits the bell Average eliminations 4.3 and 17,000 damage. AOW's Mike is playing his absolute head off here in this second half. Sometimes all you need is a second half, and just like this, just like that, they're back into the action.
Yeah, Snowstorm, however, has come into play. So all of these players who don't have that campfire buff, you can see Ventus's Rexy, unfortunately, has the affliction of that Snowflake. He's going to lose Rage Meter, and as a result, he doesn't have that Yodo ultimate to be able to disengage. This is why we were seeing the ultimates come through very early on for these players. If you use your ultimate before that chill meter passes 50%, you still get to hold the entire duration of it. If you hold on to your ultimate and your chill meter passes 50%, you lose the rage and the ability to be able to use it. As Mike, with that campfire buff, will be able to hold on to his rage meter and still have the sustainability. AS now coming in with the nunchucks, has the full charge, is waiting for the Zip's ultimate to burn out before he catches them in that full lockdown of the meter dump. And as a result, Mike knows that he has to go aerial. He cannot afford to be caught on the low ground against legendary nunchucks when the full meter is already built up. What he needs to do is go up onto this rooftop, buy himself a little bit of space, and try and lead AS to another player. But in trying to lead AS to another player, he's brought another player to him. As AS, he understands, Zip ultimate has already gone through. As long as he doesn't go for that full engagement against the Zip, because enough time has already passed, Mike's going to have that bubble back online. AS just needs to play patiently. He needs to wait, he needs to look for the third party, he needs to do exactly what Deemo was doing earlier on, and this is what he's doing. Ultimate, no ultimate zone rather, does come through, and AS just is out of that. He doesn't have to worry about this, the snowstorm's already passed, he doesn't have to use his ultimate too early, he can just wait for the chips to go down, these Zips to out-sustain each other, and then he can come in for the kill.
AOW's Mike is playing the game of his life right now. Whole lot of momentum coming into this. Let's see if they can put all of this together here. Let's see if they can fight towards this one, though. XXY. Trying to see if he can go forth with this rotation. Yun. First time we've seen him in this Final Four. Haven't really seen him in these late game fights here, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can hold his own towards this very end. Ends up going for massive hits, though, as XY trying to see if he can find the stretch towards this end here. Actually gets him massive hits, though, onto XXY here. XXY actually forced to hit the Takeda ult here. As Yoon's going to be able to go for the switcheroo here. Catches them blindly slipping as AOW's Mike is going to find XXY. The Rage coming in as well here. Able to do what he absolutely can. Let's see what happens here.
These are all different heroes too, Dabby. So every single time that these heroes go low and they use their abilities, every player is going to be able to track their location. As now we have, oh no, it's another snowstorm. Oh, that is not good for these players that are relying on their ultimates to be able to sustain them through. Suddenly, using that Takeda ultimate early on might have actually benefited that Takeda. As we can see, the Taka ultimate is forced out from JL's AS. He has to use it before the chill meter goes past. There isn't a campfire that these players can activate. Everyone try to run towards where they thought one could potentially be, and no one has been able to find that buff. As it is going to be Mike coming in with a parry onto Yonkei, and he catches him, pushes them all the way outside of the zone, hot swaps onto the bow, trying to find the kill, but it's a race against JL's AS from the cliff face, who's trying to do the exact same, and it might go into the favor of XXY, who decided to come in for the melee fight, hoping to find the dagger lockdown. He does manage to find the mythic counter, catches Yonkei, but AS actually uses the opportunity to swap to the cannon and get a pin on Yonkei's position, hitting him mid-mythic counter and picking the kill up before the Takeda can find it.
Even with all of that putting together here, you still love to be able to see it as AOW's Mike is going to be able to pull up all the way up top. AS with that gold shield could have the opportunity, though, for it. See if they can work towards this as AOW's Mike is going to be able to find it as well. XXY trying to see if they can find towards this one, though. Let's see if they can rotate towards this one here. Still going to be able to find so much more towards this. There's still a whole lot of effort really to happen here. But top three alive, AOW's Mike, JL's AS, and XXY towards the very end. At this point, we already know that AOW's Mike is going to be the winner and the MVP of this game. I think
it's
the only...
just about how much by...
It's just about how much. I think if AS ends up getting 2 eliminations and the dub, they could win. They actually could potentially win with those extra points because that's 5 points for a dub here. So that could be massive, but 8 points, that's going to be very hard to try to come by here as AS is just going to back off this. No shield, was full gold, now don't have that at all. In reality, it would be called bronze. As XXY is going to end up getting pushed by AS. AS is trying to hold it for as long as possible here. AOW's Mike able to hold it on for as long as possible. The beautiful hold charge on each side here as AS is going to be able to pop the ulti here. I'm curious, where's my fireball at, though? Oh, boy. Ends up shooting him on the outside here and catching him way outside as XXY is going to shut down any chance AS has of potentially winning that game as he goes for the reset here. Climb up this rock, and ladies and gentlemen, the 1v1 starts now. XXY and AOW's Mike trying to gesture onto each other here, trying to see who's going to be able to be the one that strikes first. And it looks like it could be AOW's Mike. It looks like he does here, trying to play it. Doesn't want to play too aggressive currently here, just trying to see kind of what the vibe is currently. Ends up getting hit all the way into the air, though. With that, though, this could be AOW's Mike's big lead group up right here, though, if he can do it. Ends up getting hit. Obviously, the Z-Ping going through with the reset here. The ball balloon on each side here, trying to hold on. The reset. Who is going to be able to hit the strike first? It looks like XXY is going to be able to connect those first. Question is, are they going to be able to keep going around that bin as well? Doesn't look like they're still going to be able to find it here. There's still more to come through with this as well as AOW's Mike ends up getting a hit. Oh my goodness, and Takeda's going to be able to go through with the juggle. AOW's Mike is not looking good here. And it looks like XXY is going to be able to shut down AOW's Mike, but it's not going to matter. Look at the jitters, even the shakes here. This man was nervous fighting AOW's Mike here. Look at that, man. Can we get this guy a Sprite? He looks like he has a headache. Unbelievable.
She just threw out like 15 card cancels. I was counting like every single time I went into the blue focus. That was literally the play. That was the mind games. So the zip bubble was there for Mike, and he is not just waiting for the bubble to break. He's trying to force Mike into falling for the blue focus and going into the parry animation. And it literally becomes a game of chicken, where XXY is just continuing to threaten super close to Mike, by the way. So if he throws it out, he is guaranteed going to die off of parry attack into full just lockdown from that zip. And it's just the bait. It's the bait. It's continuous. Bait, bait, bait. Zip ultimate gone. Still baiting. Still baiting. Still baiting. Zip bubble gone. Still baiting. Still baiting. Still
Honestly,
baiting.
I'm gonna be honest.
Something like 15 card cancels, and then he actually commits to the blue focus. And unfortunately for Mike, he doesn't parry it. He still thinks it's going to be a bait.
I'm going to be real honest with you. That is 1000% me when I'm playing NARAKA BLADEPOINT. And I'm just like, wait, charge, parry, charge, wait, parry, charge, parry. And I'm panicking. I'm losing my mind in that moment here, okay? Listen, when I was playing against Poobie, when we were doing the Crown Channel stuff, I literally was sitting there and like in the middle of the 1v1 fight, I knew I was going to get my behind handed to me. I knew I wasn't going to win in any which way, shape, or form. The one thing I wanted to do was at least be able to get a win of like a round or two. And guess what I did? I ended up getting one round overall. I ended up getting a round overall, and I actually ended up getting the dub during that. But when I went against Poobie in terms of a 1v1, I was literally just parry, charge, parry, charge, move this way, move that way. Oh no, I ain't got no more energy. Wait, charge. And I'm like, mind you, I had the katana because I love the katana. So I'm sitting here like trying to pull it out like the anime characters where they just and then like everything is like sliced up behind them. But like when I pulled it out, it didn't do nothing. Nothing was happening. I was like,
I really hope you weren't just like spam parrying, because that's one of the biggest mistakes you could make.
You know what? You know what? The first couple rounds I did spam parry. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I did do that. I did do that. But
that's literally why in that engagement, like in that 1v1, he is trying to parry bait. He's trying to force Mike into throwing out that parry, because when you use that parry animation, you can't immediately spam parry, spam parry, spam parry. So once they fall for spam parry once, you then throw in the blue focus. You then go into the full combo that you want to do. And that's why we see every single player, whenever in this level especially, whenever they fall for a parry bait, they immediately lose the fight.
I will say this though. I did eventually stop after I lost when he was blindfolded. and I still lost. So I learned, just like with all these other players, you got to learn somehow. And eventually I was able to, work the nerves, and I was able to get it going, and I eventually got it up. Yeah. I found it. Took a minute.
I'm so proud of you.
Hey, I'm proud of XXY being able to go up against AOW's Mike and get that shutdown here. Obviously, his points are going to be a little bit closer. Obviously, it won't be the dub here because AOW Mike did take that, but it will be definitely closer in points, which means that's still going to be a massive dub for him, knowing that he will definitely put himself up in a higher portion for this game. He has been struggling here, so he definitely needed to get some points, and obviously he was able to find it. So I'm very happy to see that.
Yeah, speaking about other players who most likely have been able to prop themselves up on the leaderboard, I'm pretty sure Jail's AS as well off of that game is going to be climbing more than a couple of spaces. He had a really strong game. He started getting a lot of pressure from a lot of players in the area when we headed towards Frozen Lake, and it's actually him throwing out the elbow and going into the F that saves him. Because there are so many players around him, when the Taco goes into that F-bomb, you don't want to hit him because he's immediately going to reflect that damage back onto you. So he takes advantage of all of the players that are chasing after him, goes into the F-bomb, and throws all of the aggression that was onto him onto everybody else around him. So as a result, he survives way longer than he should, turns that aggression onto everyone in the area, books it on out of there, books it away from that fight where he was going toe-to-toe against Mike, finds that opportunity to be able to reset, and then puts himself in a position to be one of the last players in that standoff when we have 3 players all patrolling, all scrapping it out for temporary control of that little bit of cliff that doesn't fall under the snowstorm and allows you to keep your rage meter. That's why we would see 2 players would be up on the cliff just sparring each other, making sure that their rage meter wasn't being chunked down. 1 player would dip into the snowstorm, and then they would immediately put themselves back onto the cliffs before the chill meter passed 50%, because as long as your chill meter doesn't pass 50%, snowstorm has no effect on your rage build.
I mean, it's a lot of that going, kind of hitting that back and forth here. And of course, you are correct in these situations here. Obviously, it does get a little harder in certain instances here. But man, still being able to get that shutdown here was absolutely massive. As we look at Panaman here, who ends up getting eliminated by Yoon earlier in the game. AOW's Mike ends up catching Deemo inside of that situation, and then ends up going back for the reset to shut down T225 as well. AOW's Mike finally able to find his power up and finally end up finding the case that he absolutely needed here towards the shutdown. I mean, literally, he was dancing in his F3. The amount of non-carrying has been astonishing, though, as GG Shaw also trying to see if he can find his, and it looks like he does here between him and Rexy. Beautiful parry on the east side, the reset here, beautiful strong strike here from the dagger, able to put in a lot of that effort and work, and obviously the stun of catching them mid-air, and obviously getting the shutdown. Rexy able to find it as AOW is able to do the exact same thing, pushes them outside of circle, and just like that, at the end of the game, XXY ends up getting eliminated here, or actually no, XXY actually eliminates AOW's Mike at the very end here. Not able to capture it, but it's not going to be enough here as AOW's Mike had enough eliminations to go all the way towards the end here with that lead, as we're going to be able to see the 31,000 damage game, 8 eliminations, and a universe slash trigger, poison splash, juggernaut, target lock, and spear sap. 14,000 damage from the nunchucks here. Absolutely incredible. His 7th MVP. Absolutely going insane. AOW's Mike says, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Don't count me out just yet.
It's not that often as well that we get to see Juggernaut fully capped out in solos. Like, it tends to happen in trios just because you're running into 3 times the amount of players when you run into those squads. Juggernaut being capped out in solos, though, pretty rare. And Juggernaut just progressively builds you up in strength. It is essentially the anime arc. You start off at the lower end, and then as you kill players and you defeat your enemies, more and more and more your power builds. It's the training arc of Soul Jades. Javi, and like we said, Mike is here. He is here to prove that he still has it. He is still one of the best players, if not the best player in the world. And even though he does lose that 1v1 against Takeda, even though he does fall for the blue focus unleash after something like 15 parry baits or so, he still has already picked up 8 kills to be able to walk away with the MVP. And looking at the scoreboard, he is set. He is set to put himself straight back into the bi-weekly so he can get revenge and take that title away from Spider. Because just so having rivalries building up in terms of trios meta, we're also having rivalries building up in terms of solos meta. And that's what's so exciting. There's so much friendly banter that goes down between all of these players, because a lot of them, not only do they face off each other on Pro League, they also face off each other in rank ladder. So they're very, very familiar with each other's playstyles and how each likes to play in terms of weapons and strategies.
Absolutely insane for these last ones, but we still have one more game left. But before we do that, we got to go to a quick break. And when we do that, we'll be right back for game number 6, our 6th and final one of the night. We'll see you in a second.
For Yodohime, even with the damage reduction during the ultimate here, GG getting pressured on by the Kakaishi, but Kakaishi gets caught out, both members in the corner.
Is able to get the zip sustainability, goes for the bell, but still gets grabbed out. Eagle times it absolutely perfectly to grab him after that iframe came through, and he is able to find the slam and subsequent kill off of the back of it, but here comes the peel.
As they try to push away from the members of Team TE. TXJ gonna go topside on top of the pillar in a very good position. Is able to get the double grab. The whisk comes through. That's gonna be it for the members of J Team. They are gonna be able to get the one slash through, but the grab comes through. And just finds himself getting deleted so quickly as we now turn to Ventus. WX98 trying to buy their team some space here with the Viper Roll. They're able to get the double stun and actually lock up on Jacopi, but I do believe this is the V2 because Zhao Hui here not locked down for very long whatsoever. WX98 trying to go ahead and win this fight. It's Nunchucks versus Spear.
And as a result, they're having to invest that Temi ultimate too. TE now decide to make their move using the Wu-Chan TP to just get an extra iframe to dodge out from that zone tick as it starts to collapse on through. As the Yoda ult comes out from VVV, but JL is still waiting. They're still coming in with these kills. VVV isn't doing enough damage to really be able to chunk through all of these players until now. TE off of an absolute amazing performance, a really good pop-off game.
Today is a good day.
For Yodohime, even with the damage reduction during the ultimate here, GG getting pressured on by the Kakaishi, but Kakaishi gets caught out, both members in the corner.
Is able to get the zip sustainability, goes for the bell, but still gets grabbed out. Eagle times it absolutely perfectly to grab him after that iframe came through, and he is able to find the slam and subsequent kill off of the back of it, but here comes the peel.
As they try to push away from the members of Team TE. TXJ gonna go topside on top of the pillar in a very good position. Is able to get the double grab. The whisk comes through. That's gonna be it for the members of J Team. They are gonna be able to get the one slash through, but the grab comes through. and just finds himself getting deleted so quickly as we now turn to Ventus. WX98 trying to buy their team some space here with the Viper Ult. They're able to get the double stun and actually lock up onto Kopi, but I do believe this is the V2 because Zhao Hui here not locked down for very long whatsoever. WX98 trying to go ahead and win this fight. It's Nunchucks versus Spear.
And as a result, they're having to invest that Temi ultimate too. TE now decide to make their move using the Wu Chen TP to just get an extra iframe to dodge out from that zone tick as it starts to collapse on through. As the Yoda ult comes out from VVV, but JL is still waiting. They're still coming in with these kills. VVV isn't doing enough damage to really be able to chunk through all of these players until now. TE off of an absolute amazing performance, a really good pop-off game. Oh my goodness, so good. We got to see it twice. I'm so happy for T. I honestly am. After so many weeks of just being so good in regular season, and I'm finally getting to show it off in BIWEEK3 finals. But you know what we haven't got to see shown off today, Darby, which I'm really sad about? Temi! Where's my Temi?
A lot of that coming in.
A single Temi being locked into solos, and
surprising.
I love that Valda comes through, but I'm really sad that it seems to have knocked Temi out of the way. Like, Temi and Valda both have the same idea in terms of the F ability, right? Controlling that neutral, using either the bubble or the wisp to really be able to control your opponent's movement. And if they go into it, then you do get those hit confirms. Obviously, Temi gets more hit confirms. The problem, and I think the reason why we're yet to see Temi pop up today, is that when the Temi hits that F ability, he does go up into the air. And more now than ever, we've seen that the activation of the F ability in terms of a 1 versus 1 fight leaves the Temi vulnerable to being chased with uppercuts from players on the other side. It's easy to pull up in chairs when you're further away and you can just throw the wisp down from afar. But when you're in that 1 versus 1 and you don't have two teammates to create that moment for you to throw the wisp down, the Temi F ability just leaves them too vulnerable.
Whole lot of madness happening here as we're going to lock in here for our 6th and final game. There's still been so much more work to do here, but the excitement has been never been before. As we're going to get ready to lock this in, and it looks like we're going to see a widespread, and we're finally going to see 2 more Valdas. It looks like we're finally going to see AOW's Mike have some Valda fun here in this game, and so is Zhang Yu. Let's see how they're going to be able to hold this down towards the very end here. Like I said, you love to see it. So the excitement's very, very high. Let's see if they can figure this out.
I'm just excited for Justina. We've got JJH's Rain going to be running that Justina, and I'm really excited to see which of the ultimates they're going to take, whether it's going to be the V1, the V2, or the V3, given that you don't really want to have the connection onto multiple players, or at least it's not as much of a requirement in solos as it is in trios, where you're trying to connect the ultimate as many times as possible onto 3 players that you're fighting up against. But like you said, Mike for AOW going to be locking in that Valda. Last match of the day as well, so it really is all to play for some of these teams. Only going to be 1, 2, 3 Zips in the lobby, 1, 2 Tarkas as well. So that's going to be something to keep your eye on, especially when it comes to Gate of Yang fights, as it is going to be immediate action right off of the bat. Everyone is dropping super close together, Darby, and this is going to get aggressive real fast.
Why is everybody landing near Gamma Mine? I'm really surprised by that. We got Rexy, Deemo, Hayes, Yoon, and even Trailgun landing in Gamma. What's going on over there? What's happening? Is there a full-blown party? What do I need to know? What am I missing? Meanwhile, Spring Valley and Courtyard is going to be handled all the way with Panda Man here. Meanwhile, right on the south side of that, Servant's Ground, Sunwhale Dwelling, Wayne Shrine is where some of the other teams are going to be. And one player is going to be near Shipwreck's expense by themselves here, as immediately we're going to see a fist fight, or at least a dagger to a fist fight in the medial moments here, as XXY is going to try to see if maybe he can find this out. Actually ends up getting the opening, snatches the elimination. Oh my goodness. Takes that entire chest filled with stuff, and then actually texts it, and then checks the sex person and says, "What's up, Euron? What's going on?" And immediately he's going to be trying to see if he can keep the same attack onto them. But then also AOW's Mike realizes, yo, I have gray shield. I don't think this is a good time for this, as we see a triple parry coming in as Euron actually shuts down AOW's Mike in this first game. Meanwhile, Deemo Gonna be able to come through here. Gonna be able to actually repeat the same thing Zeron just did to AOW's Mike here. Goes for the heal. He's gonna be able to get help with the bubble here, but the bubble immediately does get shut down here as Deemo's gonna keep the same aggression here. Ends up getting hit towards the back. Zhang Yu might be able to try to join in on this fight as Zeron's gonna try to see if he can back up as much as possible here. Ends up hitting them at least once here towards the retreat. And it looks like Zhang Yu might be able to find him on the inside here as he's going to be able to try to go for the rotation. Deemo says, hey, back off this, buddy. This isn't yours. This is my kill. And Deemo is going to be able to claim that elimination for himself and then catches Zhang Yu and says, what's up, buddy? All right, now that I'm focused on them, I can go straight towards you. What's going on, buddy? Immediately going to go through the windows. Beautiful maneuvers from Zhang Yu as Zhang Yu looks like he's going to be able to scale rush and try to dip out as best as possible here. Could be able to go through with a good rotate. And it looks like he's going to be able to go right back for the reset. Deemo going to be able to push him inside of the door, keeping the same aggression. The longsword is going to try to see if he can create some great damage here. But the massive hits from the nunchucks and the ultimate from Takeda going to be able to do a lot of it. Beautiful parry is able to get caught inside of the bubble of Volda, but Zhang Yu is going to try to keep the same aggression running around here, and it looks like it's not going to be enough as Deemo is going to catch a second elimination and pushes them to the edge.
Okay, Deemo just uppercutted with the nunchucks out of being caught by the first drop of the F3. That Valda versus Takeda fight, absolutely gorgeous to be able to put themselves over those bubbles and be able to keep applying that pressure on the Valda, not allowing space to be created for the Valda to be able to push in with the ultimate and force that Takeda away before the ultimate comes on through. As Yonka is going to go for the immediate Taka ultimate, but he's up against another Taka. They're both trying to find this kill on to the zip as quickly as possible, and Yonka is actually going to be the one to be able to find it off of just running into the zip when the sustainability is not available. Firetek's going to immediately take them down as Mike off of that solo to get stuck against a fight by X-Ran, who was also off of that solo to holds them in position with that Valder ultimate, catching them on. Will be able, unfortunately, to not find the kill as the zip ultimate comes on through, and Mike now is just charging up that stuff. Not for the engagement, just disengaging, baiting the bubble to come through from X-Ran, and then going in with a lunge into the uppercut. Mike is just such a good player when it comes to those mind games of forcing your opponent into thinking that they have the upper hand and then immediately turning it on a dime. And I'm so happy that he's using the staff, something that when you're in that rising cloud formation, you can either lunge backwards or lunge forwards to really play with your opponent's head in terms of the space that they have to work with. And it just suits Mike to an absolute T.
Looks like it's still going to be able to put some forth together here as Panaman. He's going to try to see if they can push inwards towards this one. He's going to be able to pop the ulti here, as that's going to be a problem for Ezreal. It could potentially be here. His agility and his hits going to be way faster, and those long sword shots are going to be absolutely detrimental as Panaman's going to catch their third elimination. Meanwhile, back at it again. Zhang Yu trying to find it, but XY is going to shut down Zhang Yu in its recession, in its fight, and gets the finish, the shutdown. And just like that, Zhang Yu, Zeron, and AS is done for the day. 7.6 points total for Zhang Yu. They have been struggling in this game so far, so it's very surprising to see such a top-ranked player shut down in 6 games. Meanwhile, Deemo is playing the games of his life, and it's only his first day out here.
Deemo looking to try and pick up another MVP, but so too is Pandaman. Action, who had a good start to the day, has had unfortunately a little bit of a quieter second half. They're still in a fight against Deemo, will grapple cancel the Takeda down, but Takeda still has the ultimate, hyper armor, just in case they try and chase after him from that door frame. Zone's going to be pushing in on these players as well, which is why we do see that just stubbornness to disengage. No one wants to be outmaneuvered because of the zone being at their back, especially when they're playing on the high ground. If they get knocked into the low ground and have to take a little bit of that zone tick to grapple back onto the high, especially now that there's a risk of a third party, they are going to be oh so vulnerable, as Deemo is the one that is chosen to go upon the Mythic counter connects, doesn't manage to find the kill off of it. Action will be able to find the bubble to look for that reset inside of the buildings as Deemo with the Takeda ultimate disengages. He is more than happy that he's now eaten through a lot of that Zip's health bar, that he has brought the attention away from himself. And TD25, unfortunately, not able to track down either player's location, gives up the chase. Deemo will be able to find that reset, will be able to try and pop up at a different location, but he has to be very cautious because he is heading in the exact same location and direction that TD25 ran off to. AOW's Mike a little bit alone towards Shipwreck. has only got one other player in terms of competition if he decides to go towards that Gate of Yang. Given that he hasn't really given up taking those Gate of Yang fights either, I would be very surprised if we see him moving past it. We'll be able to get himself onto Bell Tower. We'll be able to get a lot more information of the amount of players that are going to be close to actually trying contesting it. He's going to be a little bit wary going into this Gate of Yang, given that he only has blue armor and blue weapon, and he doesn't know whether or not players who hot drop towards Shipwreck are already going to have better loot than he has, which is why at the moment he's just allowing Yonka that little bit of space to be able to play around with before that Gate of Yang fully spawns in. Remember, for Mike, he cannot afford to throw the ultimate in before he actually goes through that portal, because he's relying on the ultimate to be the threat that pushes these other players into not throwing their ultimates in first. Because Valda, if you don't tap dodge the ultimate, cancels out a majority of these players' ults. Even when you're going up against the Feria, yes, you can only throw one spear, but it still does enough to keep the mech staggered.
Even with this, though, AOW and XXY gonna try to see if they can go back for the run back here. XXY wants to be able to get this elimination. This could be massive for him, as it looks like AOW's Mike is not gonna make it easy for him, ending up juggling him, and it looks like the ulti comes out here. AOW's Mike is gonna go back and forth here, trying to hold on here, trying to go for the nice jukes on each side here. He's like, all right, come on, bring it, baby. Bring that sauce, bring that energy, bring them collard greens. Hold on, let's see what's going on here. Meanwhile, AOW's Mike ends up getting pelted, though. He's going to go for the shield here. It looks like he has the time as he ends up putting them together and absolutely hits him with a dizzy. XXY doesn't even know where he's at here as he ends up shooting him up right behind him, though. Not going to be able to do enough damage here, but look at this. Even the pole sword or the staff able to do enough work here, as now we're going right back for the reset. Oh! XXY gets in with a massive parry on AOW's Mike, as AOW's Mike might be able to come through with that control, at least immediately towards this. The spread from the ocean is going to be able to hit back. The bubble is going to be able to find it as XXY ends up getting hit immediately for more as the ulti comes out. And ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be able to work towards it. XXY knows it's game over, and he gets the shutdown and the finish.
Oh my god, that parry. Oh, if you want to get into Rising Cloud formation, you do have to go through the blue focus first. And Mike absolutely lands the perfect parry. Tap dodges into it, goes for the parry slide, finds that one little bit of moment that he needs, then immediately just drops the bubble to keep his opponent on their toes. It's just one hit that he needs, and he just goes straight for the ultimate for the hit confirmation. There was only 9 seconds on the gate left as well, so you really did want to finish that fight quickly, and you didn't want to risk losing it because of timeout. Given that you've also won that fight, you immediately get your ultimate back, so no punishment for Mike throwing that one in, literally to land one spear onto the enemy. As now we head over towards Celestra GS's T225, going toe-to-toe with J-Team's X-Jin. Zip having a little bit of a heal-off at the moment, as we can see T225 just wanting to keep that pressure online. Knows that he can't afford to give X-Jin too much distance, otherwise that Zip is just going to fully reset as opposed to the Farrier. We'll be able to get one uppercut onto Action, manages as well to extend one hit into 2 for the light, and then hits him with the F1 to be able to keep him in position from being able to chase after, pushing that distance even further between the two of them so he can come back in with the staff to have that control over the opening of the engagement. Bubbler's going to be there for J-Team's Action, however, and he will be able to sustain. Nunchucks charged up, lands onto T225 as he bends T225 into walking back into the full dump. And unfortunately, the Nunchucks weren't actually in the tier to be able to confirm the kill. T225 hops back towards the pillar, back into the mech, and keeps Action stuck inside the building.
Absolutely insane of a finish here, as it looks like we're still going to be able to put this one together even more. As it looks like T225 is going to find X-Jin here, but it looks like he's going to be surrounded by the buildings here, so it's never going to be easy. All within this space here to try to see if they can get the shutdown here towards this. You love to see it here, but it's only going to get a lot easier and a lot heavier for some of these players here. C225 is going to try to see if he can come through with the strike, though, as X-Jin's going to be around it and is able to get the shutdown in a great way. Good time for all of this, though. And it looks like there's still going to be more work towards this, but let's see how this goes towards the very end. T225 is going to be able to find X-Jin here. X-Jin trying to see if they can rotate it around, but T225 is not going to be able to make it easy for him. T225 with a beautiful maneuvers here. X-Jin trying to get away here, but D225 is just right on him. No real chance here of getting around. Oh boy, ends up getting him with the finish, then gets the shutdown. And just like that, Action, ladies and gentlemen, is eliminated. 3 games down, 3 games out.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
That right-click blue focus, I just want to appreciate as well. I hope we're going to get to see it in the replays. The hot swap from Staff Stagger Lockdown into Pulse Hod combination is just absolutely devastating. It's, oh my god! Deemo! What did you... It's Batman! He's literally just hanging along the rooftops waiting to enact justice on any player that has the tragedy of running into him. So we're going to get to see Mike winning this fight against Extra Man again. Just baiting the Zip into walking straight into that staff. Able to play off of the formation into that launch, pushing the Zip down, knowing that the bubble is going to break and that the Zip spine is going to break alongside it. As Mike now goes toe-to-toe with GG Sha, who hasn't had the best showing all day. And is unfortunately having to use the Cicada ultimate to bait Mike into trying to catch on to what should be a disengaging Cicada, given how low Sha has fallen to. Mike gets stuck, unfortunately trying to climb up onto that rafters, and Sha will be able to land a little bit of vertical hit onto the Valda as a result. Mike not able to find himself a safe space to be able to find that reset either, as a third party potentially comes through from Ventus's Rexy, as Mike now is the one that falls low, has to dodge around the hot swap from the range that comes on through from Sha. Has been able to duck behind that wall and get a little bit of reset off, pushing in once again with that staff, but Ventus's Rexy very much here for the third party, but he turns on to GG Sha. Unfortunately, Sha was the one that was in the vulnerable position, and Rexy coming around the flank pins down Sha's location, doesn't have an eyeful onto Mike's location. Mike with the bigger knowledge, knowing that a third party was coming through. He'd heard the bow shots. He disengages himself from Ventus's Rexy's location and makes it that unfortunately Sha is the one that gets run into instead.
A lot of moments going on here, even between the realm of Yang here, as Ezreal and Pandaman's going to be able to fight this out. Right into their 1v1 as the parry immediately comes through. Ezreal coming through the beautiful recovery, though, trying to see if he can find it as best he can here. Ezreal trying to find any type of momentum to hit them on each side as Ezreal trying to find him. Pandaman is finding it a little bit better. Oh no, does he catch him in the infinite? He might catch him in the infinite juggle. Gets the strike, gets the finish, and Pandaman shuts him down in seconds here to go get his loot, get his rewards, get his wins, and leave with a dub. Unbelievable. That was so fast.
Pandaman might just be the best player at infinite lockdowns. Every single time he goes into a gate of Yang, he always seems to be able to pin them down to an infinite. And he's able to do just that. The second as well that you get broken into that infinite and you don't have the golden focus to be able to break your way out of it, it's just curtains. It really is. Gate of Yangs are perfect territories for Tarkas for the exact reason it stops third parties. It physically prevents any potential of a third party. And third partying was one of the biggest counters to infinite setups. As Mike now gonna be pushing players off of Ballista control to be able to take that position himself. Thinks about maybe landing the shot and decides, actually, I'm gonna chase after TD5. Just to keep pressuring this barrier. Drops down, gets a little bit of opening damage, but now he gets pushed into. Will be able to drop the F3 to be able to buy himself the time to be able to reset. As TD5 did get hit by the middle bubble and has to disengage until that soak effect has gone down. As we can see, potential third party coming through from Railgun. He has 3 minutes. He knows a fight is going on. He knows that it's up against a Valda and a Feria. He has both of his mech and his F ability if he really wants to commit into this fight. The problem is he's going to have to spark that engagement, as Mike has distanced himself and he's not currently looking on to push back to TD5. So Railgun, because he doesn't have the time, has to put the fight into action himself. Swaps to the Greatsword, having been parried by a really good move from Mike with that staff. Once again, baiting position, a little bit more forward commitment from just going up into that Rising Cloud formation from that staff. Playing with Railgun's mind, inviting that little bit of frontline fight, baiting you in, very much an anglerfish of the deep ocean. As Railgun has to go back into the mech. He doesn't have enough time though. He's got 2 minutes and 23 seconds. He's not going to get this ultimate back. And Mike is more than happy to just disengage a little bit longer, go on towards the rooftops, keep up the pressure to come through from the grapple so that Railgun's not able to sit out of the Mike and cancel it early, but Railgun turns on him with the greatsword, pushes onto Mike, now swaps towards the dagger to be able to have a little bit of faster momentum, but Mike, with that staff, has been able to skirmish his way behind the wall of cover. And the third-party potential has come through. This is awful for Railgun. He has not been able to find a kill. He has not been able to lock Mike down. He's burnt through his ultimate as well. So when the third party comes out, he's not immediately going to be able to hop into that mech to push Ventus's Rexy away. And all the while, he is running out of time to be able to find a kill. He has 1 minute and 34 seconds to find a Soul Bloom, or he's knocked out of this lobby for good.
Whole lot of that though, but they have a massive bow that they need to watch out for, and that's coming in on the hands of Rexy as he ends up catching AOW's Mike. AOW's Mike forced the heal here into our side of this space here. This could be AOW's Mike's final game if the fire tick ends up taking the life of him, and it looks like he might be able to live just a little while longer. But he still has to play patient here. He could actually be able to use this to his advantage here, knowing that they're going to be able to fight this out on the other side here. Both of them on each side here. AOW trying to catch S-Railgun on the outside here. Notice what he's trying to do here and trying not to get him caught up, though, as immediately is going to be able to hit him there. Hopefully letting the tick damage do the most, and obviously he's going to try to see if he can hit him with it. Yes, he does! AOW's Mike playing 300 IQ gameplay footage that you guys need to witness here when you're playing Valda. Using the tick damage from the outside, able to use that damage and depletes his health, knowing that when he hits him with that spear, it's going to be the final blow that's needed to end that player's day. Meanwhile, back at it again, Panda Man gonna try to see if he can push in towards this. As Rexy's still up top though, doesn't necessarily know if he's gonna be potentially in that space here, as he's actually pushing towards it because he knows he's gonna be around his space here. AOW's Mike goes on the inside here, goes for the heal. Panda Man is going to be able to keep the pressure right on to AOW's Mike. Ends up hitting with a massive hit as Panda Man's going to go for the shutdown here. But now he's got caught in the poison. Rexy going right outside of the circle here. I've never seen an outside circle here end so vigorously as they're both outside of the circle. Both ticks are going to be hitting on each side here. And at this point, the circle hurts. It's not like we're sitting here and it's kind of okay. Like, this circle is painful, okay? Coming out of this circle here is Panda Man and Rexy forced to go through with their heels here. And immediately Panda Man is going to be able to catch him with the Oh, he goes for the reset. Beautiful backflip onto Rexy here, trying not to get caught by the infinite of Panda Man. Panda Man, if you would have caught him with an infinite on the final game, I would have lost my mind. Immediately coming through.
Did. He had him onto the F1.
Oh, no. Oh, almost catches him again. Oh, that could have been an amazing finish here. Now, Panda Man, if you catch him 3 times, that's going to be disrespectful. That's all I'm saying. That's Rexy. Beautiful parry. Beautiful finish. Right-click shutdown. Rexy sent him back home and says, see you later. Meanwhile, who ends up taking the dub? It's going to be Ventus's Rexy, shutting it down for the final game of the night. What a ending to these games.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen that fast-paced a fight between 4 players, and it just comes down to they identified weakness in Mike. They knew that he literally had to go into zone to heal. That's why Mike goes into Ballista Tower. He goes there thinking that he's not going to be chased by other players, and that he's going to have that cover to hide behind and build back into resources and build back into ultimates that's going to allow himself to play the long-term game of positioning into final zone, of baiting out ultimates from other players around him. That doesn't happen. And it's Ventus's Rexy who understands when he sees Panda Man go chasing in. Panda Man may have found the kill, but Panda Man, if he gets caught out in that zone tick damage, is going to have to use that Talker ultimate early. And he sees an opportunity to bait the ultimate from Panda Man where he's not going to be in a position to potentially get infinited. He tries to catch him and just keep him in that zone tick by pushing him back with the mech drop. And it does connect onto Panda Man. It does do a massive chunk of damage. And it does force the ultimate early from Panda Man. And that's why we see that even though he doesn't have the F1 available to use the second time because it's still on cooldown, the ultimate burns out from Panda Man. And as a result, when the second infinite catches onto Ventus's Rexy, the Talker ultimate whimpers out before it's able to hit confirm that kill. And Ventus's Rexy is able to come back in with the staff and the uppercut connection to land onto the Talker, ragdoll him into that zone tick, and finally take the dub.
Listen, all I'm saying is Rexy got lucky that Panda Man couldn't successfully juggle Rexy. That's all I'm saying. Rexy got lucky. The first one was a good maneuver to be able to get out of it and not get caught. But those next two, if he really could have caught him in a juggle again, he really could have just been stuck up there midair. And he really couldn't have had much.
The terrain, I think, was why he was that confident to go for that fight. Right, we talk about how hard it is to pull off these Taka Infinites. There's a reason we lose our minds when we see it happening. Because we see attempts being made to pull off the Taka Infinite. And until like last year, about halfway through last year, I think we'd only successfully seen like 2. That number has hit like 20 from the last time we saw it all the way in like season 2 of 2022 to now, just because of how meta Taka is and how you need to be able to pull off the Infinites. But terrain can screw over an Infinite, and the terrain where that fight took place, the fact that there was a tree that could actually interfere with the physics of when you push them into the air with that katana strike, and you need to keep bouncing them there. Using the extra mobility and speed that Taka ultimate allows you to literally keep them back and forth in place, never touching the ground. But there's a rock, there's a higher ground slope, and there's a tree, all of which can interfere with where Ventus's Rexy can be punted up to, which is why Ventus's Rexy still goes for that engagement even after the F1 is out of play.
Whole lot of engagement here as Rexy's gonna get the 6 eliminations for a 13.6, but Panda coming through with that second place dub of 5 eliminations and 11 points. A great ending for him. Obviously, it was a rough start, but obviously he was able to put it down as much as possible. And just like that, shut it down. But check this out, though. Mike, 3rd place finish with 5 eliminations. But Deemo, again, top 5. 2 eliminations, 3.8 points. Absolutely impressive coming in from Deemo. Deemo, you went 6 for 6 in the top 5.
Huh? He didn't quite find MVP, but he definitely had standout moments. And like we said, this is his debut. This is his debut showing. And already we can see him starting to like gear in, figure out his surroundings, understand the aggression, understand like he has the third party aggression down. He absolutely has the third party timing down. Now we need to see him get a handle of the timing in terms of how to play into gates of Yang and how to play into the 1v1s. Because when we saw him coming with the kills, a lot of it was off of third parties. Mike, however, has been just showing that he can do both. The 1v1s he can win, the third parties he can win, the gates of Yang that he can win. This guy can do it all.
Oh, absolutely here, as obviously we're going to be able to come through with this one and get it shut down. And obviously Panda Man here, just with that finish here from S Railgun. It really could have been anybody's succession here towards this, but Rexy, I mean, this was his game. He was able to find those eliminations. He was able to get those finishes the way that he wanted to here. He did struggle in certain places, but obviously the rest of it was absolutely easy for him. Able to get the shutdown, able to get the finish here. I mean, and just look at it towards the very end here. S Railgun struggling, though, as Rexy just trying to get the hits. Look at that beautiful hit, double hit. And obviously, Rexy finding T225 to get the finish. Almost catches AOW's Mike with it, actually. And look at that, just like that. The spear able to do so much more, and the finish. We love to see it towards this fight, and gets the finish. I mean, look at that, 18,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 4,300 in healing, detonating rounds, Katana Stab, Trigger, Aerial, Ren, Infernal Slash, and a melee resist Soul Jade, with his staff being his best weapon with a 5,400. Ballista actually coming through with 3,700 damage. That's the first time I think we've seen the Ballista in the damage per weapons.
Yeah, and I mean, it really does go to show the difference between some of these players. Like, you can be the best in terms of micro, but if your macro isn't on point, you are not going to do well in Pro League. Because all of these environmental hazards, all of these sort of tools and traps that are here, especially for Hollow Rock, but the Blister especially in terms of Mora Spiral, like, you need to have such a good understanding of not just where they're located, but the range that they have. Mike only survives because he has the bridge to be able to hide behind from the answering shot that followed him. If he didn't have that bridge to hide behind, he is gone from that lobby, and we do not see him placed anywhere near to the top as he was today.
Absolutely. Still, Even with all of this, though, Rexy was able to find his stride and was able to finally get the dub that he needed towards the very end of that game here. And even Panda Man coming through with so much more confidence than we usually see here. It's amazing to finally see him get to that point the way that he absolutely needed to. And I got to give it up, man. Deemo, that average top 5 placement so far is looking real high for him. Top 5 was impressive. Top 3 was a little harder, but he was able to do it. Deemo, looking like somebody we're going to need to pay attention to. Same with AOW's Mike. AOW's Mike finally popped off and was able to get some dubs the way that he wanted to. He was able to get some average top 3s as well, but he finally got that dub that he needed. And obviously after that, look what happened. He started to turn around and he went crazy.
I mean, I'm never take my off of AOW's mic. Whenever he's playing in the lobby, I'm like, yeah, this is a player to watch. This is a player to be concerned about. This is a player who their mechanical skills are on a next level. When we see them in the 1v1s, when we see them in the mind games as well, like we said, a lot of the 1v1s, it comes down to mechanical prowess, but it also comes down to understanding your opponent. And Mike is one of the best players. Mike, Spider, Deemo, Roy Hee, I would say are the 4 standout solos players for me in the entire world because of what they can do in terms of mind gaming their opponent. Baiting out parries, pulling in positions, forcing you into taking a fight on ground that you're really unstable on, and they're just always at an advantage over. This is their bread and butter. This is why they are so well regarded in the community as just being on the next level. And if you want to play with the big dogs, you have to be able to bark.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Xin and let him say hello to our audience. 小新先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是Deemo的小新人。
欢迎小新人来到赛后采访。今天再一次见到你了。So first, I would like to know how's your feeling today and how you comment on yourselves because half of the game you have the higher score. 那今天第一个问题啊，今天半数的比赛都拿了最高分，打完之后自己感觉今天怎么样？
就是觉得还可以嘛，就是起码能发挥出来我自己的水平了。
Okay, so I think I just be okay today because it's my performance, it's my behave today. Okay, let's move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 那接下来就到了我们的一个问答环节啊，要问答送福利，激动吗？又要给大家送福利。
好，
要开心一点了。
好。
Okay, so we can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, let's see today's question. Which place is Deemo in total standing so far? 那今天的问题呢，也是来源于我们今天新到的这位选手，也是我们的老朋友啊。那 Deemo 今天到目前为止，现在的排名是怎么样？新人知道吗？先不说，我应该知道，应该知道了。怎么看这位选手今天的表现？
蛮厉害的，他的就是打法挺适合比赛的。
I think he is very strong because his behave is really fit to the match. Okay, I think our player is prepared, and it's time for us to counting. Let's start it. 那我觉得我们也到了可以倒计时的时间，我们就准备倒计时，直接说那个英文的3、2、1就可以了。
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, pay attention to your mailbox. If you are the lucky guy today, you will be whispered. I think it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那我们就请小新神来公布一下正确答案到底是哪个呢？
是 C.
Yes, the correct answer is C. Okay, and today we have the 6th game and we saw like a lot of players, they really have good performance today. And you know, like our female player also take down a very strong player in solo game, which is Mike. And how you comment on these 2 players? 那我特别想问一下，今天的比赛可以说是非常的精彩，包括今天我们不仅有海外选手，还有我们的女选手，今天还造成了对我们非常强的一位选手 Mike 造成了击败。小新神，你怎么看这2个选手的表现？今天
都表现得蛮好的，而且特别是大麦，他前几把可能就是没有找到感觉，但是他突然后面几把就是一下就找到感觉了。然后怎么说呢？我那个第4把和第5把就是被他击垮了。本来我的运营之路是运筹帷幄之中，感觉可以搞一个小5连6连击的， 然后没想到大麦突然觉醒了。
哎，突然大麦老师醒过来了呀，有点感觉自己最后有一点点可惜啊，没关系，但是因为也是好朋友嘛。So actually, I think both of our female esport player and also Mike, both of them are very strong today. Especially is Mike because like in the game 5 and game 4 and game 5, I'm all shut down by Mike. It seems like he just sleep up and awake now and very strong in today's game. Okay, and I would like to know, so from the last week to this week, you changed a lot. Did you do some changes in the resting day? 那我特别想问一下，从上周到这周啊，看得出小新神改变非常的大，自己做了哪些改变？
首先就是打法，因为以前就是我按照如果前2个双周那种打法就太保守了，就是不符合我的性格，也不符合我的年龄嘛。我的就是要敢打敢拼，所以我这周直接就调整过来，然后也是听了教练的话，说就是刚中带稳，然后今天没想到打第1把就直接悟了。
所以今天也是对自己实现了一个新的突破。Okay, so I changed my style in the matches. It seems like I want to protect myself in the last of the bi-weekly final, and I didn't have the very good performance. And then I changed my style, and I think it's more fit to my age. I think more aggressive and can have higher score. OK， 谢谢小星辰今天的一个小星神今天的一个采访跟我们的一个分享，再次感谢你。Thank you, Xin, for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Okay.
What an absolutely incredible interview from our amazing caster and host. Thank you so much for showing that love over to XJin, which is our winner so far here for it. I mean, overall, if we look at it from the entire standings here, I mean, 3 off the rip. I mean, you have to come into that and go, yo, he put in his time, he put in his effort. Now I'm curious who's in 2nd and 3rd place, and I'm really curious where Deemo is in the final standings.
I'm pretty sure that they answered it in the interview. The question was, where is Deemo in terms of standings? And I believe he is going to be sitting at number 5 in the leaderboard.
They didn't see, but they didn't answer that though. They didn't answer that. Right?
Oh, oops. I give it away. I think 2nd position though is gonna be AOW's Mike. Like
AOW's Mike. I'm assuming 4th. I think he got 4th. I think Deemo got 4th.
You think Deemo got 4th? Okay.
I think 4th.
So Mike is gonna be 2nd. We both agree that Action is gonna be 1st. Who's in 3rd position then? Cause that's a hard one.
I don't know. That's gonna be a tough one. I think I'm gonna be honest here. I think Panda Man actually clutched up. Never mind. Not Panda Man. Not Panda Man.
Not Panda Man? I'm gonna go Panda Man.
You think Panda Man's in 5th?
I think Panda Man's in 3rd.
Nah, he's in 5th. I could see him being in 5th.
He's had a consistently good day. He has had some exceptional games. He was leading in terms of kills. There are a lot of them, and he was able to come across. I think Panda Man's in 3rd.
He really has for a lot of different things here. Even with that shutdown.
I'm not putting Ghost Peppers on the line for this, though, Daddy. I'm not putting Ghost Peppers on the line.
No, you don't have to. I do that. That's the whole thing of that's my thing. You ain't gotta worry about that. I'll do the pain and suffering throughout the season for the fun of it. Because at the same time, at the end of the day, we're here to have a good time, right? That's really all that matters. We're gonna be here to show some good support here to our NARAKA BLADEPOINT players, but then at the same time, us as casters, we're just here having a good time, like I said. But now coming back towards where we was, I can see that. I can see Panda being 5th. I can see 4th place for Deemo. 3rd is a tough one. I don't know where that would really go to though, actually, now that I'm like really thinking about like a lot of the players here. I'm curious what chat thinks.
Yeah, I think JL's AS has had some really good games. XXY as well had some really consistently good games. Like he wasn't able to find MVPs, but he was still ranking pretty high in terms of leaderboard.
Let's see here. Zeron, S Railgun, AS, Yun, Rain, Gigi Shaw. Sadly, towards the bottom. S Railgun with 17.5 though. That's pretty good. That's pretty good if you look at it from an overall standpoint here. It's a good look for the 8 through 14. at least for 8th place. 17.5 is pretty good. Obviously dropping 1 game in game number 3 with those zeros, but 3.5, 1.2, 3.8, 6 good game in game number 2. And obviously, as we look at it, ooh, I was close.
I was correct.
You was right. You was right. Deemo in 5th place with a 27.2. Panaman in 4th with a 37.7. T225 was the player we forgot. In 3rd place with a 40.7. AOW's Mike in 2nd with a 40.8. And just like that, XJin with 3 12-point games, making it almost impossible for anybody else to catch up. Takes the lead with a 45.6, but 2nd and 3rd place actually had a 0.1 point deficit. That's just how close that game could have been for that to be the switch up. But ladies and gentlemen, this is what's going to be for the schedules tomorrow here for our trios, for our groups A through C. It's going to be an amazing day for more NARAKA casting, for more vibes, as we're going to get ready for that one here. You guys are going to be joined by Rune and Dunking for tomorrow's trio games for their day 1 for their week number 3. So be sure to show Rune and Dunking some love here, as they're going to give you all of the love. And obviously, I'll be back here Saturday for more solos action to keep the games running. But for you, Moxie, listen, I miss you. It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
It has, but I'm going to be off to trios. I'm getting shipped back off to trios in a couple of days.
Back off to the trios, but you know what? Trios has a lot more action. Has way more action, way more hecticness, way more wildness to cover in terms of trios here. So you get a lot more of the action. You get a lot more of the tightness of the massive points. You see the 40 bombs. We don't see those. We don't see 40.
I have got to see some of the really amazing record-breaking games. I do miss solos, like we said, the micro play. It comes under so much scrutiny in those 1v1s. It really does come down to whether or not you're able to beat your opponent, not just with the weapon that you're using, but the mind games that come into it. NARAKA with the parry system, it's so punishing. If you throw a parry too early, you pretty much just immediately lose the fight off of that. Unless you have the golden ability, unless you can drop one of those Fs to make sure that you can just weave your way out of any consequence, which is why we were seeing a couple of Yodos on the first map of Holarov. Like, they would throw in the blue focus, or they would go for a parry and then immediately go for the F3 drop, so that if they were baited into using that a little bit too early, they could at least sit in the spinning sword and hope that they didn't get punished.
Some people got punished tonight, though.
That is true.
Some people got punished tonight. Panaman punished some people. XJin definitely punished some people tonight. Definitely a couple of other players that absolutely punished, but at least we won't be punished, because I'm going to bed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for being here. Like I said, Rune and Duncan will be casting tomorrow for our trios, for our groups A through C. Same time as always here for NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Thank you, and y'all have a good night.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but